Volume 8. Chapter 701, Sea Monster Attack. Sea Monster Attack. As its worldswell was in disorder, the Purgatory world was a very suitable place for powerful existences from other worlds to migrate to and settle in easily. From the distant past to the present, it wasn't just the Snake Dowager who had moved here with all her kin. Over the years, 7 dignitaries had appeared amongst the powerful natives and intruders. They each held control over one continent and did not interfere with each other's rule of their respective continents. Many commoners treated these dignitaries like legends, and even gods to be worshipped. And to some degree, they were indeed quite similar to gods and perhaps even surpassed them. But, are there only 7 existences who possess laws in the Purgatory world? What kind of joke is that? Forget those living in seclusion, these oceans are even larger than the continents. It would be even more suspicious if there weren't a few dignitaries occupying these vast oceans. The more he thought about it, the more Lyle felt there was to the Purgatory world, and the more he felt it would become a huge variable in his plans. I need to find a way to make use of these dignitaries, or at least stop them from spoiling my plans. There's also the world will, which could be the most important. His brows furrowed tightly in thought. A chilly wind blew across the deck, and the sky was filled with shining stars. The moon here seemed to be much larger than the one in the Magus world, and it even glowed with a purple radiance. *Moo. Moo, *, great sounds of breathing came from under the speeding ship, and white streams of water sprayed out from it on occasion. Mr. Lay. Good morning, Lord Lay. Many of the merfolk sailors immediately bowed to Lyle after seeing him come their way. He waved his arms and sent them away, coming to the side of the deck to watch the black surface of the water. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking about. Below the surface of the water was a large silhouette of what seemed to be some prehistoric creature. Though he could only see one scale and half a claw, one bits and pieces, of it, it still showed off a frightening strength. What an enormous body it has, and so full of life force too. Seeing the image of the creature from the AI chip scans, as well as the data that had been gathered, Lyle sighed in praise. Compared to an evil eye like Geiger Dole who was limited to rank 3, this being seems to be the most powerful on this ship. With this beast here, dangerous creatures wouldn't dare to provoke these sailors. Mr. Lay. Geiger Dole dragged his many tentacles across the ground and arrived at Lylan's side. His current expression was more respectful than it had been before. After all, this Mr. Lay was an extraordinary exemplary that was not at all inferior to his father. This was something that his father Geiger Dole had told him himself. That alone was enough to earn his respect. Lyle only nodded slightly, but Geiger did not find this attitude strange. Exemplaries and other mysterious beings naturally had short tempers, and Lylan's indifference was already a better attitude than most. You're interested in our Godric? He asked with a smile as he came to the edge of the deck. His large eye peered down at the shadow under the ship. Godric? Is that its name? Lylan's interest was piqued. Noticing Lylan's attention, Geiger put more effort into his explanation. Godric is the name we've given these creatures. In our ancient language, the word Godric means large and powerful. We named them this because mature Godrics are often as powerful as morning stars. Though this one is only an infant and likely won't mature further, we Evil Eyes had to send out quite a few elders to subdue it. Geiger had a rather proud expression while mentioning that point. Getting the Godric hasn't just helped the ship avoid trouble. It's even allowed us to speed up even when there's no wind. It's really saved us from a lot of inconvenience. It's not bad. Lyle nodded. But it's also because of this Godric that we can only sail along the Hail route. More faraway places like the Deep Valleys, Path of Bones, and Golden Coast have Godric communities, so we can only give up on them. Geiger's tentacles rose in what seemed to be regret and sorrow. Lyle knew very well that some intelligent creatures hated seeing their kin enslaved. If the ship was spotted, they were likely to face ferocious attacks. It seemed like it was because they were aware of this that they avoided the areas where Godrics could appear, and only used the shipping route. Though there was still some risk of danger, it was much better compared to the dreadful problems they faced before. So you intentionally sealed its growth to block its breakthrough to Morningstar, so it wouldn't become uncontrollably powerful? Lyle shot a glance at Geiger who was beside him, but did not say more. The law of the jungle ruled supreme, be it in the Magus world or other unknown worlds. From Lylan's experience, the commoners of the Magus world were considered to have higher standards of living compared to those of other worlds. However, the commoners and even the nobility of the Magus world did not enjoy lives as good as the ordinary people from his previous life. However, Magi led rather satisfying lives which were perhaps even better than the citizens of his previous life. Yet the chances of joining the Magus community and overcoming one's commoner status was practically negligible. In a highly powerful and mysterious world like this one where only the strong survive, the weak can only form organizations to band together and rely on social order. Lyle looked absent-minded, but he was deep in thought. The robotic voice of the AI chip snapped him out of his reverie. Deep. High-energy radiation discovered at a distance of 18762 m. Target determined to be hostile. There are dangerous beings even in coastal waters? If it doesn't care about the Godric, it must be powerful. Leyland's eyes flashed slightly. He suddenly exclaimed, Mr. Geiger, if I were you, I'd retreat a little. What do you mean? Although he was slightly confused, Geiger still obediently followed Leyland to the heart of the deck. Something huge is heading for us rapidly. Leyland didn't conceal anything as he spoke bluntly. After all, mysterious beings and exemplaries had their means of detection, and even Geiger would have realized it soon enough. He just thought to do them a favor. Whatever be the case, they had saved him and allowed him on their ship. As long as there wasn't a conflict of interest, he had to repay them. Something huge? What do you mean? Wait. Monster attack? Geiger was stunned at first, but he immediately began to roar. Terrifying spiritual force encompassed the deck and even spread outwards. Attention, crew! Protect our goods. If we lose anything, I'll turn you into fish soup for tomorrow. Hearing this command, the merfolk on the deck froze for an instant before beginning to pull the mooring ropes as if they'd gone mad. Some of them darted into the warehouse. Just as the situation on deck grew chaotic, a dark red light covered the entire ship and calmed the merfolk down. Prepare for enemy attack. It should be a deep-sea being, see if the Godric can scare it away. Geiger's voice resounded throughout the ship. He then thanked Leyland. Leyland was half-hearted in his assistance, more interested in such spells that could envelop the area. Let's see. There's soul appeasement, maximize potential, natural instinct. Though paths to power varied in different worlds, Leyland would rather analyze such things from the viewpoint of spells. Seeing the calm merfolk sailors having their strength and agility enhanced, Leyland could obviously notice the changes to their power. According to what I learned from our discussions, the Evil Eye tribe is more like a community of bloodline creatures. Their power grows with age, and they can even awaken some innate abilities. But I can't just ask about the Purgatory world's paths to power, they'll grow suspicious. Leyland stroked his chin in thought, just as well. Though there'll be a little danger, I'll get to see the power of this world's natives, as well as how they channel energy. Anything else will have to wait until I get to Port Elias or the Hale continent so I can understand in detail. Moo! A low voice that sounded like a cow's came from under the ship while Leyland was still speculating what was happening. A gigantic black figure rose from the depths of the ocean, appearing in its entirety before Leyland. This sea monster was absolutely enormous, and looked similar to a manta ray with many irregular brown stripes everywhere on its body. There were many thick iron shackles firmly binding it to the body of the ship. The Godric roared, and terrifying sound waves burst out in a specific direction. A large figure slowly emerged from that spot, starting with many metallic spikes that looked like sharp blades rising from the surface of the sea. The creature parted the water into two long white sea waves. The large head that poked out was like that of a fish, and two pectoral fins followed. The beast's entire body was covered in a metallic jet-black luster, and its orange eyes were like searchlights in the deep ocean. A bloodthirsty, ruthless aura erupted from its body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 702, Thornback Iron Whale. Thornback Iron Whale. Could this be the Thornback Iron Whale? Traces of fear could be felt in Geiger's spiritual force. How's that possible? How can there be deep-sea predators here when we're so close to the coastline? The Thornback Iron Whale was a large being unique to the deep sea. Every single one of them had immense strength upon maturing, but their most terrifying characteristics were their temperaments. Once one set its sights on a target, it wouldn't lose track of it until it managed to seize it. The Thornback Iron Whale's terrifying aura overwhelmed even the Godrics, and it was the reason for Geiger's fearful expression. Watch out! Just as Leyland gave the warning, the Thornback Iron Whale charged forth, its large metal thorns piercing deeply into the Godric's body. Moo! The Godric cried out in pain. As the two gigantic beasts collided, huge tremors traveled throughout the ship. Under such tremendous force, Geiger collapsed to the deck, unable to hold his weight. His numerous tendrils wrapped around the mast like vines. Geiger was still in quite good shape. In the moment of the collision, there were a few merpeople sailors at the sides of the deck that had been sent flying off by the huge crash, letting out piercing screams as they fell into the waters. Along with their kinsmen in the sea, they were drawn into the battle between the two gigantic creatures. In the end, they were turned into mincemeat. All that was left of them were traces of red on the waves. Usually, the chains fastened around the Godric were immensely helpful for sailing. Now, however, they were no more than a huge burden. Noticing this, Geiger immediately commanded, break the chains. A few sturdier merman soldiers pounced on the control valve with furious eyes, using a thick hammer to split it open. Crash, the Godric's gigantic chains then broke away, and the tremor on the ships lessened greatly. Turn the ship at full force. Leave this sea region. At some point, Geiger Dole's voice could be heard at the bow of the ship, body floating in the air. Great spiritual force undulations swept the area and even forcefully took control over the merpeople sailors, causing them to begin to work with reddened eyes. Creak. Creak, the large ship suddenly turned around and left the two large beasts behind. Water kept splashing into the air, and terrifying sounds could occasionally be heard from under the sea. Even though they were under the effect of magic, a lot of sailors trembled in fear. Prepare the cannons at the bow of the ship. We need to eliminate that thornback iron whale, or it won't let us off until it sinks us to the bottom of the sea. Geiger Dole exclaimed as he flew towards the scene of the battle. Geiger had evidently regained his composure and scared the sailors witless, making them work even more intensely. Hurry! Prepare it! Geiger's large vertical pupil was filled with blood vessels, and its tendrils seemed to turn into powerful whips that kept hitting the merfolk, hurrying them to carry a large and heavy harpoon that was around 5 meters long above the cannon. The thornback iron whale has the metallic skin ability, with an effect similar to physical damage reduction. We need to use this. Geiger produced a few black and white spotted stones and began to rub them together as if he was starting a fire. A layer of black and white light suddenly enveloped the steel fish. Oh! It's using temporary enchanting techniques? What is the medium? Is that a sacrifice or a scroll? Leyland's eyes gleamed as he watched from the sidelines. The enormous monsters kept roaring at the other end of the battlefield, causing huge waves that resulted in the ship swaying violently. The Godric of the fleet was no match for the thornback iron whale. Although it had the potential to reach the Morningstar realm, the sad truth was that after being treated as a slave for many years and being specially sealed, it could no longer completely develop its bloodline power. The same didn't apply for the thornback iron whale. For all of its life, it had grown up in the treacherous deep sea and was extremely experienced in fighting. Hence, at the very start of the fight, the Godric had a huge chunk of its flesh bitten off by the thornback iron whale. That was not all, the whale's sharp iron thorns also left many wounds on the Godric's body. An enormous amount of blood flowed out from the Godric without stopping. The blood shed by the merfolk from before was nothing compared to this, as the entire region was dyed red with the Godric's blood. Moo! The Godric's thunderous voice gradually became weaker, and there was even a pleading note in its voice. Damn it! At this moment, Geiger Dole had rushed to the site to support the Godric in battle. After witnessing the scene unfolding in front of him, his large pupil immediately went completely red with rage. The Godric was still the valuable property of the Eden Trading Company. If anything happened to it, or worse, if it died, then the amount that needed to be paid in reparations would be astronomical, enough for the company to go bankrupt. Geiger and his crew could be sent to some barren or dark region to be forced labor. On fleets like this, there was a shipment of very valuable goods which absolutely could not be lost. Geiger Dole immediately acted in violent rage. A great deal of formless spiritual force turned into whips as it was pulled from the void. The seawater in the surrounding area converged to form a large wall of water. At this moment, Leyland froze on the deck, as if he had discovered something. Is there any problem, Lord Ley? What do you think of this situation? Geiger transmitted to Leyland after noticing his actions. Although he was extremely busy, he'd kept his eye on the area. Oh. There's a stalemate right now, and with your father and the Godric working together you have an advantage. At first, Leyland consoled him. However, he then spoke in a solemn voice, nevertheless, the thornback iron whale has a high resistance against spiritual attacks. You need to be careful. According to most theories, the larger a monster that relied on its physical strength, the more it would be lacking in terms of the spirit and soul. This thornback iron whale was obviously an exception to that rule. Not only did it have a high resistance against Geiger Dole's spiritual force attacks, it could also reflect them back at him. The thornback iron whale already has the steel willpower trait. If it goes crazy again, Geiger was filled with unease. Mr. Ley, he looked at Leyland expectantly. Don't worry. Since you went out of your way to help me, it's only natural for me to return your kindness. Leyland nodded, and hearing this made Geiger relax considerably. He then began to operate the cannons himself, and aimed at the giant thornback iron whale that was fighting both the Godric and Geiger Dole. With a loud bang, the giant cannon roared. The force of the recoil sent the ship backwards by a large distance, and even caused the stern to sink slightly below the water. A thunderous explosion, like the roar of a monster, rang out. A black ray that was tens of meters long shot out, striking the triangular fin on the thornback iron whale's back. Roar, large amounts of blood spurted out, and the whale let out enraged howls. Pack, at this moment, a chain filled with runes was pulled until it was stretched out. Now's the time, pull. At the other side of the chain was the ship from before. Geiger's spiritual force undulations intensified to the limit as he howled in anger. The ship was pulled with such force that the hull started to shake abruptly. A game of tug-of-war was now happening between the Thornback iron whale and the ship, hindering its movement. As this opportunity revealed itself, Geiger Dole launched his final attack from the air. The King of Evil's true eye, Death Ray. Tremendous amounts of dark red rays appeared from Geiger Dole's large vertical pupil, piercing into the eyes of the Thornback iron whale. It suddenly closed its eyes and its body started to convulse and thrash wildly, as if it was having a fit. Moo, the Godric immediately roared, and charged towards the Thornback iron whale. After shooting that ray, Geiger Dole seemed to have spent all his energy. He slowly fell to the deck, even the tendrils on his body no longer able to help in maintaining a standing position. Father! Geiger immediately came over, using his many tendrils to help his father stand up. Roar, following its berserk howls, the Thornback iron whale's eyes flew open once more. However, there was now a significant amount of blood pouring out from both eyes. The Thornback's bloodthirsty berserker transformation. I never thought it would awaken its bloodline. Geiger Dole stared at the outburst of strength from the Thornback iron whale as it sent the heavily injured Godric flying. His complicated feelings couldn't be masked by his spiritual force. Geiger Dole saw the crazed Thornback iron whale charging towards the ship and immediately came before Leyland, pleading with him, "Mr. Ley, please help us." "Don't worry." Leyland revealed a good-natured smile from behind the mask of the Dreamless, and arrived before the giant cannon. Due to the iron chains and the harpoon anchoring it, the whole fleet's movement was restricted. It was as if there was a deep-sea demon that was tugging on the chains, trying to pull the entire fleet into the sea. This world's paths of power seem to be reliant on awakening one's bloodline innate abilities as well as on sacrifices. I can't use anything too outstanding, otherwise it'll raise suspicion. Having decided what action to take, Leyland came beside the chain and placed his palm on its surface. The ice-cold metal was shaking slightly, and only now was Leyland able to deeply understand the immense strength of the Thornback iron whale while in its enraged state. The best spell model for the situation was transferred to him by the AI chip, and immediately after a dim layer of light covered his hands. Metal animation. The whole length of the iron chain seemed to transform, and it began to ripple like a wave down from the top of the chain until it reached the other end. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 703, Port Elias. Port Elias. The enormous Thornback iron whale roared, and didn't charge at the ship again. Its gigantic body continued to spin in place, and it finally began to start twitching. The merfolk on the deck, and even Geiger and Geiger Dole, were completely stunned as they watched the scene. This terrible deep-sea creature that had nearly destroyed their entire fleet had been left like this with one strike from Mr. Ley? They couldn't even understand what method he had used. For a moment, they gazed at Leyland with reverence. However, it was as if he didn't notice that at all. His eyes were still locked on the struggling Thornback iron whale. After a short while, the whale's struggling grew less and less pronounced, until it finally became completely still. Clouds of black smoke emerged from the harpoon wound it had sustained. Whoosh, the enormous harpoon returned suddenly, bringing with it a white lump of brain matter. By the time the harpoon was back on deck, Geiger Dole was shocked to find that it had already transformed into a giant palm of steel. The hands sifted through the brain material of the whale, before finally passing a solid black lump of material to Leyland. Immediately afterwards, it withdrew into the opening of the cannon and returned to being a harpoon once more. It seemed to have lost all of its previous vitality. What terrifying power! Geiger Dole felt a trace of fear in his heart. That type of living metal, once it entered his body, just the thought of it made him shudder all over. From Leyland's view, it was foolish to wish the entire world would know about every impressive fight one fought. A magus was someone who grasped the power of the truth, and ought to know how to use a minimal amount of power to reap the maximum amount of benefits. As a result, he only modestly shook his head and said, "My current strength doesn't count for much. It's all thanks to Mr. Leyland's strength that our fleet survived. If not for you, I'm afraid our fleet would have suffered great losses this time." Geiger Dole expressed his thanks sincerely. Also, this is the Thornback iron whale's most valuable resource. Leyland raised the dark solid in his hand, a fishy smell spreading from it. Congratulations, Mr. Leyland. This is the essence of the whale, a resource unique to the Thornback iron whale. It's very rare to see such a big piece. Although Geiger Dole said this with some envy, he didn't have any sinister thoughts. If Leyland was a normal person, he would have already snatched this kind of precious material away and thrown him into the ocean to feed the fish. However, he didn't have the courage to do this to Leyland. In fact, he wouldn't even think of it.
Oh, Leyland nodded, and simply tossed the whale essence to Geigerdol.
Treat this as compensation for allowing me passage on your ship. This type of material wasn't worth much in Leyland's eyes, so he'd given it away without thought. However, Geiger felt that Leyland was shrouded in mystery. An adventurer who could so easily give away such a treasure was likely to be very strong. Under Geigerdol's command, the fleet of ships then arrived at the place where the battle had taken place and began to strip the thornback iron whale to pieces. Every part of a rank 3 sea creature's body was precious, not to mention the special whale essence. This was worth up to 5 times more than the original goods they were carrying. Leyland did not care about that sort of thing, but it was serendipitous for Geiger and Geigerdol. Leyland did not interfere with the resource gathering, only watching them break down the thornback iron whale as they cut out pieces of its flesh and skin. Simultaneously, the Godric was once again called back to the ship, with groups of merfolk sailors roaming around its body, applying a gelatinous material to its wounds. This continued for nearly a day. Although the majority of the Purgatory world's daily cycle was night, the bright moonlight made it seem like day.
By the time the fleet had set sail once again, the smile in Geigerdol's large vertical eye was so pronounced he was almost squinting.
They'd had no choice but to discard some of the miscellaneous low-value goods in order to lighten their shipment weight. The Godric had recovered from most of its injuries as well and had regained its vitality. It pulled the ship even against the strong headwinds, and after the sails had been let down, even the larger ships ran at a decent speed. An unbroken group of islands appeared on the horizon after the third sunrise, looking like a string of pearls. A few white seagulls let out excited cries as they circled the sky.
Port Elias? We've finally arrived. Leyland was leaning against the mast, looking at the nearby waterway.
This was the last supply point on the Hale Continent route, and was a prosperous port.
Surveying the area, Leyland was pleased to find many boats.
These boats had aged model numbers similar to Geiger's, and there were even metallic warships in the place.
There were also many ships far larger than the ones in Leyland's party. It wasn't just alchemy technology, magic drove the extraordinary ships as well.
Leyland even saw a pirate ship that was entirely under the control of undead creatures, with numerous skeletons and flame spirits manning the deck. A tattered black skeleton flag that was triangular in shape hung from the top, reeking of a bloody and savage aura. However, what surprised Leyland the most was that they weren't attacking the other vessels.
This area is the domain of Port Elias.
Under its protection, even pirates obey the law. Even if they readily commit crimes in the deep seas, they must obediently restrain themselves in this place, Geiger kindly explained. Although Mr. Leyland possesses awe-inspiring strength, it is better to abide by Port Elias rules. After all, there are some strong people overseeing Port Elias who possess power comparable to those of the star rank.
I understand. Thank you for your kindness. Leyland nodded.
He had understood the power ranking of the Evil Eye tribe completely, and they weren't as strict as the Magus world about it. They simply judged strength by age. The tribe members only had a few stages of strength.
There was the stage of infancy, followed by adolescence, adulthood, and at the peak were the elders. There was less than one elder eye among 10,000 evil eyes.
As for Geiger's description of the port overseers having strength on par with the star rank and things like that, those who were talked about in that way could be considered morning stars. Although a thorough classification was impossible, it was still possible to understand the rankings to some extent. Once someone was labeled a star rank, in the eyes of the Evil Eye tribe only the oldest of the Elder Eyes could compete with them.
Geiger was considered to be in his adolescence, possessing a strength similar to rank 1 or 2 Magi.
As for his father, Geigerdol had entered adulthood, and roughly had the strength of a rank 3 Magus. Their innate racial abilities gave them a slight edge over Magi of a similar rank. If there is nothing else, Geiger, let us part here, Leyland said as he looked at the fast-approaching port and the densely populated ships, some of which were unique.
Hearing that Leyland wanted to leave the fleet made Geiger anxious immediately. Lord Ley, did we do something lacking in respect?
Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Leyland was, after all, someone who possessed great strength but wasn't greedy. No matter which ship's captain he met, they would try to rope him in. And although Port Elias was already very close to the mainland, they still required a month of sailing.
If they ran into any danger, Leyland would be a safeguard. My apologies.
I wish to stay in Port Elias for some time, and inquire after my own fleet. Although the chances of my companions surviving is very slim, Leyland's eyes seemed to grow dazed, and seeing him like this, Geiger could say nothing more. After all, it was only right and proper to search for one's companions. When Geigerdol received this news, his tendrils immediately blanched white at their ends.
He moved on deck. Mr. Ley will be leaving? What a pity! A feeling of reluctance and regret was transmitted with his spiritual force undulations. I've already dallied here far too long. I'd like to thank the Eden Trading Company and the two of you once more for your selfless help. May the glory of the purgatory world be with you. Having spent some time exploring it, Leyland already knew the conversatory etiquette of the purgatory world. He spoke without a single mistake, and seemed like a real native. What a pity! Since it's like that, please accept this gift. Geiger Dole waved his hand, and a merman immediately handed a scroll made of skin to Leyland respectfully. This scroll even had a fine layer of fish scales on top of it, and the light it reflected was dazzling. It looked extremely bright and beautiful. Leyland reached out and took the scroll before gently unfurling it. The scroll unfolded to show a light yellow map, next to which were some simple rules. This is a map of Port Elias, and it includes some matters to take note of. I trust that it will be of some use to you. Geiger Dole sent over a wave of spiritual force. The AI chip scanned the scroll, and committed the information to Leyland's memory in a flash. He would never forget this information now, but he still rolled it up and put it away, and expressed his thanks, many thanks. This map will be very useful to me. We will be resting and restocking our supplies here at Port Elias for a while. If Mr. Leyland has any other needs, please don't hesitate to come and find us. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 704, Parting and Underground. Parting and Underground. Geiger Dole and his son appeared to be completely cordial towards strong individuals, and Leyland only responded with a smile. Attention! Attention! You have now entered Port Elias. This area is under the protection of the mighty master of the void, the Flapwing, the dignitary of the Asak continent, the almighty nefarious Filthbird. We advise that you abide by the port's rules, lest you suffer the wrath of the port's guardians and the Supreme's punishment. A mechanical voice transmitted the message onto the ship, carrying a trace of a threat with it. Geiger Dole, however, was evidently used to this and did not react. After all, the port was being protected by a powerful dignitary, so they could only follow the rules. The nefarious Filthbird? Asak continent's dignitary? Leyland's eyes flickered slightly as he looked towards the top of the port and saw a giant statue of a bird atop an enormous mountain. Isn't this place near the Hale continent? How can the dignitary of another continent spread its influence all the way here? Unless, many ideas ran through Leyland's mind. On the surface, however, Leyland was calm and collected as he followed Geiger Dole off the ship and into the docks. There was a flood of people on the ground, and the clamor in the place was spectacular. Even the air in the region seemed to be sizzling slightly. The fishy smell of sea trade, the odor of livestock and other assorted scents blended into a stench that could make anyone feel nauseous. Even Leyland's brow creased a little in response. Crash. Crash, a huge mechanical arm rumbled monotonously, grabbing goods from the holds and decks of the ships and transporting them down. At the end of the endlessly operating transport belt was a gigantic body and next to it were tall and very muscular humanoids. They shouted as they transported the boxes of raw goods away. From time to time, the urging and condemning of a yardmaster could be heard. If they used extraordinary magical power, the entire process could be sped up considerably. However, without even considering whether that would be cost-effective, why would those extraordinarily powerful people condescend to perform such menial tasks? Mister, your ship was confirmed to be an ancient Type 3 model, accompanied by a huge lifeform of rank 5 physical status. You will need to pay, at this moment. A flexible-looking giant octopus that was holding a notebook, a fountain pen, and other such tools arrived in front of Geiger Dole. I know. Geiger Dole waved his hand, throwing a little black bag to the octopus. Furthermore, Leyland saw Geiger Dole stuff a pink pearl into one of the octopus tentacle suckers. The pearl disappeared in a wink and Leyland was left speechless. Apparently, no matter what era it was, this sort of thing was unavoidable. Alright then, Mr. Geiger Dole, Mr. Geiger. I shall take my leave first. As soon as Geiger Dole finished his procedures, Leyland bid them farewell with a smile and, shortly after, his figure disappeared into the bustling crowd. Geiger Dole and Geiger looked in Leyland's direction, and they couldn't help but covertly exchange spiritual undulations with each other for a while. Mr. Ley left just like that? Geiger still couldn't resign himself to this. Cheer up, son. Geiger Dole's spiritual undulations were transmitted over. Even without our help, Mr. Ley had enough strength to arrive at the continent by himself. It was only a matter of time. Furthermore, we have already benefited a lot from the Thornback iron whale he gave us, so we shouldn't make too many unreasonable demands. Fair trade and complying with the law, that is what our almighty senior, the Trials Eye, has taught us. We must follow his doctrine thoroughly.
Yes, you're right, Lord Father. Geiger's vertical eye showed his low spirits, as did his tendrils. However, I still feel like it's a pity. Lord Lay's departure is actually good for us. There was still a trace of dignity in Geiger Dole's large vertical eyes. What do you mean? Geiger didn't seem to understand. I am afraid the secret Mr. Lay carries isn't a small matter. Although I haven't made in-depth contact with him, I'm already near the bottleneck of the elder stage, and even with my spiritual sight Mr. Lay was still shrouded in fog. Occasionally, his aura makes me feel oppression and fear that not even the elders can generate. Geiger Dole still seemed to have some lingering fear. If such a person were to have an outburst and attack us, it would be a disaster to the fleet and the entire Eden Trading Company. Now, however, he decided to leave us of his own accord. Since we're still on friendly terms, it's good for both parties. So that's the case. Mr. Lay was actually this powerful? Geiger looked at his father. Suddenly, he became aware that there was still a lot of things left for him to learn. AI chip, what's the progress on the data collection? Leyland leisurely strolled around the streets while secretly communicating with the AI chip. Beep. Collecting data on the outside world. 79 new species were discovered. 34 species match information on the database, 25 unknown. 20 species are completely foreign organisms. The AI chip's reply was lightning quick, and it projected a great amount of data in front of Leyland. In ancient times, the Magus world was incomparably powerful and had taken over many worlds. Ancient Magi had even made contact with the Purgatory world, which meant that it was possible to find the descriptions of some lifeforms in the large amount of ancient data that the AI chip had collated. Leyland opened an image at random and, from the picture, a ball of thick black mist that did not have a fixed form emerged. This was a member of an alien tribe he had seen earlier. Black Mist Clan, a semi-elemental lifeform. Enjoys living in environments full of darkness particles, suspected to be native to the Shadow World. In ancient times they had migrated to many other worlds, and there are currently 12 subspecies that have been discovered. The many passers-by on the street did not make a fuss over the appearance of the ball of black mist, so they were clearly accustomed to it. In addition to the Black Mist Clan, Leyland had discovered many ancient tribes that were recorded in the ancient books and even some completely unknown creatures. All these existences lived harmoniously and prosperously in Port Elias. Different tribes had different lifestyles. This could cause some contradictions and disrupt harmony, especially for those kinds of dark existences at these docks, but Leyland didn't notice any intense conflicts or fights. It was clear that they were under strong suppression. In terms of biodiversity and number of special species, the Purgatory world has probably surpassed the Magus world. Leyland's expression was slightly grave. Just the power of laws that the Purgatory world's 7 dignitaries possessed was enough to crush the surface Magus world. If not for the Magus world's world will suppressing foreign laws to a terrifying degree, perhaps it would already have been conquered by powerful beings from other worlds. No. I'm afraid the world will suppression wouldn't be enough to deter the Snake Dowager and the others. Leyland stroked his chin. Even if they've been suppressed, entities that wield laws can very easily deal with rank 6 Breaking Dawn monarchs. Only creatures of equal rank could make them worry. Could it be that there are some rank 7 or greater Magi from ancient times still in the Magus world? Perhaps they are hiding in a secret location and have become enough of a formidable force to intimidate other worlds. No. If they were on the surface, no matter how low a profile they kept, rumors of these entities would have spread, unless they are underground. Leyland's eyes suddenly lit up. The Magus world still had a deep and vast subterranean world. Even the powerful Magi from ancient times had only explored and discovered 7 layers of this underground world. Going into the subterranean world was too dangerous even for the ancient Magi. If an abyssal matriarch-ranked existence appeared in the 7 layers of the subterranean world, it was enough to rival the strongest law Magi. Therefore, ancient Magi were not able to completely control the subterranean world they had discovered. If it was like this within the 7 layers, then how about even deeper underground? Leyland suddenly felt somewhat fortunate. The underground of the Magus world was indeed deep and no one knew what terrifying existences or shocking secrets were hidden there. He had boldly cooperated with the Lias family to develop the underground, and as expected it was a sensible decision. Otherwise, if they attracted the attention of some powerful existence, let alone Magi who wielded laws, even with the assistance of the strongest Breaking Dawn monarchs, there would be no profit left for him and aim to make. All the influence would be taken over by others, and it would be working for nothing. This outcome was something he could never accept. Although the probability of the power of laws appearing in the first layer of the subterranean world was small, there would definitely be Magi on the level of Breaking Dawn. Then there was that King Arthur who had established the Arthur Empire. He had to be a Breaking Dawn Magus, and could even be a powerhouse among the rank 6 Magi. Leyland's eyes twinkled without end. boldly exploring the subterranean world, even if only the first layer, is truly an irrational thing to do before reaching rank 6. With this thought, Leyland couldn't help recalling that Thorn Thunderbird Warlock clan's elder Laius. Perhaps Eam was indeed making preparations to explore the subterranean world, and was waiting for Leyland to return? However, right now it was impossible for Leyland to return in the short term, and the earlier treaty was merely an agreement of intentions. The most crucial point was that Leyland had not agreed on a specific time to explore the subterranean world with Eam. Thus, it could not be said that he was violating the contract. I'll have to ask you to wait a bit longer, Eam. Wait for me to advance to Breaking Dawn, then I will definitely go and fulfill our agreement. The corners of Leyland's mouth curved into a smile. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 705, Offerings and Beast Spirits. Offerings and Beast Spirits. Port Elias not only had the title of the Pearl of the Hail Continent, but also housed so many different races that even Leyland was left overwhelmed. That was not all. Both sides of the busy road were filled with multiple shops, selling anything from the lowest quality armor and protective gear to the highest grade equipment such as high-grade sealing scrolls and other things. Everything one might need was present in these shops. Based on Leyland's understanding, the beings in Purgatory World were of varying races, each relying on their physical bodies and bloodline-specific innate abilities to battle. There was no need for them to train themselves. Their bloodlines would increase their strength with the simple passage of time until they reached their peak. Of all the systems, only two were used throughout the whole world: sacrificial offerings and beast spirits. These offerings meant sacrificing something, or someone, to a certain dignitary. After obtaining their blessing, an inhabitant would have their power increased in some form, be it a pure boost to their strengths or mysterious new abilities. The path of offerings was more like an exchange in Leyland's eyes. The natives would offer up items that were of value to their chosen dignitary, and in turn, these dignitaries help the natives increase their strength. Such methods were very similar to the gods in the world of gods, while still being somewhat different. Since he hadn't delved deeply into the subject, he couldn't be certain what exactly the difference was. Perhaps it had to do with the devotion that these beings held for their chosen dignitaries, but they did not request the beings to bring offerings every day or at fixed intervals. There were even some that could rely on their support even though they hadn't offered anything at the time, although there was the need to have offered something of extraordinary value to the dignitary prior to that. This was a distinct difference from the gods of the world of gods. It looks like even power systems from the world of gods were assimilated during ancient times, and those past rank 6 in the Purgatory world have made some changes to them. Leyland touched his chin. In this enormous universe, the Magus world and the world of gods were like two extremes. They were the greatest in size and held the most powerful beings. These two worlds had real information about existences up to rank 8 in power. The primordial entities deduced that only when one of the two managed to seize the other's resources and gain their laws, power systems, and their knowledge that they could advance to eternality, to rank 9. This was what sparked the ancient Magus War. Having already advanced to the peak of rank 8, there was nothing else that would attract the attention of the Magi in the myriad other worlds. Only the guidance and understanding necessary to reach rank 9 would ignite their desire to fight for it, no matter how slim the chance. Of course, as these two worlds were about equal in power, the result was that both sides were severely crippled. The collective strength of the Magus world deteriorated greatly, and the world of gods had gone so far as to completely seal itself. It wasn't just these two worlds that were involved in the war, countless smaller and weaker worlds suffered from collateral damage as well. Their unique strength and advancement systems had been leaked, and through real battle experience the systems were refined to become more accessible. The path of offerings was something Leyland believed was an evolution of the system of faith that the gods used. They removed the restrictions between gods and their followers, and turned it into a system of equivalent exchange. It was only after these changes that it fit the Purgatory world's circumstances. After all, not every world's laws were suitable for the spread of religion. As for the second common method, the path of beast spirits, Leyland had previously listened to some explanations about it from Geiger Dole. As the Purgatory world was a home to various races, with numerous ferocious beasts and high-energy entities occupying it, some intellectual beings invented the concept of hunting these ferocious beasts and extracting their souls. After doing so, these would be sealed into the user's body, summoned during battles using certain techniques. Since sealed beasts differed in strength, it created different ranks for these beast spirit masters. On top of that, when one's beast spirit magic reached a higher rank, the corresponding beast spirit masters would be able to seal even more spirits. Ancient legends even spoke of a beast spirit master who had reached an unprecedented realm. He had sealed innumerable beast spirits at the level of Morningstar all over his body, and had enough power to destroy a whole continent. The energy from the sealed spirits could even aid in the cultivation of a beast spirit master, allowing them to reach a higher rank faster. Offerings and beast spirits are the main power systems in Purgatory World, Leyland mumbled to himself, his eyes scanning for shops with related material. These two strength systems could be considered the main paths to power of the sentient races in the Purgatory World. Looking at how vast the world was, it wouldn't be strange to find that smaller branch races had their own systems. Leyland wouldn't even be surprised if there were magic inheritances here. With a long period of data collection, and adding on the current lightspeed thought process of Leyland's own brain, he'd learned much of the common languages in the Purgatory World with the help of the AI chip. At the very least, daily conversations were already no issue. Here it is, he though soon after setting his sights on a shop that looked like a huge open clam. He then walked in. He could sense a powerful aura pervading the shop, and given its location and the attitudes the pedestrians had towards it, he reasoned that this shop would have something worthy of his attention. "Welcome to my shop, revered alabaster devil snake, descendant of the dignitary snake dowager." A voice sounded in Leyland's head the moment he entered the shop. It surprised him, although he was still using the alabaster devil snake's bloodline to conceal himself. It was very rare for someone to have the ability to even notice that layer of concealment. The shop owner clearly took him for a member of the alabaster devil snake family, and sounded rather humble. After all, alabaster devil snakes grew to rank 5 upon maturity. In addition to their being descendants of a dignitary, they had a very high status. "Where are you?" Leyland surveyed the interior of the clam, which was just a white space with multicolored lights floating in the air. Information appeared in Leyland's mind. This was not spiritual force, but an even more mysterious kind of communication. Beep. Detected soul force undulations coming through. Deny or accept? At this moment, the AI chip's prompt was transmitted. Now, Leyland had found a lifeform that could use soul force directly. State your name. Leyland's lips did not move, but mysterious soul force was sent out. There was even a chaotic luster in Leyland's eyes, which let him immediately discover the energy core located in the middle of the white space. A green bundle of light was hidden within the layers of the void, with countless green soul force threads that linked it to the room. The customer was able to find my core? At this moment, the information transmitted from the core held a trace of alarm. Also, this energy is soul force? It was clearly shocked by Leyland's ability to use soul force and was extremely afraid. This is the first time I've seen someone do something as stupid as allowing others into their own body. Leyland placed his hands behind his back and began to browse the shop's items, occasionally using soul force to communicate with it. Don't you know that once someone who can use soul force discovers your soul core, they could destroy you in an instant? Once the words left his mouth, Leyland felt the whole place shudder, especially the core. It was then that a trembling soul appeared. "Lord Alabaster Devil Snake, please forgive me." A little white person came out of the core and groveled at Leyland's feet. "Don't worry, I'm just an ordinary customer." Leyland couldn't help but console this being after seeing it on the verge of fainting. Ordinary customer? Can ordinary customers use soul force? Do they possess such a terrifying aura of power? The little person's thoughts were bitter, but it could only follow behind Leyland carefully. Though your methods can scare other races who don't know about the soul force system, this is still far too risky. Leyland lectured it as he grabbed a blue bundle of light. A roaring snarl was transmitted from the bundle of light. Through the blue screen, Leyland could faintly see a small and exquisite sea fish. Its mouth was like a sharp pike which shone with a little luster. This is the golden pike trout. This beast spirit is very suitable for beginners seeking to become beast spirit masters. Seeing Leyland seemingly interested in the beast spirit, the little person immediately went beside him and began to introduce the fish with a fawning expression on his face. "If my lord likes it, I can." Suddenly, the thought that drawing in a person that could take control of his life and death had the little person apprehensive and in fear. Perhaps even if Leyland wanted to take everything in its shop for free, it would be forced to agree. "No thank you. This sort of thing is useless to me." Leyland waved his arms. "Do you have anything with a general introduction to the paw of offerings and beast spirit spells? The more detailed the better." Yes, I do." The little person smiled and waved his arms. 2 tremendous red bundles of light flew over. The rays dissipated and revealed a cowhorn bugle and a pink shell. Leyland picked up the bugle horn and immediately received a prompt from the AI chip. Discovered spiritual force data interface. Accept or deny? Evidently, the 2 items were like crystal spheres in the Magus world, acting as a medium to store information. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 706, Transaction and Temporary Residence. Transaction and Temporary Residence. Accept. With a thought, the cowhorn bugle in Leyland's hand was enveloped in a layer of light that slowly turned it to ashes. Many images and words appeared in Leyland's mind, getting recorded and analyzed by the AI chip. Soon after, the same happened to the pink shell. 2 new documents were stored in the AI chip after this process, making a look of satisfaction to appear on Leyland's face. The little person, however, looked heartbrokenly at the pile of ashes. Gathering the complete set of information, as well as finding an expert to record it into a storage system, had taken a large amount of effort and wealth. Beep. New folders recorded, Path of Offerings and Beast Spirit Magic, incomplete, the AI chip's prompt appeared. Leyland could understand the incompleteness. After all, a tiny shop like this wouldn't normally have such profound information. When he saw that the techniques led all the way to the Morningstar level, Leyland was slightly shocked. In the Magus world, it was extremely rare to own a high-grade meditation technique with 4 complete layers. This was certainly the greatest treasure you could find within a small-scale shop like this. On the surface, however, Leyland still furrowed his brows in dissatisfaction. This information seems to be incomplete, he said, causing the little person to quiver in fear. My lord, my lord. These 2 sets of information were sent over from the Hale continent. Both have been inspected by the Holy Land, and are most certainly complete. With these, one can cultivate to the Morning Star level. There's no doubt about it. The little person exclaimed resolutely. Morning Star? It seems as though the Purgatory world follows the Magus world's ranking system. Leyland nodded and asked, then how would I be able to get techniques above the Morningstar level? This question seemed to put the little person in a difficult spot. My lord, there are various races with techniques above the Morningstar level, but these are considered absolute secrets. Even getting this set of information was quite risky. The little person had spoken immediately upon seeing the grim look on Leyland's face, and he continued, wait, my lord, I know. You can definitely find something within the holy city of the Hale continent, which is also the city of the Snake Dowager's descendants. Furthermore, you belong to the Alabaster Devil Snake clan, so you'll make it inside without any problems. The Snake Dowager's descendants? Holy city? These names surprised Leyland. This was probably the Snake Dowager's base camp. Though Leyland still needed more information, revealing his unfamiliarity with the holy city would raise suspicions. Moreover, killing this little person to shut his mouth would attract guards and make things even more difficult. The holy city is too far away. Are there no other methods? Leyland's eyes narrowed as he sized up this little person in front of him. I'm sorry, my lord, but there really are no other ways. The little person had a suffering expression, and Leyland confirmed that he was telling the truth and did not pressure him any further. Immediately after, Leyland proceeded to wipe the store clean. The little person's life was in Leyland's hand, so he could do nothing about it. A map of the continent? Though it doesn't seem to be very detailed, it will still prove useful. This should be the beast spirit of a Godric. So even souls of Morningstar beings can be collected? Though it's only in its infancy, this spirit can still be used. I'll also take this, and that. Leyland's insight allowed him to eliminate all the good things from the shop. My lord. The little person called out in a sobbing tone. He felt desperate as he saw all his collection of treasures disappearing, and he secretly regretted letting Leyland even enter his shop. Leyland found the little person's manner hilarious. Who do you think I am? Do you really think I'd rob you and have you call for the garrison or the guards? After all, I know the rules of Port Elias well. Leyland's words frightened the little person even further. Respected lord. This little one didn't mean to. All right. I already told you I'd pay, so just take this, said Leyland as he threw a bag of pink pearls to the little person. Neither magic crystals nor astral stones could be used as currency in the Purgatory world. Thus, Leyland wouldn't take them out and risk revealing himself. Since the Purgatory world was not unified, there were all sorts of currencies and measuring systems in the different dignitaries' territories. Consequently, bartering was still the main strategy in long-distance trading. While on Geiger's ship, Leyland had gathered many deep-sea items using his own strength. Although it was just for fun, he had collected quite a few good ones with the AI chip's assistance and his soul force. Geiger was left stunned when he discovered this, and ended up purchasing most of Leyland's items with a pile of pink pearls. Leyland was also willing to sell them, and in exchange receive items of equivalent value that could be used in this world. These pink crystals were very popular here and had very high value. One small bag was enough to buy everything in this shop. Many thanks, my lord. Oh, my lord, you are like the stars in the sky, the darling of the many dignitaries. Your greatness, selflessness, impartiality and fairness will be immortalized in song and spread throughout the myriad of worlds. Seeing that Leyland was serious about a fair transaction and was not threatening him, the little person became emotional. A song of praise for Leyland sprang from his lips immediately. but that only made Leyland shudder with goose pimples. Alright, now our deal is complete, I'll be off. Unable to tolerate the little person's singing, Leyland took his items and left. After all, sound transmitted through soul energy was worse than harsh noise. Crash, after he left, the two large shells outside the shop closed and abruptly began to move, falling into the ocean nearby and splashing water everywhere. Why is old Cripple's shop closing so early today? A few passers-by were astonished. Doesn't he find joy in prying into his customers' secrets? There was even that saltwater octopus who was scared to the point of going mad. Soon after, they seemed to have thought of something, and they looked at Leyland, who had just walked out of the shop, with reverence. However, he quickly squeezed into the sea of people and disappeared without a trace. It seems like this shop has quite a reputation. Though it doesn't seem to be a particularly good reputation, Leyland shook his head speechlessly, and went further inside the port. He could now confirm that the Snake Dowager was the dignitary that ruled over the Hale continent. He had to thoroughly plan how to conceal himself from her and how to break his bloodline shackles. The first thing he had to do, however, was to settle down in Port Elias. The night curfew here was very strict, and if he did not get proof of his residence before night fell, he would probably be forced to leave. However, he was only a pink pearl away from resolving this issue. When night fell, Leyland was standing on the balcony of a luxurious private room in a hotel. He was gazing at the specks of light in Port Elias, and the faraway lighthouse in the distance and the pitch-black sea. Near the port, many bright and beautiful images of every kind appeared, filled with enchanting splendor. It really is a prosperous and beautiful port. Leyland's eyes seemed to be filled with a deep expression as he sighed lightly. After closing the curtains, he laid half his body down on the soft sofa and sank into deep thought. The Snake Dowager was an unavoidable obstacle he had to overcome if he wanted to break the bloodline shackles. Fortunately, she resided in the Hale continent. With my concealment techniques as well as the cover provided by the Mask of the Dreamless, I should probably be able to hide from any large-scale soul sweep she attempts. Even within the Hale continent's holy city of snakes, I might be able to hide myself as long as I don't meet her personally. Leyland's eyes glinted. Not even beings who comprehended laws could quickly scan an entire continent, let alone detect the life of every creature within it. Only if she reached rank 9 would the Snake Dowager be able to do so. Right now Leyland was emanating the aura of an alabaster devil snake. With this layer of concealment, he could travel through the Hale continent as if it was his own back garden. Due to his research into bloodlines, Leyland was confident enough that even an alabaster devil snake itself would not be able to unveil his disguise. Unless, of course, he came across a rank 7 alabaster devil snake or an emperor. Leyland knew, however, that the Snake Dowager would not allow the existence of such a creature. It looks like it's necessary to risk entering the Hale continent. I'll need to change my appearance. Leyland had not altered his appearance on Geiger's ship, and afterwards he had just hid under his cloak in Port Elias. To be safe, he decided to change his appearance to sneak into the Hale continent. I'll need to add another layer of concealment to the Mask of the Dreamless. In the Hale continent, there will definitely be descendants of the alabaster devil snake with mixed blood. I just need to keep resembling them completely. After thinking it through, Leyland looked gloomily at the large gray animal statue on the tall mountain through his window. What does the existence of the nefarious filthbird here signify? This was a port that belonged to the Hale continent, yet people still followed the nefarious filthbird. Leyland could not understand it, but the implications presented here were worth ruminating over. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 707, Discovered in Scheme. Discovered in Scheme. Based on the information that Leyland had obtained, various dignitaries ruled over the different continents in the Purgatory world. Although the Hale continent was the territory ruled by the Snake Dowager, there was a port that worshipped the nefarious filthbird in close proximity to it. This could only be some sort of test and provocation. The Snake Dowager and the nefarious filthbird must definitely be on bad terms. Leyland nodded as he recalled the scene where he'd gone through the barrier of the Purgatory world. But I have the feeling that things aren't quite so simple. Leyland stroked his chin as he thought of something. That father and son pair, Geiger and Geigerdole, are rather suspicious. As they were beholders, they worshipped the ancient Trial's eye. This port, however, was under the protection of the nefarious filthbird. Even if entry into the port was freely allowed, it was still rather strange for them to come here. Of course, in an era of pirates navigating the open seas, there were bound to be stolen goods. Prosperous and free ports were areas where they could dispose of them safely. If Port Elias could shelter even the most evil and fierce pirates, allowing the beholders to trade here would be fine. However, Leyland still felt that something was slightly amiss. Previously during the Thornback Iron Whale's attack,
Geiger Dole had only used the bloodline abilities unique to his race, and did not reveal any skills related to the Path of Offerings or Spirit Beast magic.
It was as if he did not know anything about them, and he was obviously hiding something. In that case, I can finally put that plan into action. It was something I originally came up with while I was bored, but Leyland touched his chin. Even if they had not come to his aid, Leyland could still have reached the port alone. Geiger Dole had only provided information, service, and a ride to Port Elias. By helping them fight against the Thornback Iron Whale and gifting them its resources, they were now even.
AI chip, begin.
Leyland commanded.
Beep. Mission established, beginning connection with Stardust bugs.
Collecting information.
The AI chip's robotic voice loyally intoned. A multitude of glowing lights flickered in front of Leyland, turning into a screen.
A variety of sounds were transmitted as well.
After bidding farewell to Geiger and Geiger Dole, Leyland had secretly left behind a few Stardust bugs on their bodies, to ensure his secrecy would be maintained. With neither of the two having reached the Elder Phase, the Morning Star realm, they couldn't even discover the Stardust bugs, let alone get rid of them. At this moment, the screen zoomed in on a scene. In a cellar-like area, orange-yellow candle light flickered, showing Geiger and Geiger Dole's large pupils. This, Leyland immediately focused on the scene with interest. The AI chip analyzed the spiritual force communication, translating it into words that were displayed on the screen. At the back of the cellar was a third figure. They were clad in a large cloak that did not reveal their race or gender.
This person seemed to hold a very high status.
Geiger could only kneel in a corner while Geiger Dole reported respectfully, "My lord, this time there were no issues with the transportation of our goods.
Although we met a Thornback Iron Whale, the casualties were minimal. Also, along the trade route we met with a humanoid exemplary who called himself Lay.
Not only does he have powerful magic abilities, which allowed him to face the Thornback Iron Whale head-on, he's also proficient in metal alteration spells." Geiger Dole did not hesitate to betray Leyland, and no thoughts of protecting him seemed to cross his mind.
Lay? What an unfamiliar name. A powerful humanoid?
There doesn't seem to be any information about him in the nearby seas. A robotic voice came from the cloaked figure. Nevertheless, its tone changed, causing Geiger Dole's tendrils to quiver.
"Are you not aware that, based on the rules of our organization, should you find anyone at or above rank 3, you are to rope them in or even make them accept the Holy Eye baptism, so they too can feel the greatness of the mighty ancient Trials Eye?"
Seeing this lord on the verge of flaring up, Geiger, who was kneeling on the ground nearby, suddenly exclaimed, "My lord! The truth is, we already did all we could to keep that Mr. Lay around." He, however, seemed to be very resolute in going on his own way. As we were afraid that he would notice anything, we did not press him further to stay.
Geiger.
Immediately after, Geiger Dole turned back and shouted, a whip of spiritual force had already formed.
Alas, it was too late. "You seem to be dissatisfied with my reprimand?"
The dark figure shot Geiger a cold glance. Along with its words, the temperature in the cellar lowered.
*HSS. HSS*, with a terrifying hiss, the faint image of a giant snake appeared from under the cloak, and abruptly bit Geiger.
Geiger's large, only eye enclosed in many bloody veins.
Numerous tendrils shrunk back, leaving only a ball of meat, unceasingly rolling on the ground.
"My lord, I beg of you, please forgive Geiger's rashness."
Geiger Dole's giant eye quickly touched the ground. "Make sure this never happens again."
The black figure looked completely calm as it watched Geiger screaming and rolling on the ground. 10 or so minutes later, the giant snake finally withdrew its teeth and dissipated into a white light. "Geiger, quick, apologize and thank our lord for his benevolence." Countless tendrils extended from Geiger Dole's body and helped Geiger up. Geiger's eyes were now filled with fear, and the aura on his body had decreased in strength. His soul had evidently received some damage.
Many thanks, my lord." Geiger struggled as he spoke, even his spiritual undulations were intermittent.
The black figure moved its head, and its tone immediately changed. "The transport of the goods this time is very important.
It's an important material that my master needs to resist the power of chaos, thus it cannot be lost. Although you only sent the spare portions, it's not bad."
"We are grateful for the blessing of our dignitary, the Trials Eye," Geiger and Geiger Dole answered solemnly. "After resting here, send these supplies to the Hail Continent. This port is protected by evil and chaotic power, and although most wouldn't expect us to come here and make use of it, we still shouldn't delay." The black figure looked grim as it spoke, and the beholder pair agreed. At the end, as if in passing, it suddenly asked, "Did you check the origins of that Lay?" Hearing the topic that had caused him to be punished again, Geiger shrunk back while Geiger Dole laughed wryly. "He seemed quite mysterious to me."
While he wasn't clueless about the purgatory world, there was something off. I have received intel from the Holy City. The dignitary of the Hail Continent, the mighty ruler of all snakes, has secretly set up a bounty, offering a large reward for a magus from another world. The Black Shadow suddenly brought up something else, and only Geiger Dole's gigantic eye blinked. Does my lord think that Lay could be that magus from another world? I can only say that it's a possibility. No matter how small the chances are, it's still worth investigating. After all, the ruler's rewards are very generous and our organization is on rather good terms with the Holy City. As their allies, it is our duty to help them, right? But the black figure then looked at Geiger Dole. Since he'll be staying at Port Elias for a while, lead me to his location so we can pay him a visit and proceed with the final verification. Understood, my lord. Geiger Dole bowed respectfully. The screen flickered off, and Leyland was left silent. After a long while, a wry smile appeared on his face. As expected, it seems that no matter how cautious I am, it's easy to be seen through. I can't use this appearance anymore. This current identity was what Leyland intended to use while learning the customs of the purgatory world. Once he perfected his speech and could blend in with the natives, this appearance would then be abandoned. Now, however, he had to do this earlier than planned. What I never expected was that something I had set up just as a precaution would become useful to me. Leyland looked grim. Also, evil and chaotic power? Weren't those the characteristics of the nefarious Filthbird? Based on the battles with the Trials Eye in various worlds, I'm not surprised that organizations that belong to the Trials Eye have malicious intent towards this port. What's more, it looks like they even have support from the organizations in the Hail Continent. He did his best to connect the dots. It appears like Geiger Dole is a small part of a large plan set in motion by a subordinate organization of the Trials Eye. The timing was just right for me to get involved in it. Although I was prepared to change my identity, I think it's better to make this organization disappear. Leyland had no conflict of interest with Geiger Dole before, so he naturally didn't mind being kind to them. Now, however, since it had been revealed that they would threaten his core, he would take no pity on them. He had decided to eliminate them. I can't do it by myself though, the target is simply too large. There should be a better way. Perhaps this is an opportunity. An opportunity to infiltrate their organization and enter the core of the Hail Continent. Leyland's eyes brightened. This was a territory protected by the nefarious Filthbird. The moment the protectors of the port found out there were a bunch of believers of the Trials Eye sneakily plotting against them, what would the consequences be like? There was no need for precise information. Just spreading some misleading rumors would be enough for the two sides to become hostile and even attack each other. No matter what the result of the battle would be, they would definitely not have any time to think about Leyland's whereabouts. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 708, Encirclement and Confrontation. Encirclement and Confrontation. Still, Leyland stroked his face, which was covered by the cold mask of the Dreamless, a mask which had traces of golden red lines engraved upon it. This mask is too conspicuous. It wouldn't be good for hiding. A wave of pure white light suddenly emanated from Leyland's body. Within the radiant and dazzling light, dense white scales appeared on the mask of the Dreamless, and a bloodline aura unique to alabaster devil snakes unceasingly strengthened. In the end, the whole mask became illusory and disappeared into Leyland's skull. However, a thin layer of white scales replaced the mask. After the flash of light, Leyland's face underwent a huge transformation. His brows became thinner and longer, his now crimson eyes emanating terrifying light. His tongue grew slightly forked, and finally his teeth became incomparably sharp and menacing. He continuously radiated Dreamforce, and it condensed to form a thin layer around him. Leyland fashioned a mirror of water and looked at his new appearance in the reflection with satisfaction. A mixed-blood descendant of the alabaster devil snake should look like this. A layer of serpentine skin and many white scales were left on his face, forming complex and intricate patterns that gave him a unique aura. He now looked exactly like a half-snake, a hybrid between a python and a human. In the end, pretending to be a mixed blood was a simple task with the AI chip's abilities and the blood of an alabaster devil snake. Asterisk clang. 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 Asterisk Leyland listened quietly to the dull sound of a gigantic copper clock hanging at the heart of Port Elias. The large clock rang 12 times. Its piercing ring ceaselessly rang out and caused the glass window to shake slightly. It should be midnight. Leyland put on a black cloak, quickly disappearing from the balcony. Since he had already changed his appearance, it was obvious that he would need to give up this residence. Besides, there was much that he needed to do in the depth of the night. As for the port's nightly curfew, it certainly was not as important as the preparations he needed to make. The dark night is the perfect cover for a great many things. Leyland gazed at the round moon in the sky emitting blue light, and chuckled slightly. His figure melded into the darkness. What really happened that night would become an everlasting mystery. The only thing the residents of Port Elias knew was that the next morning, the guards in charge of security were encircling a warehouse. Many patrols and battleships surrounded all of the Eden Trading Company's ships in the sea. Even the Godric had been attacked, and its low roars rolled out with the white waves of the sea. What is this? We are honest merchants. The Eden Trading Company has always traded legally, you can't do this. Seeing the guards ready to attack, Geiger collapsed in fear, but Geiger Dole maintained its calm. One of its tendrils was waving a badge around as it released intense spiritual force undulations. Do you see this? This is the badge of your Vice Captain Acre. We are his guests. You can't. Acre was captured long ago. An indifferent voice sounded from the back as the troops split in two, creating a passage. A human-like being with gray feathers stepped forth, exuding the aura of someone who had been a leader for a long time. The armor he wore had an image of the nefarious Filthbird's wings on the breastplate. There's no need for you to wait for help. Acre has been charged for corruption and colluding with the enemy. He's as good as dead. This being from a different tribe stared at Geiger Dole coldly, its eyes filled with bloodlust. You damned beholders, we opened the port to you and you dare to conspire against our leader's rule? Even the fires of the 9th level of hell cannot cleanse you of your sins. Elias Governor? Isn't he the one in charge of the Chaos troops? Geiger Dole's eye went cold, knowing that his cover had been seen through. How did you find out about us? Piercing red light shone from his large eye, stunning a few guards for a moment. Dead people don't need answers. Take them out, leave none alive. In the name of the almighty Flapwing. The governor ordered coldly. The guards beside him roared with a fanatical expression in their eyes. They pounced forth while brandishing their weapons. These guards were all natives of the continent, devout worshippers of the ruling nefarious Filthbird. The beholders were their greatest enemy. True eye of the nefarious monarch, Death Ray. Rays of death that were even more terrifying than before burst out from Geiger Dole's eye. A few giant sea lions nearby crumbled to the ground, and even their soul undulations were completely destroyed. This time, Geiger Dole did not collapse after using the rays of death. A few ash-gray tendrils extended from his body, at the very tip holding eyeballs of an unknown creature. Almighty ruler of justice. Protector of all contracts. Selfless judge, extraordinary dignitary. The trial's eye that has existed across the past, the present and the future, accept this offering from your humble servant. Geiger Dole released strange spiritual force undulations, causing the air to shimmer. A multitude of light rays transformed into a small spell formation. An orb of red flames floated atop the spell formation, wrapping around the animal eyes in Geiger Dole's tendrils. *TSS**, a shadow of the trial's eye appeared behind Geiger Dole, and its expression showed approval. Threads of pure energy surged forth from this phantom, pouring into Geiger Dole's body. Having gained strength from the trial's eye, Geiger Dole's body expanded. A berserk aura was released, and any weakness from before disappeared completely. Swish, large pure white tendrils grabbed the guard with the head of an ox, lifting him into the air. Geiger Dole snarled, and the guard made pathetic sounds as the tendrils slowly tightened around him. Blood and crushed bones leaked out of the gaps, dripping to the ground. A rank 3 sacrificer, we've caught a big one. Elias Governor looked extremely solemn as he watched Geiger Dole, who seemed to have gone insane. In addition to the abilities of his own race, Geiger Dole had evidently trained the Path of Offerings to the 3rd rank. The Path of Offerings seemed very simple, as it only required a suitable item to sacrifice in exchange for power. However, it was quite troublesome when it came to raising one's rank. After all, there weren't that many things a dignitary would covet. A rank 3 sacrificer not only had offered something unique to the dignitary, but also devoutly followed the dignitary's doctrine. In other words, this was someone who had been brainwashed. For the trial's eye, a rank 3 sacrificer was a devout believer that should have its wishes answered very quickly. Furthermore, other than the territory of the dignitary they followed, sacrificers weren't welcome in any other places. Hence, when the Thornback Iron Whale appeared, Geiger Dole decided not to show his power as a sacrificer. After all, using this power would show that he was a crazed believer of the trial's eye. A person with that status would not be accepted in a free port like Elias. Sacrificers of this rank had to be closely monitored any time they went to a continent that was not under the rule of their dignitary. A rank 3 sacrificer can use the power of their dignitary to reduce fatigue and replenish spiritual force. If one becomes a sacrificer of the highest rank, it is said that the dignitary will even be willing to share the power of laws. Elias Governor muttered to himself as Geiger Dole went crazy. As expected, that enormous eye doesn't harbor good intentions. He even used such a high-rank sacrificer to infiltrate our territory. At this thought, the governor's face went grim and he patted his chest. With a deafening roar, a giant bear over 10 meters tall sprung out of his chest. This giant bear had coarse orange fur all over its body. Its paws were very big and had dark, thick fingernails. At its chest, white fur converged to form a strange rune. Beast Spirit Magic Summoning Technique Berserk Bolt Bear. Crackle. Crackle, the white lightning rune flickered on its chest, and sparks converged on the bear's paw. The paw was now sheathed in powerful lightning. The giant bear summon snarled, smacking downwards with its sharp lightning-enhanced claws. Crackle, rumble, the roof of the warehouse was completely lifted and sent flying away, and thick smoke spread out on the ground, which rumbled as if an earthquake had occurred. Once the dust had settled, a huge pit was left behind on the ground, with scorch marks around the edges. The Berserk Bolt Bear continued to roar thunderously, and with a single swipe a red figure was sent flying out. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 709, Shadow and Sudden Attack. Shadow and Sudden Attack. The one who was sent flying so impressively was obviously Geiger Dole. He now had 3 cauterized slashes on his body, obviously an injury from the lightning claws of the Berserk Bolt Bear. Afterwards, Geiger was dragged out by it, curled up into a ball. A powerful force rippled through the area once more, suppressing the lightning burns that Geiger Dole had sustained. "Get away!" he screamed, spiritual force sweeping out to send a few guards flying immediately. Blood and brain juices began to leak from their eyes and ears, pouring out like a flood. Many sacrificers liked to draw the supportive offerings to suppress their injuries. Thinking of leaving? The Elias governor's eyes flashed ominously, summoned Nighthawk. An enormous tattoo of a black hawk suddenly emerged from his forehead. The large hawk was so vivid it seemed alive, and after the governor issued a command, the beast spirit instantly transformed into a streak of light. A high-pitched cry sounded out as it soared into the air, its enormous wings spreading to blot out the skies. This beast spirit, Leyland, was amongst the onlookers in the distance, wrapped up tightly in a black cloak as he watched the battle attentively with his blue eyes. A giant beast at Morningstar. It looks like the governor isn't simply playing around. Leyland knew very well that the governor was at least rank 4. The Berserk Bolt Bear he had previously summoned had only been rank 3, and it was obviously used to toy with Geiger and Geiger Dole. No, instead he had not even taken notice of them. He was far more interested in the depths of the warehouse, and in the hidden presence in the cellar. Leyland could sense a terrifying bloodline force hiding deep underground that was even draining most of the governor's strength. As it were, the strength of a Morningstar was not something an elder like Geiger Dole could withstand. With a high-pitched cry, a pair of black wings streaked past Geiger Dole like a sharp blade, destroying the sacrificial spell formation behind him. Losing its communication link, no matter how unwilling it was, the figure of the large eye could only slowly dissipate. Geiger Dole crumpled to the ground. Having lost his dignitary support, the frailty and injuries from the battle had resurfaced. His tendrils began to pale, the color spreading until it reached Geiger Dole's eyes. Such temporary strength has a lot of flaws. Leyland watched on from the sidelines, leisurely commanding the AI chip to gather data. He was making use of this time to analyze the pros and cons of the power systems of the purgatory world. The path of offerings is limited in the strength it can supply. No matter how powerful the sacrificer is, such power is only borrowed. Once the communication is broken or the dignitary retreats, the sacrificer will be trapped in a dire situation. Leyland's eyes flickered. The information shows that there are some who obtain a permanent bonus to their strength or racial upgrades. However, those require huge sacrifices and even require completing specific missions, such as offering blood sacrifices of higher-ups from an enemy organization. The path of offerings seemed very primal to Leyland. He was even beginning to suspect that this system was the original path to power in the purgatory world. In that case, Leyland stroked his chin, suddenly thinking of other aspects. I'll probably need to dabble in the training the path of offerings. No, it can't be superficial. I need to be proficient in it in order to complete my final plan. The hawk's cry sounded once more at this moment, and outside the warehouse the hawk soaring into the air descended like a victor, its sharp metallic talons ripping Geiger Dole to shreds. Father! Geiger cried out pitifully, but couldn't escape his own fate of death. Seeing the two beholders perish one after the other, Leyland's expression did not change at all. Everything that had happened was obviously a result of the information he'd spread to the governor and his troops in secret. He'd mostly done it because Geiger Dole had made a futile attempt at putting Leyland in an unfavorable situation. No matter how pitiful the two ended up, Leyland wasn't moved the slightest in his heart. On the contrary, he was here personally so that he could see what happened, and remove all chances of Geiger Dole's survival. Even if he had managed to escape, Leyland would have acted afterwards.
Seeing the soul undulations of the two being extinguished completely, Leyland could relax slightly. At the very least, there was now nobody who remembered him. He was now focused on the black figure in the shadows. That person was clearly Geiger Dole's superior. They are unusually powerful and have been laying low all this time, waiting for the most opportune moment to strike. Leyland surveyed his surroundings. With Geiger Dole's death, the merfolk sailors soon lost all willpower to fight on and sank to their knees, begging for mercy. At the anchoring point of the port nearby, the Beholder tribe ship was already completely surrounded and had surrendered. The giant Godric was already floating on the surface of the water, rolled over and revealing its white belly. It's all settled. If it were me, this would be the best chance. Leyland's eyes were fixed coldly on the warehouse. At that moment, a deafening bang sounded out. Leyland could sense that the black shadow had finally made its move. Rocks and earth flew everywhere the moment it acted, turning into marbles in the sky that fired into the surrounding area. Asterisk thud. Thud. Thud, asterisk these marbles formed of soil and rocks possessed a kinetic energy so immense that they could even penetrate through steel armor. A large number of guards fell with a miserable cry. Blood flowed out profusely from their wounds. Kill them. A black cloak flew into the air, and a white figure was like an illusion as it arrived in front of the Elias governor so fast it was hard to see with the naked eye. Sharp fingernails tipped the scale-covered hand that sprung forth. The governor's beast spirit was currently outside, so he lacked his most powerful defense. Munkdar's turtle. Dark rays appeared at the Elias governor's chest, and immediately after a dark turtle shell emerged to block the area in front of him. Mysterious patterns appeared on the shell, and it emitted a metallic feeling that made it seem indestructible. Beast Spirit Masters could not only summon beast spirits to battle, but could also use part of the abilities of the beast spirits that had been sealed into their bodies. The Munkdar's turtle was a marine beast known for its defense, but the strongest ones were at the peak of rank 3. Still, although the Elias governor wanted to summon something more powerful, he had no beast spirits that were more formidable. Beast spirit magic was a common strength system in the purgatory world, and almost all intellectual races had their hand in this. Beast spirit masters were divided based on ranking, from rank 1 to the legendary rank 9. However, in the purgatory world now, masters at rank 6, 7, and above had been consigned to legend. The requirements for each beast spirit master to advance were simple. One had to seal enough powerful beast spirits and have enough soul force to control the sealed beast spirits. However, beast spirit masters that wanted to advance in rank needed to subdue a beast spirit of a similar rank. To advance to a rank 7 beast spirit master, it was necessary to subdue the soul of a rank 7 beast with laws, and seal it into one's body. Only the dignitaries of the various continents possessed such a strength in this world, which made it practically impossible. Just the thought of extracting the snake dowager's soul and sealing it into their body would leave a beast spirit master quivering in fear. A rank 1 beast spirit master could at most only control a rank 1 beast spirit, while a rank 2 could control a rank 2 beast spirit. As long as one was powerful enough and one's soul could take the stress, there was no issue with sealing multiple beast spirits into one's body. However, it was evident that the Elias governor was a newly promoted rank 4 beast spirit master. The most powerful creature it had was the rank 4 Nighthawk beast spirit. The others were at rank 1 or 2 and wouldn't be brought out, because they would only bring shame to him. This rank 3 Munkdar's turtle was the most powerful beast spirit he had left. From Leyland's perspective, a beast spirit master was very much like a summoner. Though the beast spirits that could be controlled were powerful, the master was a weak point. No. Rather, a newly advanced beast spirit master is at a weak point. The largest difference between a beast spirit master and a summoner is that beast spirit masters can seal beast spirits into their bodies, and make use of some of the abilities of a beast spirit. If they bide their time and seal enough spirits, they'll gain a lot of power. Leyland touched his chin. The beast spirit sealed inside the body can constantly nourish the beast spirit master's own body and soul. As long as no bottleneck is reached, he can keep advancing. Crash! With just one attack from the palm covered in alabaster scales, the turtle shell in front of the governor began to fragment, showing its powerful strength. Whether it was the berserk bolt bear or the nighthawk from before, even if they were hurrying over, they were still a distance away. The governor was in a very dire situation. However, Leyland merely watched on coldly, not having any plans to make his move. In his opinion, the governor had obviously discovered the other party and still sent out his nighthawk, evidently having plans of his own. Die! A low voice that was distinctly feminine came from the person who had launched the sneak attack. The figure of a white python suddenly appeared, emitting a bloodline aura that caused Leyland's pupils to shrink. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 710, Sacrifice and Rescue.
Sacrifice and rescue. This bloodline force. Alabaster Devil Snake? Leyland's pupils shrank. As a warlock, it was impossible for him to make a mistake in recognizing bloodline force, but what this represented shocked him. A descendant of the Snake Dowager actually has such a high status in an organization of the Trial's Eye. Is it for personal reputation, or is it some kind of exchange of benefits between the Snake Dowager and Trial's Eye? The large serpentine figure was covered in smooth white scales all over, its scarlet pupils emitting a chill that could almost suffocate a person. The tooth of the giant python merged with the palm of the attacker, bringing with it even more terrifying energy. The white scales on Leyland's face were now beginning to flicker uncontrollably. Deep. Discovered undulations of bloodline of alabaster devil snake that host is using for concealment. Accept or deny? The AI chip prompted at this moment. No. Leyland's eyes flickered and chose to deny it. A trace of bloodline force emerged from his body, and in that instant, the attacker sensed it. Leyland could clearly see the moment where they looked over to investigate it. At this moment, they definitely could not withdraw their attack. The terrifying palm that was reinforced by bloodline power grabbed the Elias governor's chest with their sharp nails. Besides the silver armor on his chest, the governor had no other defenses. There was no question that his stomach would be ripped through. Bang, however, the palm with sharp fingernails halted in midair, not able to descend further. What grasped the slender scaly hand was another large hand that was like steel. Did you think I only had my beast spirit magic to rely on? The Elias governor's voice was low, and he exerted force from his hand. Like an iron hoop, it tightened around the attacker's wrist until creaking sounds were produced. HNN. The attacker made a sound, and an orb of white flame extended from their hand. The flames crackled as they crashed into the body, their boiling temperature causing even the surrounding air to distort. However, it was to no effect. The governor's entire body was currently enveloped in a layer of dark gray light. In front of the flames, this powerful barrier wasn't the slightest bit damaged. In the meanwhile, the phantom of a huge gray bird appeared behind the governor. Its feathers closed around him as if wrapping around him. The large gray bird seemed to be very vivid. While it was a clone, there was a world of difference between it and the one summoned by Geigerdol. My master, the mighty Flapwing. You are the master of chaos and the very personification of freedom. Upon seeing the large gray bird figure, many residents of the port who were watching them immediately knelt to the ground, looking pious. This was what happened when followers saw the real gods they prayed to and believed in. Sacrificer. A rank for sacrificer. The attacker quickly retreated, at the same time exposing their identity. A face with patterned white scales was topped by a head of snow-white hair. This slender person was evidently a demi-snake that had descended from the alabaster devil snake. With the sharp voice and distinctive traits, Leyland could confirm that this one was female. However, her right wrist began to twist at this moment, falling down without strength. She'd obviously received serious injuries from the governor's counterattack. A hybrid snake girl? Interesting, Leyland looked worried, as if concerned for her safety. Meanwhile, the AI chip was constantly scanning the Elias governor. He was more interested in a rank for sacrificer than the snake girl. On top of that, the governor was at the 4th rank in both the paths of offerings and of beast spirits. Rank 4, comparable to a morning star in the Magus world. A sacrificer at this level is a treasure to any dignitary. It's a devout follower who has complete faith in their path. The mighty dignitary even lets them borrow strength in advance, leaving the sacrificial offering for later. Leyland immediately recalled the information he had gathered before. Furthermore, being a rank for sacrificer is the base requirement for some ceremonies to strengthen one's body permanently. The snake girl had inherited the bloodline of the primordial giant alabaster devil snake and had a vitality and strength that was so high it was frightening. However, he had been able to block the snake girl's attack, obviously having gone through multiple permanent power-ups. His strength and vitality was incomparably terrifying, and it even exceeded the power the snake girl got from her bloodline. Deep. Target is enveloped by an unknown force. Determined to be the law of chaos. Unable to scan. At this moment, the AI chip projected some information in front of Leyland, causing him to sink into deep thought. A sacrificer has regular contact with their dignitary. The power of a rank 7 is something the AI chip still can't analyze. Is that why it can't scan him? The snake girl is in danger. Leyland looked at the demi-snake, who was now secretly giving him a stern look. She's warning me not to do anything. Leyland was surprised. The governor of Elias is a rank 4 beast spirit master and sacrificer. If he's from some special race, his battle might could even be comparable to a 6-star morning star from the Magus world. The snake girl is no match for him, but she still worries about the life of someone from her race? In that moment, Leyland couldn't figure out whether to laugh or cry. Of course, his thoughts went further. Since she places so much importance on bloodline, I might be able to make use of that. The tables were quickly turning. With the advantages from being a rank 4 sacrificer, the Elias governor had a terrifying physique and battle might. Added to his power of a rank 4 beast spirit master that allowed him to use all sorts of magic and long-range attacks, he was practically at the peak of rank 4. Asterisk scree. Raeri asterisk at this moment, the Nighthawk and Berserk Boltbear had arrived behind the snake girl, sealing off her escape routes and teaming up with the governor to encircle her. Due to the soul connection between the beast spirit master and the beast spirits, they could be used like the governor's clones. Admit defeat. You aren't a match for me. In order to set this up, I've allocated a lot of elders here as well. Your subordinates and other organizations won't be able to run. The governor slowly closed in, and a black gale sprung forth from the Nighthawk. In your dreams, follower of chaos and evil. The snake girl's eyes went red, and a figure similar to that of the alabaster devil snake appeared behind her. Profound dream force began to ripple slightly. The alabaster devil snake originally inherited a part of the snake dowager's dream force. This is probably why this is her trump card. Dreamforce scattered out, forming a ring of dark red smoke. A few weaker commoners and guards had already fallen unconscious, evidently dragged into dreamscape. Things began to get chaotic, and taking advantage of this, Leyland disappeared into a corner. It's a pity. If she really was a traditional alabaster devil snake, the sudden eruption of Dreamforce would be enough to help her escape. Sadly, her bloodline isn't pure enough, and the Dreamforce she can muster is far too weak. Leyland's mind kept working, and his thoughts quickly turned to another direction as he gazed upon the battlefield. The governor grew dazed amidst the dark red fog for a while before he regained his senses. This dreamscape illusion. He immediately sobered up, and the Nighthawk that his soul was connected to let out bright chirps. Its two wings created gales as if trying to blow the Dreamforce away. You can't escape. He stared at the snake girl, who now had scales all over her body and had completely entered battle mode. Lord Governor. Part of the enemies in the port have been eliminated. We're here as support. With several bright sounds, 3 streaks of light hastened over, each of them having rank 4 energy undulations. After seeing this, glee shone in the governor's eyes, and the snake girl was left in complete despair. She secretly glanced in Leyland's direction, but when she realized he'd already disappeared, a wry smile appeared about her lips. Thankfully, that little guy escaped, or else he might have been involved. Looks like it's time for me to take the stage. Meanwhile, Leyland was standing on the rooftop of a building and watching on, eyes flickering with intelligence. In his opinion, it was even more valuable to save her now. As for the fact that he intentionally spread this secret and attracted the enemy, Leyland had selective memory when it came to this. Anyway, benefits were his primary goal. As for other methods like taking advantage of someone and helping them the next moment, there was no pressure on him due to it. Magic seems to require more effort in this world. Closing his eyes, Leyland felt the difference between the Purgatory world and the Magus world. Just as well. I can recycle the Dreamforce she left behind. Even if she's a descendant of the Alabaster Devil Snake, her usage of Dreamforce is really too crude. As he ridiculed her for a moment, Leyland's finger twitched. It was like he was the most brilliant of weavers. Foggy Dreamforce suddenly rose under Leyland's hands, rippling with a blood-red glow. Great amounts of fog condensed to form a large spell formation. Crap, be careful. The governor's expression suddenly changed, evidently not expecting that the snake girl who should have been waiting to be captured had a companion. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 711, Snake Girl and Escape. Snake Girl and Escape. What's going on? Isn't she the leader of the organization? The Elias governor doubtfully looked at the snake girl, only to find that she was similarly perplexed. It doesn't matter, the first task is to capture her. Those who try to insult our master's glory must be punished. The governor would not have reached rank 4 as a sacrificer if he didn't worship the nefarious filthbird so fervently. However, how could Leyland really allow him to make a move? In any case, he is still a rank 4 elite from the nefarious filthbirds group, so it won't be possible to just take him down in one strike. The power of Dreamforce spells was amplified to an alarming extent by the array, like charcoal being transformed into diamond. Rank 4 Dreamforce spell, Distorted Labyrinth. Dreamforce surged out violently to create an enormous labyrinth which enveloped the governor and the 3 Morningstars who were assisting him. The walls rumbled under impact, and the Nighthawk's cry could be heard as the Dreamforce labyrinth began to morph and warp. Let's go! I can't trap them for too long. Leyland transformed into a black hurricane that swallowed the girl up. Even though he'd conjured the spell himself, it was being sustained by the dream force the girl had summoned and not much remained. Leyland was not certain of how long it would last, so it was necessary to quickly flee the scene. The snake girl's scarlet eyes flashed as she sensed the bloodline power within Leyland, and she did not resist. The dark hurricane screamed with destructive power, drawing life force from the miscellaneous fish along the way. Only mummified corpses were left behind. As they continued on, there were still some who tried to stop them. Soon, however, they disappeared into the horizon. Asterisk bang, asterisk rumble, after 10 seconds, a great amount of lightning appeared above the dark red labyrinth. Shortly after the lightning struck down, and the elated chirp was let loose by the gigantic hawk. Crash, the entire labyrinth fell apart, exposing the silhouettes of the flustered Elias governor and his companions. Chase after them and send out a warrant. Do not let that woman escape. The Elias governor's eyes had reddened and even his voice had become hoarse, frightening the surrounding bodyguards into chilly silence. The purgatory world seems to be different from the Magus world. The atom's chemical bonds seem to be sturdier. Consequently, more power is needed to manipulate them. Leyland was thinking of what had happened before when he used his full magic power as he ran away with the girl. Ever since he had snuck into the purgatory world, he had always maintained an extremely low profile. He had previously used the metal activation spell formation once, and that remained the only time he had used such a large-scale spell in this world. This is worse than before. The physical laws here are even more severe. While the power of spells has decreased, the cost to activate them has instead increased. Leyland looked at the AI chip as it projected the newest results into his memory bank. Beep. Based on on-site detections and theoretical experiments, all levels of magic from the Magus world are weakened by 89% in the purgatory world. This weakening effect is very strong. Could it be that the purgatory world didn't allow entry to other strength systems in ancient times? Thinking of this other idea, Leyland ordered the AI chip, search the database. Find the most suitable strength system for the purgatory world. Beep. Mission established. Scanning. The AI chip found the answer immediately. Based on simulations, the two most suitable power systems are 1. Path of Sacrifices, 2. Beast Spirit Magic. Leyland wasn't surprised by the results. He had already guessed this outcome. As expected, these are the most suitable systems. They seem to be the purgatory world's most fundamental paths. As a result of differing world laws, every world had its own unique points and paths to power. This inspection made it clear that the Path of Sacrifices and Beast Spirit Magic were the most suited to the purgatory world. It looks like I'll have to rigorously train to a high realm in both methods, Leyland stroked his chin in thought. Although he was restricted by the All-Snake Curse, it only affected his bloodline force. While it was still a weakness, the curse had no effect on other paths to power. Fire plume! Leyland called out, and a ball of black flames appeared in his hand. Multi-limb strength. The phantom of a multi-armed race member appeared behind Leyland, boosting his strength. These other cultivation methods were what had allowed Leyland to retain strength at Morningstar even after his bloodline force was sealed. His bloodline force, however, was the main source of his strength. If the All-Snake Curse was not removed, he would be drained until he fell. Even if he encountered success with other power systems, the outcome was still set in stone. Since he chose the path of bloodline as his main path, he had even let his own soul be affected by the bloodline. Consequently, other paths could only be considered the icing on top of the cake. As expected, the purgatory world will suppress the strength of those from other worlds. Leyland's expression became gloomy. Dreamforce was another usable source, but its intensity was unpredictable. Therefore, Leyland did not hold many expectations towards it. My bloodline force has been sealed, so I can only rely on other methods. When these other methods reach their highest realm, I will probably be able to use them to remove the All-Snake Curse. Leyland steeled his resolve. The AI chip will allow me to quickly advance in rank. The paths of sacrifice and beast spirit magic are of the utmost importance, and Fireplume and Dreamforce come afterwards. As for multi-limb strength, the original information that Leyland had gotten was extremely lacking. Even with AI chip's calculations, it had hardly improved. Thus, Leyland decided to abandon it as it could at most serve as support. By this time, the snake girl had opened her eyes. She said in a frigid voice, "Put me down. This place is over 300 nautical miles away from Port Elias. It should be safe for the time being." Leyland shrugged as he stopped on a barren island. The black hurricane disappeared, exposing both their silhouettes. Only now did Leyland have the time to carefully size up the snake girl. She had long, snow-white hair and scarlet pupils. The white scales on her face were patterned, giving her a distinct aura but not seeming sinister. These features paired well with her air of superiority, giving her a unique charm. It appears as though all bloodline descendants of the Snake Dowager have this characteristic, with charm to spare. Could it be that she specializes in illusion techniques? Leyland was left speechless. The AI chip, however, had had enough time to collect information. Unknown name, Snake Girl. Sex, female, paternal bloodline, alabaster devil snake, mixed, maternal bloodline, unknown, deduced to be a humanoid species, strength, 79, agility, 50, strength, 65 spiritual force, 463, soul force, 46. Passive abilities, 1. Illusory force field, shrouds the area around the body in a layer of illusion force field, lifeforms with spiritual energy below 200 cannot resist, losing their free will. 2. Dreamscape attraction, the alabaster devil snake bloodline possesses the ability to draw dream force. The AI chip very quickly projected the Snake Girl's image and specific data. Morning Star Realm. This Snake Girl's stats are actually pretty good. Leyland nodded his head surreptitiously as his thoughts hovered around the mixed tag. Even though her bloodline is of a rank 5 creature, it is clearly not concentrated. It can't even match the one I embedded in my mask. No wonder I don't feel any suppression whatsoever from her, and her ability to attract dream force is so weak. But the ability to connect to Dreamscape is worth more intense research. Although he already possessed a number of Dreamscape spells, he had reached a bottleneck when it came to using Dreamforce. The appearance of an alabaster devil snake, however, gave him hope to resolve this issue. This rank 5 species had inherited the Snake Dowager's talents in controlling Dreamforce, to the point of being able to connect to Dreamscape. This ability was very useful to Leyland. The most crucial point was that he now had in his grasp the pure bloodline of a rank 5 alabaster devil snake. Although Dreamforce isn't reliable, it is still useful as a contingency plan. This girl doesn't seem to have the ability to travel to and from Dreamscape, but she might be able to give me some inspiration. Leyland shamelessly observed the girl, making her feel rather angry. Are you done looking at me? The Snake Girl snorted coldly. Don't tell me you're going to treat a clansman and your savior like this. Leyland smiled slightly. After all, without me intervening, I'm afraid you would not have escaped the Elias governor's hands. So what? The Snake Girl appeared to be unyielding. I clearly warned you to run away, so why did you not leave immediately? But if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 712, Good Feelings and Goodbye. Good feelings and goodbye. You and I are of the same type, and I had the ability to save you. How could I just leave you? Leyland spoke in a righteous tone. Fool, the Snake Girl snorted coldly, but it pleased Leyland inwardly to notice her gaze softening considerably. She continued in a gloomy voice, mixed bloods like you are actually very rare. Listening to Leyland's words, the Snake Girl immediately became uncommunicative. Her expression grew so damp it seemed like she could drip water. Leyland secretly nodded to himself as he saw the scene. I wasn't wrong. A half-breed will always suffer discrimination, no matter what world you live in. Leyland understood from the Snake Girl's bitter expression that she had suffered a lot. However, she was still able to show incomparable concern for those who were similar to her. He took advantage of this misery loves company attitude to gain her full trust. Oh, that's right, I still don't know your name. Leyland smiled sunnily at her. Belinda. Yours? Belinda stared at Leyland, focusing especially on his facial scales. Her eyes grew dreamy. My name is Nick, my lovely lady. Just this little praise caused Belinda to flush, showing her lack of experience in dealing with others. So, Belinda, what do you intend to do next? And what was that at the port? Why were you attacked? Leyland asked her as if he had no idea about what had happened. He acted as if he wasn't the one who spread information on her. Nothing, just the final struggle of a group of beholders. The mention of the earlier incident caused Belinda's expression to turn cold. It was evident that she felt extremely resentful. Leyland understood her feelings. After all, her organization hadn't planned to act against Port Elias. At most, their plan was to turn the port into a hub and use it to smuggle some goods. Thus, it was normal to feel resentful when their plans went down the drain. Nick, I have a question. Belinda looked at Leyland with a solemn expression. Are you a follower of the Snake Dowager or a part of the Beholder crowd? Or do you believe in other dignitaries? Identifying which dignitary you followed was an extremely serious matter in the purgatory world. The hostility between opposing factions often led to battles to the death. I am a wanderer. I have yet to choose an exemplary. Leyland naturally caught the hidden meaning behind these questions and answered without the slightest hesitation. I am, however, more inclined towards the matriarch. After all, she is our progenitor. The matriarch. This was the title that the snake descendants, in the purgatory world, mainly used to address the Snake Dowager. Since your belief is skewed towards the matriarch, there is no risk of conflict between your belief and mine in the beholders.
Leyland expressed his understanding. It seemed as though the Snake Dowager and the Trials Eye made an alliance. I am under the command of the Trials Eye.
I came to Port Elias to receive some resources to use in the rebellion against the powers of evil and chaos.
Belinda told Leyland of her origins.
She explained the conflict between the Trials Eye and the Filthbird and went through the history of how civilization had developed in this world. And in the Purgatory world, where the two exemplaries' original bodies were located, was an endless conundrum. There was no peace at all between the sacrificers on both sides. Every time they met, there would be a fight to the death.
No wonder you were attacked.
Port Elias is the territory of the nefarious Filthbird. Leyland showed a shocked expression. The port is a territory of the chaotic power.
There isn't much hope for them.
Belinda saw Leyland's expression and snorted coldly.
Oh? What do you mean?
Leyland asked interestedly. I already reported what happened to my superiors. The organization will surely send support. The head of the organization is, at the very least, a rank 5 sacrificer. A flash of gloominess appeared on Belinda's face. Port Elias dares to forcefully seize our goods and kill our members.
This is the Hale Continent's territorial waters.
No matter how powerful Elias Backer is, this place still belongs to us. At this point, Belinda was very confident. Port Elias had been sneakily founded through the bird's influence. It had not received approval from the Hale Continent's holy city nor the Snake Dowager. After all, the Snake Dowager had allied herself with the Trials Eye. As a result, even if Belinda and her compatriots destroyed the entire port later, and even killed the governor of Elias, nothing much could be done.
The most Port Elias could do was to secretly order the arrest of Belinda and the others. A rank 5 sacrificer, Leyland was rather curious.
He had seen the frightening abilities of a high-rank sacrificer from the Elias governor and witnessed the capacity to go through your limits without any bottlenecks.
This kind of high-rank sacrificer should be the favorite offering of hostile exemplaries.
Leyland stroked his chin as the corner of his mouth curved into a smile. Since Leyland decided to practice in the path of offering and the beast spirit magic, he gained some understanding of these two cultivation techniques. Although it wasn't a lot, the information he got, the practical data and the AI chips deductions allowed him to gain deep knowledge on the two systems.
In the path of offering, choosing an exemplary was the most important step.
It was also important to choose one whose doctrine aligned with your beliefs. Sacrificial rites were based on equivalent exchange. As long as an offering was made, power would be lent by the exemplary you followed. But truly devout sacrificers would be able to receive greater benefits.
Moreover, worshipping opposing exemplaries was an incredibly stupid thing to do.
Even if such a sacrificer managed to not get targeted, his benefits would be greatly reduced. As for myself, becoming a Snake Dowager or a Trials Eye sacrificer would be courting death.
The best option is the nefarious Filthbird.
Leyland thought to himself, furthermore, if I make a great sacrifice when I first communicate with the exemplary, I should be able to reap great benefits.
I might even receive the unspeakable baptism.
Presumably, the bird was enemies with the Trials Eye and the Snake Dowager. Consequently, it would be happy to see Leyland grow strong and break through the Snake Dowager's seal.
The bird was not an almighty rank 9, so it couldn't remove Leyland's all-snake curse.
But perhaps, it would be able to temporarily suppress the curse. Leyland himself could only suppress the curse for 2 years, which was too short.
Possibly extending the suppression time would become a great advantage.
Even though Leyland had gone through a great amount of thoughts, on the surface he only seemed to hesitate for a moment. Belinda, you should be a high-rank sacrificer under the Trials Eye, right?
Yes, that's right.
I am already a peak rank 3 sacrificer and should be close to breaking through. Too bad I wasn't able to finish this mission.
Belinda admitted it without the slightest hesitation. Why don't you follow the almighty matriarch?
She is our benevolent and beautiful progenitor. Leyland had an expression of incredible disbelief. Although the Snake Dowager had allied herself with the Trials Eye, it was still considered a betrayal for a descendant to believe in a different exemplary. If she ran into a more radical snake, it might try to eliminate Belinda, the disgrace of the mother.
The matriarch?
It is true that she is everything to us, but she is just too aloof and remote. We belong to the lowest rung of society, so we only need fairness and justice.
And the only one who can give us that is the god of contracts. Belinda laughed coldly at some unknown thought and became excited.
Her expression revealed that she was remembering an unbearable event of the past. It was probably the oppression she had once suffered from the purebloods, something she could never forget.
As a mixed blood, don't tell me you have a good impression of those so-called pureblood alabaster devil snakes.
Belinda stated as a layer of translucent tears appeared on her eyes.
Leyland pretended to become silent in response.
Well, let's not speak of these unhappy memories. I have already issued the signal and reinforcements from the head of the order will arrive very soon. You should leave. Belinda exhaled a deep breath, glancing at Leyland. All right. The organization was approaching and, since they had different beliefs, staying any longer would arouse suspicion. Besides, he had made a lot of profit today. Not only had he eliminated hidden dangers, he had even established a good relationship with Belinda. In the future, he would arrange another coincidental meeting, so there were no problems at all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 713, Threat in Action. Threat in Action. Beep. High energy magnetic field discovered. Determined to be from a rank 5 being. Host is advised to be careful. The AI chip's immediate prompt surprised Leyland. Looks like I can't leave even if I want to at this point. A mysterious smile rose at the edges of Leyland's lips. Still, he pretended to be oblivious to everything, planning to leave after bidding Belinda farewell. Just as Leyland was about to move, tremendous soul force undulations full of a streak of tremendous soul force undulations full of astounding strength and intent was transmitted over. Wait, he can't leave. A figure gradually appeared from the surface of the water. A layer of transparent distortions gradually dissipated, revealing a large beholder. This one, however, was different from Geiger. It had 3 different giant eyes of varying sizes. The 3 eyes were in triangular formation, with the central one connected to a few fleshy red channels. Pure white tendrils drooped to the ground, forming the beholder's legs. A great and powerful aura emanated from its body. This one should be an elder eye of the beholders, Leyland judged inwardly. An adult beholder had the strength of an ordinary rank 3 magus. Elder eyes usually had strength at Morningstar. This beholder was even more uncommon. Besides the power from its own race, it was a powerful sacrificer. The power of judgment emanated from its body, causing Leyland's eyes to narrow. This beholder should be the leader that Belinda mentioned. Doesn't that mean it is a rank 5 sacrificer? As a rank 5 sacrificer, this beholder had strength comparable to a regular radiant moon magus. What was most terrifying, however, was that its body had been fully branded by the trial's eye and even the AI chip was unable to scan and determine its stats. Greetings, Lord Bay Clark. Belinda knelt reverently while pulling at Leyland's clothes to do the same. Greetings to Sire Bay Clark. Leyland merely bowed slightly. This made him seem arrogant, and a hint of disapproval was evident in the beholder elder's large eye. It glanced towards Belinda, transmitting tremendous soul undulations. Fury was evident within its eyes and it criticized her. Belinda, your actions today have tarnished the glory of our master. And it's not just your failure at Port Elias' stronghold. All your decisions so far have been rash. Lord Bay Clark. While still kneeling, Belinda straightened her back. Your subordinate is responsible for the failure at Port Elias, but allowing Nick to leave was a very ordinary matter. He might not be a subordinate of our Master of Order, but he is a descendant of the matriarch. And a fellow clansman of yours, the beholder added coldly. I have long warned you to not be too kind towards those of your kind with mixed blood. They can only bring trouble. Lord Bay Clark, I can vouch for Nick. He's on our side, he helped me at the port. Seeing Bay Clark's eyes flash with red, Belinda gritted her teeth and spoke on Leyland's behalf. All right, I'll let him go. I hope your luck continues, or else there'll be another pair of vertical pupils in my collection. Bay Clark twisted his body and turned towards Leyland, or should I say, 2 pairs. Belinda was badly frightened by this rank 5's threats, ridicule and lack of trust. Leyland obviously wasn't the same. Outwardly he seemed indignant at this, his face and ears turning red. However, he was making a calm analysis on the inside. It arrived far too quick. That means it was already nearby. Perhaps it was the commander of this operation while Belinda was the one in charge of Port Elias. Numerous sea tribes arrived as Bay Clark and Belinda conversed. Mermen, octomen, and sharkmen, each outfitted in custom-made armor, brandished their assortment of weapons that included pikes and choppers. There were even magicians among their rank, neatly spread out into rows that formed a huge legion of staffs behind Bay Clark. Followers of the Master of Order. Evil, chaotic power has taken over Port Elias and even killed our companions. This entity has committed the worst sin under the skies. What should we do? The beholder elder turned, transmitting tremendous soul force undulations and radiating it in all directions. Eliminate them. Suppress them. Burn them to death. The marine people in Bay Clark's legion raised their weapons and roared. Very good. You are all devout believers of our master.
The beholder elder's slit eyes seemed to be filled with traces of red. I hereby order all of you to attack. The target is Port Elias. At that, the clamor from the cries of these beings was enough to disperse the clouds in the sky. The surface of the water split apart amidst their thundering voices, countless enormous sea creatures revealing expansive leveled backs. All the troops climbed atop the enormous marine beasts in an orderly manner, making them look like terrifying war forts. You, mixed blood of the alabaster, believer of the mistress. You must come with me and use the blood of chaos to prove your loyalty. What right do you have to do that? Leyland exclaimed in annoyance, pretending to be a hot-headed person. What right do I have? Well, I can kill you whenever I want to, Clark chuckled, while vast soul force wrapped tightly around Leyland. This was clearly a threat. Leyland was playing the role of a mixed blood with at most Morningstar strength, so he immediately paled. Belinda, he looked at Belinda who was still kneeling and giving him a pleading look. Fine, I'll do it. That's the spirit. Chaos is an old enemy of your matriarch too. Your actions will surely earn her favor. The beholder elder released his soul force. It went near the coastline where a large golden octopus appeared, which let Clark stand on its head. I merely approve of some of the matriarch's ideologies. I don't follow the path of sacrifices. A bloodbath won't bring me any benefits. Leyland looked grim as he mounted a large marine beast with Belinda. Belinda was apologetic, and she transmitted over to him, I'm sorry, Nick. I dragged you into this. When the time comes, just protect yourself. Leave the rest to me. It's not your fault, Leyland smiled with difficulty while a trace of coldness flashed in the depths of his eyes. A rank 5 sacrificer, and someone with a high position in the organization, would make a great gift for the nefarious filthbird. A curfew had been imposed in Port Elias due to the recent events. Streets that were usually bustling with life were exceptionally quiet. Boat wreckage and blood could be seen floating in the ocean, and the houses that had been wrecked in the incident were left desolate, yet to be repaired. Groups of troops jogged around in an orderly manner on the streets, occasionally charging into shops and demanding they be allowed to search the area. It was pure chaos. At this moment, an urgent alarm rang out and a piercing defensive air signal sounded. From a high vantage point, one could see a large wave of giant marine beasts with countless figures on their backs surging forth like a tide on the surface of the waters. Aggressive beings approached the port from the sky as well. This scared a few of the free merchants, and they secretly put away their goods and escaped. After all, they could not afford to provoke either organization. Doing so would only lead to a horrible death. Merchants were not the only ones. Even the most evil pirates ran from such a dangerous place. They would rather fight the local troops trying to run away than stay here any longer. Just as the chaos was about to escalate, the bright cries of a hawk sounded out. A large nighthawk beast spirit spread its wings as it circled above the port with a figure on top of it. Terrifying power descended that was at the peak of rank 4, and the pier finally managed to regain its calm. A swishing sound could be heard as something surged towards them. Soon, numerous streaks of light flew in from various locations to stand behind Elias Governor, bowing and greeting, Lord Governor. They all had Morning Star rank strength, but they could not conceal the worry in their expressions. They are Trial's Eyes followers. I can sense the nauseating smell coming from their bodies even from here. A white-haired elder with a hook-like nose and hawkbeak spoke coldly. This should be about what happened this afternoon. I've already asked for support from the headquarters. However, they are too far away. Even if they used a teleportation spell formation, they would still need to use it several times. It seems our enemies have been preparing for a long time. Elias Governor looked grim as he clenched his fist, causing the air to explode with an ear-piercing shriek. It seemed that he had been thoroughly enraged. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 714, Beast Spirit Amplification. Beast Spirit Amplification. At this moment, the opposing enemies had already drawn closer. Hundreds of large marine tribe beasts came to a standstill, just their enormous size enough to put immense pressure on others. The governor of Elias also noticed there were a few acquaintances in their midst. We meet again, Governor. Belinda stood up, sounding lighthearted and cheerful. You never expected we would meet again so soon, did you? I just hate the fact that I didn't catch you back then. If not, I'd definitely have skinned you and turned you into a rug. The governor exclaimed hatefully. He then shot Leyland, who was beside her, a glance. He evidently recognized this person who had rescued Belinda, causing a failure at the gates of victory. It was a pity that looks couldn't kill, else Leyland would have died countless times over. Leyland himself appeared aloof. The lord here had yet to speak.
The beholder elder Bakelark cackled. Kiki, so you're the governor of Port Elias? I don't like the color of your pupils. Eyes like these are far too common amongst my collection. An elder eye, and rank 5 sacrificer. Eye-gouging butcher Bakelark. The governor quivered in fear as he called Bakelark's name. Upon hearing this nickname, even the Morningstar elders beside him took several steps back, evidently having heard of the notorious butcher. You actually dare appear here? Could the new cycle of continental wars have begun already? Evidently, Bakelark's appearance was a huge shock to him. Kiki, you seem too lenient. This is the territory of the matriarch and not of the powers of chaos. Even if I killed you, what could they do? Bakelark waved his white tendrils. Attack. Roar. Rawr. Awa. Dot. The large marine beasts roared clamorously, setting off tremendous waves that gushed towards the port. The guards could only watch, frozen as the sea rose tens of meters. They were then drowned by the furious waves. The marine legion that Bakelark had brought was evidently very powerful, and with the large marine beasts around to boost their morale, it was as if they had gained an absolute advantage in a flash. Port Elias immediately descended into chaos. Many sea merchants turned to pirating to take advantage of the situation, waiting for their chance to gain some profit. They only worsened the situation. Kiki. Henceforth, Port Elias shall become history. At this moment, the Elias governor and the rest did not have time to worry about the port any longer, because even they were in immense danger. With a rank 5 sacrificer like Bakelark taking the lead, they were surrounded by a group of rank 4 beings. Nick, it's time for you to prove yourself. Choose your opponent and kill them. Bakelark exclaimed, obviously harboring evil intentions. Leyland inwardly rolled his eyes. The governor and the others were still rather powerful for Morningstars, but they were the underdogs. With his current fake strength, even the weakest of that group could overpower him. Perhaps after he had been soundly beaten to death, he would even be easy pickings for Bakelark's subordinates. Beast Spirit Magic, summoning Godric. While cursing inside, Leyland still went forward, summoning a figure that looked like a large manta ray, a Godric. The Godric would be boosted greatly in the sea. While this beast spirit was only at rank 3, its mature form would have Morningstar strength, so it had a good foundation. With Leyland's secrets modifications, it was halfway at the threshold of rank 4. Moo! Blue waves splashed out from the Godric, enveloping the opponent with the hawk beak. Kill them! Go! As if this was a signal, light flashed fiercely on both sides, and many pounced forward for the kill. Bakelark leisurely ordered the large golden octopus to roam around the battlefield, as if searching for the opponent's weak point. This gave them immense pressure. Soldier on. Once I've dealt with my opponents, I'll help you. Belinda's transmission sounded near Leyland's ear, and he couldn't help but laugh from on the back of the beast spirit. However, the role I'm playing now is a mixed-blood alabaster devil snake who has just entered rank 4. Some things must stay secret. Just as well, let me test this beast spirit magic. Due to the lack of appropriate sacrifices and not having made his decision yet, Leyland had yet to make any progress in the path of offerings. Beast spirit magic, on the other hand, was not as troublesome. The largest issue with training in the path of beast spirits was the strength of a beast spirit master's own soul and its capacity. There was also the resilience of the body among other things, but all this wasn't an issue for Leyland. Magi were the most proficient at anything that had to do with spiritual force and the soul. Moo, moo. The large Godric beast spirit disappeared under the sea, becoming a large shadow. Immense water pillars would gush out occasionally, and with Leyland's direction the Godric exhibited strength even more terrifying than when it had been alive. It was even able to make things difficult for his Morning Star enemy. The one with an eagle beak was evidently a beast spirit master, and upon seeing Leyland summon Godric his pupils shrank. The tattoo of a blue snake appeared on the back of his hand. Beast spirit summon Azure Trench Serpent. Dazzling rays of light exploded, and the azure tattoo disappeared into the sea, instantly turning into an enormous figure of a blue sea snake. HSS, the figure hissed, and engaged the Godric in a battle. In battle, while the Azure Trench Serpent had the upper hand, the Godric could still persevere on. The summoner could not help but exclaim in his disbelief. How is that possible? My Azure Trench Serpent is a rank 4 beast spirit, while this Godric is obviously only rank 3. There are no weak beast spirits, only weak beast spirit masters. You're out of date, old man. Leyland exclaimed, acting like some hot-headed fellow while snickering inside. The process of sealing a beast spirit was very precise and painstaking, requiring the support of many diagrams. The higher the rank of the beast spirit, the more intricate the diagram for the seal would be required. Even if a Grandmaster of Spell Formations were to do this, their chances of success would not exceed 50% and they might not complete the seal perfectly, and could perhaps damage it. However, Lyle was different. Not only was he a Grandmaster at Spell Formations himself, but he was also aided by the AI chip. He could perfectly seal a beast spirit every single time, with a 100% success rate. This meant that his beast spirits could utilize their full power when he summoned them. That was not all. With modifications by the AI chip, the Godric that had died immaturely as a rank 3 adolescent had gotten a great boost, basically making it on par with Morningstar's. With all these factors and Lyle's extremely meticulous work, the Godric could defend itself against the Azure Trench Serpent, albeit with some difficulties. It performed the impressive feat of resisting a rank 4 beast spirit as a rank 3. However, that was the limit to what it could do. After all, there was a huge disparity between rank 3 and 4 that was difficult to surpass. No matter how close the Godric was to rank 4, it was not a true rank 4. No matter how battered the Azure Trench Serpent became, it was still a rank 4 beast spirit, which was why Godric being able to stay on equal grounds while obviously at a disadvantage was a startling achievement. As for trying to kill the rank 4 spirit? That was something that couldn't even be considered. Lyle watched the scene and smiled wryly inside. This Godric's rank is far too low, and there are no cases of beast spirits advancing either. Its strength is limited to rank 3, which just isn't enough. I'll need to replace it immediately. Without taking cost into account, beast spirits at rank 4 or above needed the soul of a beast at Morningstar. This was enough for many large organizations to treat them as important strategic resources. Rank 1 to 3 beast spirits were common on the market, but rank 4s were very rare. Unless one entered some large organization and poured in blood, sweat, and tears to gain enough merit points and contributions, a rank 4 beast spirit was unattainable. Of course, beast spirit masters could opt to hunt large beasts on their own and extract the beast spirit. However, before even considering if they could complete such a technical task, how could one kill a large rank 4 beast using a group of rank 1 to 3 beast spirits, even if one was a master at extracting beast spirits? Hence, it was understandable why rank 4 beast spirits were so valued. Even the governor of the port, with his elevated and important status, only had one rank 4 beast spirit. However, not only do I have the strength of a rank 3 beast spirit master, I'm also a rank 5 warlock. Killing these rank 4 giant beasts and extracting their souls is just too easy. Lyle's eyes flashed. When it came to calculating strength in the purgatory world, one always looked at the highest rank. Bay Clark, for example, might only be a rank 4 beholder, but he was also a rank 5 sacrificer under the trial's eye, which made him rank 5. He was comparable to a rank 5 radiant moon magus in the magus world. Lyle's highest rank was a rank 5 warlock, and despite being weakened by the All-Snake curse, it was no problem for him to kill rank 4 Morningstar beasts. With some prudent setup and some luck, he was confident he could kill even a rank 5 beast. If he could successfully seal a rank 5 beast spirit, then he would immediately become a rank 5 beast spirit master, catching up to his power as a warlock. Sealing beast spirits, augmenting the original soul and then managing the beast spirits, then killing giant beasts to obtain more powerful beast spirits. This turns into a positive feedback cycle. As long as one's body is strong enough, advancing in the system of beast spirits in the purgatory world can be achieved fairly quickly, but in reality, after sealing the Godric's beast spirit, Lyle could already feel the boost to his soul. Though his true soul had already reached half moon and this tiny boost couldn't be considered much, it was a huge event for those rank 1, 2, and 3 magi. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 715, Refusal to Budge and Absolute Defeat. Refusal to budge and absolute defeat. Sealing a rank 3 beast spirit could perhaps bring forward the advancement of a rank 2 magus to a rank 3 magus by 20 years. Lyle stroked his chin and began to ponder the AI chip's precise analysis of the situation. Of course, the strength of soul and body of an average rank 2 magus could never endure a seal from a rank 3 beast spirit, unless they were a warlock. Besides, there is a limit to the soul's capability and strength, which serves as a bottleneck to beast spirit techniques. As such, in the purgatory world, rank 6 beast spirit masters have never been seen, let alone anyone above that, either sacrificer or beast spirit master. At this time, the enemies were dumbfounded at the swift defeat of their rank 4 Azure Trench Serpent by the Godric. How could a rank 3 beast spirit contend with a rank 4? It shook their beliefs. Beast spirit summon, 4-winged bird. No matter how shocked and unwilling, they had to accept the reality. When the Azure Trench Serpent could no longer withstand the Godric's attacks, a tattoo flashed once again on the body of the hawk-nosed man. A giant 4-winged bird emerged from him, wind elemental particles around its body circulating ferociously to form a violent energy, a wind blade.
A giant pale green light blade split the ocean apart, revealing the silhouettes of the Godric and the azure trench serpents battling it out. Upon seeing that the Godric could not be beaten, the enemy once again called upon their rank 3 four-winged bird. When it was coupled with the azure trench serpent, Leyland's Godric was caught in a tough battle. The wind blade sliced its body apart over and over, if not for having transformed into a beast spirit, blood would have been gushing from its wounds. Even as a beast spirit, the Godric's voice gradually grew more muffled, and its soul dulled. Indeed, when beast spirits are involved, a rank 3 fighting head-on against a rank 4 is kind of a stretch. Leyland vaguely swept his eyes across the field. At this moment, Belinda was already fighting her opponent in their own small battlefield. Not entering the stage himself, Clark focused on the governor of Elias, occasionally turning with a hint of gloating in his eyes.
What a narrow-minded and prejudiced old fool. Leyland was filled with disgust, and he secretly afforded him the death penalty.
I can't use my energy and magic as a warlock, which extends to the Kamoyan Emperor magic. I can only hide myself by using alabaster devil snake magic. A thought flashed across Leyland's mind, and a layer of white scales emerged from his body. With the mask of the Dreamless and an alabaster devil snake bloodline, it would be difficult for anyone, even Belinda, to discover that his abilities were just an imitation.
Beep. Host is currently using alabaster devil snake bloodline.
Scale simulation accuracy at 99.99%. Vitality and defense have increased, Dreamforce has strengthened, the AI chip's voice transmitted over. Having completed the transformation, Leyland's body was covered in a layer of delicate white scales, and sharp fingernails burst forth from his hand. The scarlet tint in his eyes seemed to grow deeper and purer.
Devil snake bloodline. The enemy shouted. Die.
Leyland shouted, a white phantom as he launched towards them. His sharp claws chilled the air. Though he was confident in his own disguise, fake was fake. He was bound to leave a clue with the passage of time, so it would be good to end the fight quickly.
Damned hybrid.
The hawk-nosed man opposing Leyland glowed red with anger, and he started hitting himself in the chest. A faint blue circle sprouted blue flames that engulfed his body, and a hard mane grew on his face.
Beast Spirit Union. Rank 3 Blue Flame Phantom Wolf.
At the lowest point, the opposing Beast Spirit Master had already completed the union, turning into a half-man half-wolf monster. His energy grew tremendously.
Blue Flame Phantom Wolf?
It seems to be some kind of advanced creature, powerful with fire and close combat. It's strong physically too. Leyland managed to identify the beast spirit's characteristics from an archive he'd found on the market. He also remembered its strengths and weaknesses. A beast spirit master at rank 4 or above could fuse with his beast spirit, using some secret techniques to acquire the abilities of the beast spirit they'd sealed. With an increasing number of beast spirit, the beast spirit master became more terrifying as well. This technique solved the problem of a weak body, so much so that one could say that without it any beast spirit's value would be halved. A blue flame covered the enemy's palm, one that had already turned into a furry paw. It looked like a layer of glass. The giant wolf claw shot out, sharp and on fire. He charged violently towards the white phantom. A huge explosion sounded in the air, and a flash blinded onlookers. Leyland and his opponent retreated, and a few white scales fell to the ground with blue fur. Borrowed strength is still borrowed strength. Even if I were to use the rank 4 giant Kamoyan serpent power, I could defeat him easily. Leyland's eyes filled with pity, and his opponent grew furious. This half-snake half-human wielded massive power, able to fight on par with and sometimes overpower a rank 4 beast spirit master. He hadn't gained much of an advantage from the four-winged bird, and it was obvious that this battle would continue for some time. However, that would prove fatal in this battle. Belinda would come upon ending her own fight, and even otherwise Clark's presence shook his confidence in being able to defend Port Elias. At this time, the battle at the port was already near its end. Engulfed in thick smoke, the port was left in tatters, with large paw prints all over the once bustling street. Walls everywhere were destroyed, and the road was steeped in blood. Obviously, Clark had made meticulous plans so that the backup team at the port couldn't fight back. In this instant, unless a rank 6 warrior joined the fight, their defeat was inevitable. Unfortunately, they were near the Hale Continent's coast. This was the territory of the Snake Dowager, and the nefarious Filthbird sending a high-ranked warrior here would be a command of suicide. As the battle on the ground drew to a close, the battle in the sky ended as well. The alabaster devil snake devours. Belinda's applause sounded as a giant alabaster devil snake phantom emerged, its scarlet eyes focused on a broken-armed Filthbird phantom from a sacrifice. A dark red mist filled the surroundings, bringing with it a psychic power that instilled fear into even the Morning Star fighters. They did everything they could to avoid it. This Dreamforce posed a threat to those that hadn't come in contact with or couldn't comprehend Dreamscape.
In the meantime, this nefarious filthbird who Belinda was focused on melted like wax into a mixture of blood and fat.
Nick! Hold on. The giant alabaster devil snake phantom suddenly turned and charged towards Leyland. Finally.
I just had to endure for a little while and Belinda's come to help. She's defeated her own opponent, and I won't have to reveal anything else. With everything within control, Leyland let out a smile, expressing his relief. The enemy's eyes were filled with despair, and he gave up the fight with Leyland.
The azure trench serpent was forcefully ordered to retreat.
Blocking Leyland's path, he jumped onto the back of the giant four-winged bird, ready to escape.
Trying to run away?
An icy voice came from under the alabaster devil snake phantom. Dream on.
Under the enormous alabaster devil snake, the azure trench serpent looked negligible and weak.
Even Leyland could not help but feel pity for him.
Leyland's opponent escaping was a signal to the others.
After seeing their comrade flee, the rest of the Morning Star Guards were prompted to plan their escape too, and the governor of Elias was no exception. A rank 4 beast spirit master on top of being a rank 4 sacrificer, he could unleash the full power of Morningstar. If not for Bay Clark, the fight would have been much easier for him. Unfortunately, this giant elder eye set his eyes upon him the moment they met.
Let me handle him. You try to block the other nefarious filthbird followers.
The elder eye's soul force radiated outwards, and he wrapped himself and the governor up completely. What a ruthless and vicious way to claim victory. Leyland was left completely speechless, and he took the initiative to retreat backwards and gave up the battlefield to others. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 716, Puppet and Dark Forces. Puppet and Dark Forces. After the fierce battle, the Morningstar military were all injured and had wholeheartedly broken out from the enemy's siege.
Without having any fight left in them, they had put in so much work for nothing. Leyland chose to withdraw at this moment, a selfless and noble model of action that many were grateful to emulate. Of course, there were some who took him for a fool. But Leyland paid no heed to this, and expressionlessly retreated to the back to rest and watch the great battle. Although our enemies continue to battle half-heartedly, if they can't find a way out, a fight to the death with them would be frightening. The most important thing is that I am not a follower of the Trial's Eye, so there is no incentive for me to risk my life for this battle.
Leyland shook his head and formed his own thoughts. And now is the chance. AI chip. Execute Plan 1. Beep. Mission established. Initiating plan. Intelligent body number 1 is ready.
The AI chip replied faithfully. Very good, undo the bloodline seal. With Leyland's will, his body's formerly dormant bloodline power became berserk. Although the Thousand Snake Curse had absorbed a lot of bloodline power, the strength of a rank 5 warlock could still awaken in Leyland.
This feeling is the strength of a warlock. Shadow Puppet.
Leyland almost wanted to roar loudly, but managed to hold back. This was urgent after all, and a spell formation was transferred out immediately. A shadow puppet that looked exactly like Leyland began to take shape, and with the help of AI chip, it simulated Leyland so perfectly to life, to the point where even acquaintances could not differentiate between the two, let alone these strangers. The enormous shadow of a serpent emerged like a black arrow shooting out from under the surface of the sea where Leyland was standing, and quickly disappeared into the deep sea. Due to the secretive nature of the giant snake, with the help of the power of the shadow, those fixated on the battlefield failed to notice anything.
The evil king's true eye. Death Ray.
At this time, the battlefield had reached its climax. Several guardians tried to flee but were stopped, and the war continued. In the core of the battle, an enormous illusory shadow of a beholder emerged. The elder beholder Bay Clark demonstrated the power of its innate skill, which was stronger than the power displayed by Geiger Dole. Not only did its phantom look real, the death ray that emerged from its pupils was also substantial, with a strong aura of death.
My Lord Flapwing, the ruler of chaos.
Please watch over us and come to the aid of your loyal subjects, and resolve our current predicament. In the face of this death light, even the governor of Elias did not dare to be careless. In the midst of the high-spirited chanting, the bird dignitary behind the governor unleashed an enormous gray-colored power, without even asking for the slightest sacrifice. This was also the privilege of a rank 4 sacrificer. They were able to receive power first, then sacrifice later. The gray power was all over the governor's body, not only suppressing all his injuries but steadily flowing into the body of the Nighthawk under him.
Oh oh!
Accompanied by loud and clear cries of the hawk, the giant Nighthawk seemed to be covered in an extra layer of gray feathers.
Its body even enlarged considerably and began to change from its original form as a nighthawk, transforming into the appearance of the bird dignitary. After the transformation, the Nighthawk's aura became even more powerful, and its aura even suggested a breakthrough from rank 4. With a terrifying gale, it suddenly charged into the death ray. A massive red ray of light exploded with a faint roar, and even those with the strength of Morningstar could not look directly at it. From the core of the explosion, a few pieces of gray feathers seemed to float down softly. After the glare had dissipated, the Nighthawk flew back to the governor. It barely suffered any visible injuries, but the death ray from earlier had disappeared without a trace. Ha! Using both Sacrificer and Beast Spirit magic to this level, Governor, you are pretty good. Clark seemed to be rather surprised and said, your eyes are now worthy of being in my collection. While emitting the soul undulations, the shadow of the Trial's Eye emerged from behind Clark, along with gold lightning flickering midair. Trial's Eye. Trial's Eye. Trial's Eye. The friction from the thunder and lightning caused a sizzling sound, along with the faint whistle of a gale. The sounds all came together to form a deafening roar, as strong trial force descended through an unknown channel. Belinda and other priests were affected, seemingly reaping benefits from that. HAAA. The gap between ranks renders all efforts futile. I am still a rank 5 sacrificer, and I can unleash a little trial power. Under the Lord's trial, everything will be burnt to ashes. Clark looked incredibly pious as he made the announcement, which seemed more like a declaration. With that, a golden light fell and swept away the gray power. The gray power clashed with the golden light, and like snow melting away from the sun, it quickly began dissipating. The Elias governor's face turned deathly pale as he watched the scene. The reason why this had happened was not because the Filthbird was not as good as the Trial's Eye, but it was due to their sacrificers being of different ranks, resulting in the different level of power being called upon. The ranking of the sacrificers were of the same as the Magi, with an insurmountable chasm between each rank. If a rank 4 sacrificer's communication channel was like a river, then the rank 5 sacrificer's communication channel was like the ocean. The quality and quantity were unrivaled. Therefore, Elias Governor's defeat was inevitable. Dignitary. My clan and my dream will all fail just like this? The great trial power, even when it was isolated to this area, made the transmission of the Filthbird's power much more difficult. It even severed his final escape route. The governor immediately looked all around him, and was utterly devastated at the sight of their soldiers and elder guards' defeat. The time where he had come to the Hale continent and established the colonial base was filled with hardships. The subsequent crises where he had faced life or death choices all came back to him, and the governor went into a trance-like state. This sort of situation happening to this formidable person was almost unconscionable. HAAA. Have you lost all hope? Heathen, I'll completely restrict your ability, and then complete the final ritual. With your physical qualities, you might give me a pleasant surprise. Clark laughed sinisterly, and suddenly, 3 vertical eyes widened. That's wrong. In this instant, he hadn't slipped into his fantasies of his own accord, but this is Dreamforce. Retreat. A massive force of trial power flowed into Clark like a golden electrical current, forcing out traces of a dark red fog. It was then that Clark discovered they had already been surrounded by a layer of dark red fog. It was also because of the influence of Dreamforce that made the governor of Elias see illusions. Belinda, Nick. What are you both doing? Under the influence of the dreamland, even Clark's men displayed a certain degree of a trance-like state, allowing some important targets to escape. Upon seeing this, Clark immediately burst out shouting. What's going on? Is there someone from the same clan here? Nick looked at this scene in shock, his eyes were filled with surprise. The shadow puppet and AI chip's intelligence worked together, vividly projecting Leyland's gestures and actions. No. This ability to connect to Dreamforce is not a mixed blood's ability. This was the work of a pure-blooded alabaster devil snake. Belinda also recovered from her trance, but the price was the opponent fleeing the battlefield, though now she couldn't pay any attention to that. Although some of the mixed-blood alabaster devil snake had the ability to connect to the dreamscape, when it was so large-scale and it could even pull Clark into its illusory trap, it could not be the work of a mixed blood. Belinda was very sure of this. Belinda shuddered at what this could mean. Even if they were a direct descendant of the matriarch, is it possible for them to fight against the Filthbird? Perhaps they have fully matured, otherwise they absolutely couldn't have concealed themselves from Lord Clark. Thinking of this, Belinda quietly moved to Nick's side. Something is wrong. Take care of yourself and pay attention to my command. Belinda whispered to Nick secretly. Do not worry. I know we don't have to force ourselves. If we face a pure-blooded noble, the bloodline suppression would be enough to make us lose most of our strength. The AI chip's imitation of Nick was filled with a look of worry. Who is that? Come out. Golden lightning swept across and the increasingly concentrated red fog tangled together continuously.
It was very obvious that after the initial rage and shock, Clark also realized that the huge amount of power used to summon Dreamforce could not have been the work of Belinda and Nick, both rank 4 mixed blood. To its knowledge, this could only be done by a mature Alabaster Devil Snake or a Pale Devil clan member. Also, the Pale Devils had always been loyal to the direct descendants of the Snake Dowager. The meaning behind these actions aroused the suspicion of Belinda and Clark. With loud rumbling sounds, the Crimson Dreamforce began to stick together, forming a few red silhouette which surrounded Clark and the rest.
Let's go! A giant force pulled the governor and several other survivors into the red fog.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 717, Captivity and Escape. Captivity and Escape.
Watching the governor of Elias and the other survivors scurrying to flee the waters, Leyland revealed a trace of an evil smile. There was no doubt that Leyland was responsible for secretly constructing the massive field of Dreamforce. Originally, due to the restrictions of Dreamforce, although Leyland was familiar with most of the Dreamscape spell formations below rank 5, he was ineffective in bringing out its full power. However, with the appearance of Belinda, and the rank 5 Alabaster Devil Snake's bloodline on the Mask of the Dreamless, Leyland met the necessary requirements to do this. The Alabaster Devil Snake had the ability to connect to the Dreamscape, and through the analysis of Belinda's energy pathways, Leyland was able to quickly familiarize himself with the details of doing this.
Belinda was completely not wary of Nick since he was one of them. It was relatively easy to gather intelligence or scan her system. Taking the next few steps would now be simpler.
Leyland, who had secretly escaped from the battle, had decided to draw on the Alabaster Devil Snake's bloodline and summon a huge wave of Dreamforce, saving Elias Governor and the others in a single move. After all, compared to the Snake Dowager and Trial's Eye, the nefarious Filthbird was still an ally and Leyland had to be more considerate when it came to the Filthbird's power. In addition, there was still a need for him to keep in contact with the nefarious Filthbird, hence he could not risk performing poorly now. To conceal his identity, the Dreamforce was clearly the best choice and the blame could even be placed on the Alabaster Devil Snake's clan, which killed 2 birds with 1 stone.
Benevolence has been shown, and next, time for the greetings. Leyland stared coldly at the center of the huge dark red fog.
Within it came a huge golden flash of lightning, which seemed to pierce the sky like a sword, carving out a terrifying channel.
Who exactly are you? Why do you want to rescue the governor and the others? Golden thunder filled with overwhelming trial power surrounded Clark completely.
The crimson wall of fog exploded in an instant, revealing an indistinct figure. What appeared in front of them was a giant over 5 meters tall, whose body was enveloped in the crimson fog.
The overwhelming Dreamforce formed into a malevolent-looking armor on the giant.
There were dark red spirals on the surface of the armor which once again gathered shattered pieces of Dreamforce.
I'm obviously here to take your life.
An oppressive voice came from the fog giant. Clark's face darkened upon hearing the rude answer, I will kill this shady fellow. Although the fog giant possessed a powerful aura, it had failed to break through to the realm of rank 5.
Clark was relieved at this discovery.
Shortly after, Clark got more frustrated at this thing. It was unforgivable to disturb the great Clark when he was enjoying his games. Also, its behavior was so secretive, which unexpectedly corresponded with what Clark had in mind. He had always considered Leyland as a powerful member of the Alabaster Devil Snake's clan, and his presence in the coastal area of Hale Continent as well as his rescue of the nefarious Filthbird's disciples put Clark in a tough position.
It was much simpler now that this fog giant did not reveal its identity. Clark could treat this thing as hostile and exterminate it. Thereafter, Clark instantly used his greatest attack. True Eye of the Evil Monarch, Death Ray. A more terrifying death ray than before shot out from its eyes. The golden ray of lightning filled with overwhelming trial power faintly enhanced the death ray. From afar, the death ray resembled a powerful rifle with a handle decorated with gold lines, with a sense of determined and courageous advancement, and it fired directly towards Leyland. A blitzkrieg strategy?
A strategy to resolve everything in the shortest period of time, great.
Leyland looked at Clark's performance, nodding in agreement as if this was also his plan. After all, Clark was a rank 5 sacrificer. Leyland feared that this opponent would have a hidden ace up its sleeves. And it would be an even more incredible feat if Clark managed to summon a clone of the Trial's Eye. They had only used a portion of the dignitary's power in the previous battles. If Clark had called out a clone with the main body's intelligence, Leyland did not have the confidence to keep up his pretense. Its power is rather good, it's comparable to a rank 5's killing move. Watching the approaching death ray, Leyland evaluated the situation calmly, but the strange thing was that although there was only a small distance between him and the death ray, it never seemed to hit its target. This feeling of confusion sickened Clark to the point where it wanted to throw up blood. Although Leyland had sealed his bloodline and had the Allsnake curse absorbing his bloodline energy, he had now been restored to full strength. He possessed the power to usurp the Blazing Monarch. For Leyland, the fact was that Bay Clark was just an ordinary rank 5 and therefore insufficiently strong. To capture Bay Clark, I must hide my true identity. The only thing I can use is the Alabaster Devilsnake's bloodline and dream force. Leyland glanced at Bay Clark as though he was looking at an ant and said, "You have the privilege of having a taste of the power of a former peak-ranked Radiant Moon Magus." For a moment, Bay Clark was rather puzzled, but his attention immediately turned to Leyland's hand that emitted brightly colored rays of light. It was fascinated by the countless streaks and fast-moving spell formations. Bleep. Alabaster Devilsnake bloodline depleting, drawing energy from the dreamscape. With the AI chip's reminder, the golden red lines on the mask of the dreamless faded a little, and immediately Leyland's true soul connected to an incredible world. A violent wave of dream force surged and converged on Leyland. The power that formed was enough to shake the heavens. Rank 5 Dreamscape Spell Formation, Splendid Lunar Illusion. Leyland's currently strongest dreamscape spell formation, which could trap even Breaking Dawn Magi, burst out violently. Dreamlike undulations spread out suddenly, and Belinda and others were the first to space out, glassy-eyed. Bay Clark bore the brunt of the attack and lost vision in its 3 giant vertical eyes, and even the energy shield on its body dissipated. Splendid Lunar Illusion, utilized by Leyland, the AI. Chip's projected dreamscape spell formation was able to penetrate through all defenses, directly transporting the opponent's true soul into the dreamscape with a 90% attack accuracy against a Radiant Moon Magus. Bay Clark was clearly not a strong rank 5, and after getting hit by the Splendid Lunar Illusion, had completely lost all its will to fight. Let's go! Leyland's silhouette instantly appeared in front of the despondent Bay Clark, and many seal charms entered into its body, the most important point being its now sealed 3 giant vertical eyes. When the seal was complete, the place where Bay Clark was standing initially was left with only a huge iron chain sphere. Deep. Hidden triple seal complete. True seal has been completely sealed. Dreamscape seal has completely penetrated. The target's energy undulations, 0. AI chip returned the updated information from the scan. Leyland held onto one end of the iron chain, his whole body instantly changing into a long crimson streak, as he was dragged by the iron ball to leave this place at lightning speed. Belinda and the other morning stars only recovered after the red streak disappeared from the horizon. This is too scary. Is this the power of a pure blood? I have a premonition that if I were to face that power, my true soul would probably be forever stuck in the dreamscape, never to return to my body. Belinda's eyes blurred and she was shocked by a loud scream. Lord Bay Clark! Lord Bay Clark! Lord Bay Clark was captured by the attacker. Another morning star shrieked with sorrow, reminding Belinda of their current predicament. Although the operation had been very smooth in the beginning, their main target, the governor, had escaped, and even their commander had been taken away. This was the utmost insult to their dignitary, the trial's eye. It was highly likely that everyone involved would be punished. Being frozen was considered the most lenient punishment. Belinda felt bitter and bewildered about her future. Don't worry, Belinda, no matter what happens, I'll always help you. At this time, a familiar figure came over. Nick gave a smile that warmed Belinda's heart. With Nick's support and encouragement, Belinda regained her strength. Everyone! She stepped forward with great strength, looking over her panicking comrades. Things have happened. Whatever we do now will be useless. The most important thing we have to do is to report this back to the headquarters and inform them of this incident. A loss of a rank 5 sacrificer is enough to alert the Master of Order. Now, we can only wait. The role of a leader was important in times of crisis. Those morning star warriors left the ocean surface with the sea creatures and soldiers as if they were awakening from a dream. They did not seem too concerned about the ruined Port Elias. From Nick's point of view, they just wanted to find a scapegoat. Belinda being here was just what they needed, being able to pin all responsibilities and blames on her. After all, by the time the headquarters sent someone to here, Belinda would draw most suspicion. Her Alabaster Devilsnake bloodline would make her an easy target. It seems that even with the dignitary's influence, corruption was unavoidable. The intellectual body of Nick looked coldly at this scene. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 718, Giant Tortoise and Sacrifice. Giant Tortoise and Sacrifice. Swish, a brilliant blood-red arc of light cut through the air, wiping out the massive flames. The outside world looked extremely distorted from within it, and it gave one a momentary feeling of isolation. It was clear that this streak was moving at great speeds. The ray of light vanished in an instant and all became still, but it did not seem too abrupt.
A black silhouette revealed itself, and beneath it was an enormous iron hammer with many iron chains firmly sealing a large number of runes. This place is at least 1,000 miles away from Port Elias. It should be far enough. This was naturally Lyle. After snatching Bay Clark, he had been afraid of arousing too much suspicion, so he'd used a lot of concealment and bewitching spells, quickly fleeing from the scene. Although he did not know how much effect the spells he cast had, it was always better than nothing. Lyle finally let out a sigh of relief after making sure that he'd fled this far without being followed. However, for the sake of safety, I should settle this as quickly as possible. Lyle's figure descended unhurriedly, arriving at a lonely island. This island was very small, and was comparable to a single drop of water in the middle of the vast ocean. It also looked desolate, with no vegetation or fresh water sources that could be found. However, Lyle nodded his head in satisfaction, especially after sweeping the area with his soul force. This should be a good place, especially as it keeps moving. While laughing softly, Lyle lightly stamped his right foot, causing the ground to hum. A tremor was sent through his foot, which grew larger and ended up forming a small earthquake and a tsunami. Broken rocks rolled over the coral reef, and a small fissure appeared. By the time the earthquake had calmed a little, even stronger vibrations began to sound out. An oppressive hiss from an animal, like the cry of a dragon or the roar of a tiger, sounded out from the dark sea. Crash! All of a sudden, Lyle's isolated island began to move. The black rock rose higher and higher from the sea, with kelp and black shells attached to it. In the end, the small island became a huge and irregular piece of circular land. Crash! On one side of the island, numerous rocks fell to the bottom of the sea, revealing a large, pitch-black hole. Promptly, a snake-like head stretched out from this hole. The howl from earlier had evidently come from this monster's throat. Its body was immense and its eyelids were still covered in algae and green moss. Beep. High-energy undulations have been discovered, scan completed. Accompanying the AI chip's voice, a complete image of this monster had already been projected in front of Lyle. This monster was an impressively huge tortoise whose length reached tens of thousands of meters. Lyle's island was actually part of its shell, and since the monster had been floating motionlessly for far too long, it had started to show vestiges of life. It's a miracle of life, or should it be called the beauty of this world? It really is quite fascinating. Lyle murmured a few words of praise. This type of giant tortoise could sleep for thousands of years at a time. If this island had been discovered by ignorant people, even a city could have developed on the tortoise's back. Good day, Your Excellency. Sorry to disturb your rest. I was wondering if you could give me a ride? I'll be sure to make it up to you later. The AI chip had determined the giant tortoise to be rank 4, but it still had to be subservient to him when faced with his half-moon true soul. Thus, it began to slowly move through the depths of the sea. Very good, Lyle nodded his head, and his body automatically descended into the bottom floor of the coral island. It was as if the floor had melted under him. A moving target is clearly less likely to be discovered. Now, I have to dispose of this fellow, lest it becomes a hidden danger, but... Soon after, a small yellow light radiated out to clear out an expansive underground space. The walls fused to become a marble-like material, the structure evidently stable. Lyle sat cross-legged on the dry floor, with a very solemn expression on his face. AI chip, transfer the content on the Purgatory World Sacrificers. Beep. Establishing task, commencing transfer. Along with the AI chip's feedback, a large amount of data was very quickly gathered and saved in Lyle's memory bank. The Path of Offerings had a very long history in the Purgatory world and had become the main strength system after many years of decisions. In the past, Lyle had believed that this kind of sacrifice was a technique from the world of gods. However, there seemed to be evidence that the technique had appeared before the end of the Great War. Although the origin of the Path of Offering could not be verified, it had gone through such a long period of development that it was very rich in core content. The so-called sacrificers offered sacrifices to a higher existence, which required that the receiver have some comprehension of laws. This way, amplification power could be sent down through their subconscious communication channels. The higher existence would amplify the sacrificer's strength. Even if it was for a limited time, it was still an extraordinary thing. With the correct sacrifice, it was possible to almost borrow the power indefinitely. Assuming the sacrificer could endure it, of course. The sacrificer's rank could be improved through continuous sacrifices, and once they reached rank 4 they could perform a ceremony to permanently increase their attributes. After the ceremony, the sacrificer would be branded by their chosen dignitary and their sacrifices wouldn't be accepted by others. After many amplifications, the sacrificer could receive power that surpassed their race. Take the governor of Elias for example. His physical prowess exceeded even Melinda, who was a mixed blood rank 4 alabaster devil snake. Furthermore, not only could rank 4 sacrificers borrow power first and sacrifice later, they could also try to summon a clone of their dignitary. From what Leyland understood, the sacrifice represented the limits of what you could get from the dignitary. So high-level sacrifices meant receiving greater attention and a quicker response from the dignitary. This was why he had to run far away after capturing Clark. Since he was a rank 5 sacrificer, he was sure to capture the attention of the trial's eye. A rank 5 sacrificer could even borrow a tiny bit of the power of laws from their exemplary, such as the golden lightning and trial power. Relying on that, Clark was not weak for a rank 5. Leyland's own strength just surpassed his greatly. According to the AI chip speculations, a rank 6 sacrificer can borrow the dignitary's power over laws. It would be possible to borrow up to 90% of this power if the sacrificer and the dignitary are highly compatible. Their strength would surpass the power of the blazing flame monarch. Leyland's expression became rather imposing. Of course, the path of sacrifices has its disadvantages as well. After all, the power of laws can only be borrowed, and not retained. No matter how harmonious the relationship is, sacrificers cannot rely on this to reach rank 7. Those dignitaries won't allow others to grasp their laws. Therefore, rank 6 is the peak for a sacrificer. However, there may be exceptions. As if he had thought of something, the corners of Leyland's mouth curved into an excited smile, and his entire being seemed to be eager to try something. Beep. Transmission of sacrificial array has been completed. A complex spell formation formed in Leyland's mind. This was not just the sacrificial array he had recorded, but one that he had modified and optimized with the AI chip. Not only could it accept more sacrificial power, but it could also minimize any loss. If Leyland was willing to sell this modified version, it would make him extremely rich. Of course, he wouldn't do such a thing. The decisions made in the first sacrifice are incredibly important, and the offering is a crucial point. The better the offering of the first sacrifice, the more attention and benefits will be given by the dignitary. Leyland's spatial pouch flashed, and many resources appeared. He began to draw the modified sacrificial array whose power surpassed the Purgatory world's most powerful secret techniques. It was all thanks to the AI chip and the enormous amount of labor and resources that Leyland had poured into it. Also, after arranging the sacrificial array, Leyland looked at the surrounding walls and swept his palms across them. Layer upon layer of blood-red lightning runes automatically emerged. Summoning across worlds. Powerful binding. Annihilation ray. Breath isolation. Location interference. A great number of advanced ancient runes steadily emerged on the wall, which were the same standard as those used in astral laboratories. Although Leyland was prepared to practice the path of offerings, it was still necessary to be cautious. By the time he was finished, he looked a little tired even though his soul force was still frighteningly vast. Crash! The black runic chain was broken, exposing the elder Clark within. Clark's soul force was currently sealed, to the point where he couldn't even express himself. His 3 vertical pupils were filled with terror. "We meet again, Elder Clark." Leyland faced Clark and greeted it. Clark trembled in fear when he saw Leyland, especially after he noticed the sacrificial array. Beep. Sacrificial array has been completed, simulated success rate is 100%. At this moment, the AI chip transmitted some information. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 719, Seals and Restoration. Seals and Restoration. Sacrificial array completed. Please choose the target of the sacrifice. Several strange symbols emerged on the AI chip's screen. These symbols seemed to transcend the three-dimensional screen, possessing a strangely ancient feeling, with an aura of the power of laws. Leyland looked silently at these runes. The AI chip illustrated 7 runes in total, 1 for each continent's dignitaries. Among the 7, there were a few that Leyland was naturally familiar with. A vertical eye rune, a twisting snake rune, and a rune of a giant bird spreading its wings. Trial's Eye. Snake Dowager. And the nefarious filth bird. Leyland murmured the names of the 3 dignitaries represented by the runes. These 3 had left the deepest impression on Leyland, albeit not the most pleasant ones. Sacrifice target selection, nefarious filth bird. Leyland held out his hand and lightly touched the rune of the giant bird spreading its wings. The rune was, almost instantly, copied into the previously empty core of the sacrificial array. A foul and chaotic power seemed to have penetrated the barrier through deep and unknown channels, reaching this place. Threads of gray mist lingered above the array, and it was possible to hear faint crowing sounds coming from within. Seeing the scene, even though he was firmly sealed, Clark's body reacted slightly in anticipation of a fight. After all, being sacrificed to the Order of the Eye's greatest enemy was unacceptable to this pious believer.
Unfortunately, no one would listen to the barking of a loser, be it in Leyland's previous life or in the Magus world.
Almighty ruler of chaos, the Flapwing, the free will that soars in countless dimensions. I, Leyland Farlier, call you reverently. Leyland chanted in the complex and obscure ritualistic language, which created faint undulations of soul force. From the movements of the soul force, the ritual language acted like a mysterious key which opened a giant door somewhere. The entire sacrificial array rumbled, and the giant bird runes seemingly came to life and let out an elated chirp. A large amount of gray light condensed and the space seemed to faintly warp. When it finally reached the limit, it loudly exploded. Crash! A gray flame suddenly emerged from the core of the sacrificial array. Almighty dignitary, Your Excellency the nefarious filthbird. Please accept my offering. Leyland's eyes held a trace of indifference, and the beholder on the ground was pulled into the core of the array by an invisible string. Rumble, the little flame suddenly grew to engulf the entire beholder. Ah! I curse you! Curse you! In the gray flame, the huge beholder began to melt like a wax sculpture. Even his true soul was corroded. Leyland could still hear Bakelark's dying curses ringing in his ears. Just this sort of thing could not change his expression even slightly. Leyland's eyes, however, were fully absorbed in the sacrificial process, and he occasionally still made adjustments. It was very clear that for a beginner sacrificer, it was nearly impossible to get a strong rank 5 being as an offering, let alone a beholder who was a rank 5 sacrificer of the Trial's Eye. The original sacrificial array that Leyland had bought in Port Elias wasn't anything special. Although it was enough to get someone to rank 4, it was inadequate for the current situation. When the beholder elder was completely melted, a horrifying energy overflowed from the wax, while an unbearable lamenting cry sounded from the sacrificial array. Really, Leyland speechlessly shook his head, and proceeded to further strengthen the array with his soul force. Since this was a high-level sacrifice, the laws of the world had finally been attracted when the beholder was almost completely melted. The high-spirited chirps of a bird followed. Then, the runes set in place by Leyland began to flash explosively. Some of them even started to fall apart. In the end, the sacrificial array produced a piercing light. The gray flame became scarlet red in a flash, and the blood-curdling screeches of the beholder elder increased in pitch. Bang! The blood-red flames completely swallowed up Bakelark, a rank 5 sacrificer and Elder Eye. A huge amount of wax concentrated into a ball, constantly twisting and changing shape while it broiled within the scarlet-red flames. Finally, it became a clever-looking little gray bird. We meet again, Almighty Flapwing. Your Excellency, the nefarious filthbird. This was obviously the nefarious filthbird's clone, and Leyland bowed in greeting without delay. The little gray bird's eyes were rather glassy, but soon it was occupied by an intelligent personality. It looked at Leyland, its eyes expressing an obvious smile. We meet again. Snake Dowager's blood descendant, Kamoyan Serpent Emperor. A greatly changed and mechanical voice rang directly in the bottom of Leyland's heart. The little gray bird fluttered its wings, while seemingly very interested. I am very satisfied with your offering, but your heart still seems to harbor some distrust. The bird obviously pointed towards the strong binding and isolation runes on the walls. Leyland just smiled slightly. Please forgive your humble subject's precautions. However, I believe that for a mighty dignitary like yourself, these are just like fine rain and cannot harm you at all. But sly little fellow, you act as though this isn't the first time you summon me. Nonetheless, I sense leftover marks of the Trial's Eyes contracts. The little gray bird said this with certainty, after sniffing Leyland's body. Leyland's eyes flashed with an expression of sudden understanding. This must have been back when he was a rank 1 Magus and he used the nefarious filthbird feather solution to clear the Trial's Eyes contract. But, after improving his knowledge, Leyland was sure that the nefarious filthbird feather solution was merely some kind of medicine's name. The main material was definitely not the feather of this entity, otherwise no one would let Leyland use it. Certainly, the Trial's Eyes contracts used by rank 1 and rank 2 Magi were not high-level due to limits of these Magi's strengths. Thus, they could still be erased by Leyland's accidental use of the nefarious filthbird feather solution. Although he had only borrowed a millionth of the bird's power, the bird still keenly perceived it. Yes. At the time, I was able to break the bonds of the Trial's Eyes. I need to thank the dignitary for your power. Leyland respectfully expressed his thanks. You don't need to thank me, young man. Breaking the bonds of the Trial's Eye is my mission and duty. As a result of this introduction, the nefarious filthbird regarded Leyland with much gentler eyes. You did the right thing. If you had not immediately offered this sacrificer, the Trial's Eye would have found you within 10 hourglasses time. At this point, the nefarious filthbird sent another message. Now, it can no longer find you. Furthermore, everything that pertains to you will be concealed by chaos and filth, thanks to my power of chaos here. After hearing this, Leyland's expression relaxed considerably.
As expected, to fight against a dignitary, Leyland could only borrow the power of another one. The nefarious Filthbird's concealment made his earlier risks worth the trouble. So, Magus, tell me your request. The nefarious Filthbird spread its wings, looking incomparably solemn. Almighty ruler of chaos, please, may I ask if it is possible for you to remove the Allsnake curse from my body? Leyland restrained the excitement in his heart, and asked in a dignified voice. The Allsnake curse comes from the Snake Dowager. We are of the same rank, so I am unable to completely remove it. The little gray bird shook its head, but, just when Leyland became disappointed, it continued, however, the power of chaos is enough to postpone the flare-up from the curse. Do you want to suppress it? Please, go ahead. Leyland gnashed his teeth. It went without saying that entering the purgatory world was already a risk, so he would not reject this offer. This seal will consume half of the sacrifice's power. The little gray bird looked deeply into Leyland's eyes, and shortly after the terrifying gray power of chaos began to pour into Leyland's body. The immense power of chaos spread through his skin and flesh, then extending to his sea of consciousness and soul. Beep. Invading energy detected, eliminate? A red warning box popped up from the AI chip. No, Leyland gnashed his teeth, but continue monitoring. Removing resistance. Initiating monitoring mode. The AI chip dutifully sent back. A great quantity of chaotic power spread through Leyland's body. In the end, it converged in his forehead, forming a silver seal around it. The Allsnake curse seemingly squirmed, but very soon it was suppressed by the vast amount of chaotic power. Beep. The Allsnake curse's seal has been reinforced. Estimated time to outbreak, 20 years. Leyland's status box was very quickly refreshed with new information. The host's sacrificer rank has risen. Current sacrificer target, the nefarious Filthbird. Rank 4, detecting that the host's bloodline power has been released, the sacrifice strength has increased as well. Host stats have fluctuated greatly, recollecting data. Soon, the AI chip showed the new stats. Leyland Farlier, rank 5 Magus, bloodline, Kamoyan Serpent Emperor, complete form. Strength, 51, 76, Agility, 46, 62, Vitality, 135, 176.9, Spiritual Force, 1575.8, 2003.5, Magic Power, 1575, Magic Power is in synchronization with Spiritual Force, Soul Force, 158, Status. Rank for Sacrificer Strength is increasing in force. Estimated time to the Allsnake curse outbreak, 20 years. Freeing part of my bloodline force, and the growth in rank as a sacrificer, has actually restored so much of my strength. After seeing his stats changing greatly, an ecstatic expression immediately appeared on Leyland's face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 720, A Feather of Chaos. Feather of Chaos. The Allsnake curse caused all of Leyland's stats to fall and sentenced him to die in 2 years. These problems felt like a rope constantly tightening around Leyland's neck, stifling him. But now, with the nefarious Filthbird's help, Leyland finally felt less pressed for time, allowing him to relax a little. My Laws of Confusion seal can delay the Allsnake curse from flaring up for up to 18 years. After 20 years, even if you contact a rank 8 being again, you won't be able to strengthen the seal and postpone it any further. Unless, you are able to find a rank 9 everlasting one. The nefarious Filthbird's voice was heard again. However, the small gray bird in front of Leyland seemed to have become slightly illusory, as if it had consumed too much energy. Thank you, almighty dignitary. Even if the curse wasn't completely resolved, Leyland still thanked the Filthbird sincerely. After all, if it wasn't for it, he wouldn't have 20 years to solve his problems. There is still half of the power of sacrifice left. Tell me your other requests. The bird spoke within Leyland's consciousness again. Leyland pondered for a while and spoke of his plans. Almighty Flapwing, I hope to obtain something to conceal myself. After all, I am bound to go deeper into the Hail continent if I want to completely remove the Allsnake curse. He had already discovered long ago that, in the purgatory world where the path of offering was prevalent, there was still a fatal weakness in any disguise he could come up with. The weakness was the existence of a dignitary's clone when one sacrificed. As long as the sacrificers reached rank 4, they would be able to summon the clone of a dignitary. And, if those clones were intelligent, they would definitely be able to expose Leyland's disguise. During the previous skirmish, both the Elias Governor and Bayclark were only able to summon a phantom of their dignitary and not a complete clone. Hence, Leyland was able to conceal himself. However, he knew it was impossible to avoid them forever, especially in the Hail continent. Therefore, suitable methods for concealment were necessary, and they had to be able to deceive the dignitary's clones.
Furthermore, these existences may have some special detection methods. In particular, the Snake Dowager, who was the source of Kamoyan bloodline descendants, would have such methods. There might be some kind of special reaction towards her own descendants. Although Leyland had already prepared all sorts of countermeasures, it still did not stop him from adding another insurance. You are very intelligent, the nefarious Filthbird nodded in approval. Once you appear within a range of 5 kilometers from one of our clones, you will definitely be unable to escape our detection. I bestow upon you the Feather of Chaos. The one who holds this item receives the protection of chaotic power. As long as you don't come into contact with the dignitary's real body, you won't be discovered. The small bird's silhouette became even more faint. In the end, it transformed into a gray illusory feather that floated in front of Leyland. Snake Dowager's descendant, Kamoyan Serpent Emperor. Travel the Hail continent as you wish, and tear the Dowager's godly status apart. The gray nefarious Filthbird's clone vanished. Only a residue of its content reverberated in the secret chamber. In a flash, the sacrificial array exploded with a bang and turned into flying dust. I gained more than what I expected. Leyland let out a long breath, feeling rather glad. Doing business with the nefarious Filthbird was like dancing on a tightrope. Leyland had no choice but to consider all worst-case scenarios. Luckily, due to the archenemy relationship between the nefarious Filthbird and the Trial's Eye, it was very willing to see the Trial's Eye's ally, the Snake Dowager, be defeated. This was the foundation of the deal between both sides. Leyland's own power and his meticulous arrangements were the most crucial part of his plan. Even had the Filthbird's clone suddenly turned hostile, he had the confidence to break the sacrificial array and escape from it instantly. With a common enemy, and since Leyland himself could escape, the nefarious Filthbird was willing to see him as a pseudo-ally. Furthermore, Leyland still wasn't able to completely trust the nefarious Filthbird, since there was only a mutual relationship of wanting to use each other between them. Of course, the nefarious Filthbird still had the greater advantage and their interests did not clash. Therefore, it was possible to maintain their agreement. For instance, for Leyland, who was an insincere sacrificer, being promoted directly to rank 4 level by the nefarious Filthbird was a very good testimony that they could work together. There would never be a lucky person who became an everlasting one in the world. Only through careful, meticulous considerations and anticipating worst-case scenarios would one be able to guarantee success. Rank 4 sacrificers can already begin to amplify their body's attributes through attracting the dignitary's energy into their own body, and solidifying it permanently. Leyland muttered to himself, this kind of promotion often comes with a price. The whole body might be branded by the nefarious Filthbird's energy, which creates a tissue and cellular transformation that cannot be opposed. Ultimately, one might even be controlled by them. AI. Chip, conduct an all-round inspection of my body's energy structure. Beep. Mission established, beginning to scan. The mechanical sound of the AI chip echoed. Soon after, fine blue light continuously swept across every part of Leyland's body. Discovered unknown energy structure. Determined to be the nefarious Filthbird's energy branding. Eliminate? Without spending much time, the AI chip responded. Leyland had long prepared for this outcome. Hence, he did not look surprised at all, and he commanded very calmly instead, show me the image. Soon after, Leyland was looking at the image of a cell that was magnified several times on the AI chip screen. At the center of the cell was something that looked like a sea urchin, with peculiar energy waves of confusion. Beep. This energy is the crucial element to suppress the All-Snake curse. If eliminated, it would trigger irreversible changes. Probability of All-Snake curse showing advance in effect, 99.99%. Eliminate? The AI. Chip's sound caused Leyland's expression to become slightly gloomy. It seems this would be the kill switch that the nefarious Filthbird imposed on me. Although currently it's only used to threaten others and maintain its own position, I still need its strength. I need chaotic power to suppress the All-Snake curse. Numerous rays of light continuously flashed across Leyland's pupils. However, he commanded, focus on monitoring. For the time being, maintain the original shape. Beep. Mission established, activating real-time monitoring procedure within the body. The AI chip loyally carried out Leyland's orders. No matter what, I still profited this time. Not only was the All-Snake curse's effect delayed, I even obtained something to rely on when I infiltrate the Hail continent. Leyland murmured, stroking the walls with his palm. A layer of black liquid flame emerged from his palm, spreading rapidly as if it had life of its own, consuming the entire place almost instantly. Soon, the binding runes and sacrificial array vanished without a trace under the black demonic flames, and even its aura was burnt away. After the place was thoroughly cleaned up, a yellowish radiance emerged from Leyland's body and blent into the surrounding walls.
A circular light floated above the coral island with a whoosh and, shortly after Leyland's figure quickly flew out. "Thanks a lot, big fellow."
Leyland looked at the large turtle and waved his hand while smiling.
Afterwards, a slight green ray of light flew out of his fingers in a flash and merged into the turtle's forehead. Although that fine green beam was like dust when compared to the turtle's huge head, Leyland still heard a hint of pleasant surprise from the creature's whistles, especially after the ray merged. Its turbid eyes seemed to become somewhat quicker, and there was a hint of kindness in its expression while looking at Leyland. "This is a gift from a wise man of ancient times. Although it only has a faint external aura, it still has exceptional effect in raising creatures' wisdom. I know you want more, but, unfortunately, I still have a need for these.
I cannot give you any more."
Leyland smiled. His body transformed into a long black streak that vanished into the distant horizon, leaving the turtle with a regretful expression.
The turtle howled in Leyland's direction as if it was seeing Leyland off.
The loud howl sounded continuously, even causing huge waves to form on the surface of the sea, which continued for half an hour. Ultimately, the turtle's body gradually sank to the bottom of the ocean, leaving behind a huge white whirlpool. The strong wind whistled into Leyland's ears hauntingly.
Leyland's expression turned solemn.
Although he had already thought about how to sneak into the Hale continent, even when the plan had yet to be implemented, he had some slight concerns.
"Partial AI number 1, report your position." Leyland pressed his temples and a faint blue radiance was revealed from his pupils.
"Beep. Current coordinates, taking the main body as the origin, southeast, 786.67 nautical miles. An unusual message was directly sent by the AI chip.
The people around the area are all agitated.
Possibility of a conflict between military forces. It is advised that the main body arrive immediately, otherwise the puppet's identity will be exposed." At this moment, a warning sign was transmitted from the AI chip again, making Leyland's speed rapidly increase. Although using the AI chip to control the shadow puppet allowed it to imitate all of Leyland's actions and even his aura to the point of being impossible to check its authenticity, it would still be exposed once it made a move. By that time, even if Leyland managed to rush there and kill them all, he would probably still be unable to stop the news from being transmitted. Consequently, he would have to abandon the identity he had created, Nick. The most important point, however, was that the plans he had previously set up would have to undergo modifications. The risks would be greater, and this was something Leyland could not accept.
What exactly happened that caused things to escalate to this degree?
Leyland carefully observed the report sent by Partial AI number 1, and everything that happened after Port Elias military campaign appeared immediately before his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 721, Loss.
Loss. The organization that Belinda belonged to was obviously subordinate to the Trial's Eye. They had been preparing to act against the nefarious Filthbird, using Port Elias as a transport point to offload a large amount of prohibited goods.
However, with Leyland cutting in, this plan was dealt a fatal blow before it could even begin.
With Leyland's disclosure of the information about their operation, the Port Elias setup had been completely exposed. All the people in charge of the different organizations were nabbed in hiding, and only Belinda had been able to escape with Leyland's protection.
For the Trial's Eyes organization, this was an intolerable humiliation. The loss of goods and intel was something they could not bear.
Hence, Belinda's superior Bayclark had brought a huge army and hastened over, planning to destroy Port Elias in one go.
With Bayclark's strength as a rank 5, the governor who was only at rank 4 could not even resist.
Originally, everything should have gone smoothly.
In the Hale continent, the governor didn't have any support.
However, it was a huge pity that a plan was just a plan and there could always be other variables. The moment Leyland laid his eyes on Bayclark, only tragedy awaited the beholder. With Leyland's deliberate plans, the governor and a few higher-ups of the nefarious Filthbirds organization had escaped. Even the rank 5 sacrificer, Bayclark, had turned into an offering for the nefarious Filthbird, temporarily solving his personal issues while Bayclark's true soul was destroyed. Even in the purgatory world, a rank 5 was very rare, especially one with the status of a sacrificer. In his organization, Bayclark had high standing and managed this region.
The loss of someone like him was a huge disaster for Belinda and the others.
Though Belinda had done all she could to save the situation, and had pushed the troops in order to reach a rest point, a paradoxical situation had been unavoidable despite her best efforts, landing her in her current dilemma.
No.
This couldn't be called a paradox, but a conspiracy. When Belinda had stepped out as a leader, she immediately turned into an offering or scapegoat in the eyes of the Morningstars.
Why? Why did things turn out like this?
Belinda half leant against the corner of a wall, arms hugging her shoulders as if that would bring her even the slightest bit of warmth.
With her body, she wouldn't feel any cold in temperatures above absolute zero. It had been a subconscious act. She was currently in a cold, dark, humid room. There were multiple reinforcement runes on the walls, and the door was a cold steel grill. A few marine folk surveyed her icily from not far away. Morningstar force fields undulated from their bodies without any restrictions, and they were clearly the marine tribe that had gone to battle together with Belinda before. Now, however, their target had changed and they even kept Belinda on house arrest. The accusation was laughable, colluding with the enemy. Belinda did feel like laughing. Sending troops to Port Elias was a joint decision by the higher-ups, but they changed the narrative and said she'd bewitched Bay Clark to do it. Belinda's calm actions after being caught by the leader of the Allied forces was also taken as proof of trying to win the support of the enemy. What other reason could she have for doing this than to collude with the enemy? Besides, compared to the Beholder race and marine tribe that had from the very beginning believed in Trial's Eye, someone like her who was a descendant of the Alabaster Devil Snake just did not fit in. Was she not a readily available scapegoat? It had to be said that whenever it came to suspicion of there being spies, outsiders like her were the first to be attacked. "Belinda, are you feeling better?" A voice was heard from her side, causing her to raise her head slightly. Through the dusky light, she saw the figure of her kinsman. After seeing who it was, a wry smile appeared at the corner of her lips. "Nick, you've been captured too?" The shadow clone controlled by partial AI number 1 was watching Belinda worriedly. When the marine tribe had suddenly turned hostile on her, Belinda practically turned into a wooden puppet, not resisting arrest. With only the strength of a shadow clone, the partial AI also didn't dare make a move lest it was caught. Thankfully, perhaps because they were afraid that the two would resist violent methods and cause needless deaths, they were only under house arrest. Their true souls weren't sealed or anything like that, and they were even placed together. Target is now in a poor mood and in a state of bewilderment. If appropriately consoled, it is possible to improve her impression of the host. An analysis presented itself to the shadow clone. However, its orders were merely to prevent Nick being exposed as Leyland. Without Leyland's explicit orders, emotional issues like this were the most difficult for partial AIs to deal with. Hence, Nick merely stood around in a daze, as if similarly shocked. I'm sorry for dragging you into this, but don't worry, Nick. Our organization believes in the Master of Order and is the most fair and just. It will definitely prove our innocence, and you'll soon regain your freedom." Seeing Nick in this state, a hint of disappointment showed in her eyes, and she could not help but hug herself tighter, her whispers sounding from the gaps between her arms. "This girl hasn't given up yet?" A translucent figure penetrated the wall full of seals and shackles, entering the room. Seeing the state she was in, a strange smile appeared on his lips. "Why is it that I always have to be the one to shatter the purity and fantasies of children?" The translucent being melded into Nick, and the AI chip took over partial AI number 1. From the outside, it looked like Nick's eyes went blank for a while before returning to normal. Nobody noticed this change, and having recalled the shadow clone and partial AI, Nick was Leyland once more. After getting the warning from the partial AI, Leyland had hastened to reach this place in the shortest time possible. The guards and spell formations outside were no issue for him. When it came to spell formations or runes, the research by Magi in the Magus world was leaps and bounds ahead of the marine tribes. Leyland had regained most of his strength, and he could do all sorts of things with ease. Most importantly, he was now a rank 4 sacrificer of the nefarious Filthbird and had the wings of chaos. This made it even easier for him to break through the seals set up in the name of the Trial's Eye. These two were not just arch-enemies, but their strengths restrained each other. Of course, when compared to Leyland, the marine tribes outside were useless. "Belinda." Leyland spoke slowly in a low voice. "At this point, are you still harboring fantasies towards the marine tribes outside?" "Fantasies? No. Even if they're driven by benefits and greed, the Master of Order will come and save me," she spoke resolutely. With her devoutness to the Trial's Eye, he felt like her only being a rank 3 sacrificer was a waste. Yes. Anyone can see how foul the marine tribe is. It's not just the dignitary, Trial's Eye. Even the higher-ups know that. Leyland spoke nonchalantly, almost with a hint of sarcasm. Without waiting for her to speak, he continued, "But, so what? With the situation right now, where Bay Clark has disappeared and the operation has failed, someone will have to take responsibility. Bay Clark is an Elderai of the Beholders and has a great amount of power. He clearly fought with all his might. There's a chance that he might survive, and nobody would dare offend a rank 5, but what's left is to find people to take responsibility, such as you. The marine tribe is very harmonious, and if they really had to incriminate someone, it'd be you." At this point, Leyland saw that her shoulders were trembling even more violently. He added on, "However, the losses incurred by this is something your higher-ups definitely don't want to see. Hence, this matter cannot really be pursued." A scapegoat is needed, or rather a sacrifice has to be found. At this point, is there someone more suitable than you? As an outsider with no background, you don't have a group to back you up either like the Marine tribe. Leyland started to sound like he was ridiculing her. No. Even if they're all like that, the mighty master of trials, the dignitary of fairness and justice, will definitely not abandon me. Belinda raised her head, her scarlet pupils filled with insanity and hopelessness. I won't say more about that. Leyland shook his head, but I hope you are aware that if the trial's eye is in favor of absolute justice and fairness, it would long since have fallen and disappeared into the dust of history. To survive up to this point and spread its ways in so many worlds, it must know compromise. In order to uphold fairness and justness to a certain extent, the Master of Trials is already quite successful. No, I don't believe it. I don't. The despair in her eyes immediately dissipated and she crumpled to the ground like a ball, boneless. She can't take this blow? Or has she thought of something? Leyland shook his head inwardly. Is her mind too weak, or is there some particular injury to it? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 722, Bewitching and Black Conversion. Bewitching and Black Conversion. Asterisk rattle, asterisk at this moment, the steel fence door was abruptly pulled open, and a circle of higher-ups from the Marine tribe walked in. The leader's face had a few blue scales on it. He looked towards Belinda coldly, and read from a sheepskin scroll, Belinda, the headquarters has decided that you've turned your back on the Master of Order, profaning the glory of the dignitary. We judge you to have committed the crime of colluding with the enemy. No. This is impossible. Belinda completely crumbled down. Nothing is impossible. The Marine tribe leader tossed the document in front of her, the seal from the headquarters at the bottom right corner. It emitted dazzling lights, and wasn't something that could be faked. After seeing the scarlet words of judgment on it, Belinda had almost completely given up. Even if the headquarters is infected by chaos and filth, I still have the dignitary. I'm still a sacrificer, Belinda trembled, a sacrificial spell formation appearing at the tip of her finger. Compared to Leyland's, there was only a rune of an eye at the heart of the formation. Pack, the eye cracked and the spell formation dissipated, not giving a reply. This situation signified that the dignitary, the trial's eye, did not accept Belinda's offering. In other words, she had been abandoned. Of course, the common people did not know that on the path of offerings, equal exchange meant that even if the dignitary broke off the connection with the sacrificer or did not accept their offering, what had been given would not be returned. This was a trade of equal exchange, and since the sacrificer had offered something up, it wouldn't be returned. It was similar with the governor of Elias. If he gave up his belief in the nefarious filthbird, or it did not accept his offerings, then he would at most not be able to obtain a boost from it. However, the results from previous ceremonies were permanent and remained. This was unlike the priests of gods. Once gods abandoned them, they would lose all their status and magic power. That way had its own advantages and disadvantages. No. Why? Why did things turn out this way? If the decision from the headquarters had pushed Belinda to the verge of collapse, this was a fatal blow. Why, not just the headquarters, but even the mighty dignitary did not believe that I'd been slandered and treated unfairly. Cheer up, Belinda. The mighty dignitary definitely knows the truth, but you need to make a sacrifice for its sake. Leyland quietly stood beside Belinda, gently patting back of her hand that was on her shoulder. In all organizations, the members would need to make sacrifices for the big picture. It was a normal thing, and if they didn't do so, they would be criticized by the public. In these days, it seemed like if a superior wanted a subordinate dead, the subordinate had no choice but to die. Everything was for benefits. The benefits of a collective group took priority over personal gain. When met with this situation, complaining wasn't even possible. One would have to take the initiative and rush to sacrifice oneself, else it would bring trouble to their family and friends. Of course, if this person did not care for their lives, nor their friends and family, and had nothing to be concerned about, things would become difficult to handle. However, these people were usually unstable, posing as a threat to their communities, and needed to be eliminated. For the current situation, the trial's eye had made this decision despite knowing that Belinda had been maligned. Belinda would thus be sacrificed. Perhaps after pacifying the Marine tribe, the headquarters would send people over to tidy up, removing any malignant tumors in people who could not be controlled. After decades or a whole century, there would be political change and Belinda might even be given the title of a saint, revered by the later generations and turning into a leader. However, if the person was dead, what was the point? However, Leyland could not deny the point of the organization's actions. In a physically weak world, joining forces to form organizations was the way of the powerful. When one member's benefits were sacrificed, they could do nothing but exhibit enthusiasm for it. However, this was different. When a person's personal strength was immense, then they would have the right to go against the organization. In a world where extraordinary strength existed, individuals who were powerful became important. Especially in the purgatory world, where a few dignitaries governed all the continents, murder and plunder was the best proof of this concept. Hence, besides obediently dying, there was no other better option for her. Of course, she still had other options, like how Leyland was preparing to work some magic. There's no slandering or conspiracy. This is the truth. Belinda, you colluded with the organization of the nefarious Filthbird and entrapped Lord Beauclerk. We are going to punish you. Seeing Leyland stand out, the Marine Tribesman's pupils shone with dissatisfaction. This was a natural feeling when a subordinate dared go against a superior's authority. All right. I'm not of your organization and obviously can't commit the crime of colluding with the enemy. I wonder when I can leave. Leyland spread his arms and laughed. You must be a believer of the nefarious Filthbird, and must be communicating with the enemy organization with Belinda. You must be punished as well. The leader did not even blink as it spoke. Leyland almost wanted to give the leader applause, as he had guessed a truth that not even the trials I knew about. It had to be said that the leader had gotten it completely right by luck. What's with all the bullshit, just killed him. A morning star beside it already had shining undulations of a beast spirit summoner. For them, leaving Belinda and Leyland around was just going to create more issues. They'd had to contact headquarters before, and now that they had the permission to, there was nothing left to consider. In that case, Leyland shrugged his shoulders. Suddenly, his aura changed, turning from a little rabbit to a large, fierce tiger. HSSSS, a tremendous alabaster devil snake phantom suddenly squeezed out behind him, producing ear-splitting roars. Rumble, bang, terrifying explosions reduced the room to fragments. Kill them. Don't hold back. The leader yelled out, and a large shark-shaped beast spirit appeared, roaming in the air. Light flashed, energy undulations from sacrifices and beast spirits constantly appearing. It caused even this islet to begin shaking slightly. Wah, you're all liars. Liars. At this moment, Belinda, who had been under Leyland's protection, suddenly seemed to go mad, and her face flushed unusually. I was treated that way and even by the trials What value does my faith and persistence have? Along with her complaints and questions, 2 rows of bloody tears flowed from her eyes. In that case, let filth destroy the world. An evil aura emanated from her body, and large amounts of dream force filled the surroundings, even turning black. Could this be the rumored black conversion? Leyland wanted to say something, but he stopped himself. It's not the time to say such stupid things. Let's go. The dream force that was summoned by Belinda abruptly converged in Leyland's hand. It seemed to be weaved subtly, transforming into an even more powerful force. A large black net brought with it an oppressive force that gave rise to despair as it enveloped the islet. Deafening roars were heard everywhere, but whether it was the rank 4C shark beast spirit that belonged to the Marine tribe leader, or the attacks from others, nobody could take on this large black net. Hazy dream force even caused the guards to lose their sight and crumble to the ground. Synphobic flames. With Leyland's soul strength, countless black flames appeared on the large black net. Differing from his phoenix fire, the black flames held a large amount of hatred within. The sea species that had been burnt by the flames grew despondent, their bodies losing life undulations while their carcasses were preserved. Those flames target the soul. Careful. The leader roared, and the aquatic shark beast spirit he summoned feared the black flames immensely. After all, when it came to this kind of spirit body, the synphobic flames were like their natural enemy. In the span of one attack, all of the marine folk below rank 4 near the islet had been annihilated by the black flames. The net then constantly shrunk, trapping the morning stars in a tiny space. This strength, the leader now looked deathly pale. If he had known Belinda had this ability and Nick was so vicious, he would have employed more gentle tactics. However, it was too late at this point. The leader still tried till the end though. Wait. Belinda, we're willing to send out a joint declaration to free you of all injustice, and will even repent to the Master of Order. Please don't. Ha, do you think I'm the same as before? Belinda laughed madly, body filling with some red patterns. The dark dream force was being extracted unceasingly. Vampiric berserker transformation? Or is it an attack that consumes the bloodline? Leyland shook his head, not hesitating as he made use of her dream force, increasing the black flames in the large net. At this moment, a strange undulation was transmitted as a rank 4 sacrificer tried to summon a clone of the trial's Dream on.
Leyland sneered, and with a flash of his feather of chaos, chaotic power spread out, disrupting their coordinates and causing the sacrificer that was summoning the clone of the Trials Eye to cough up fresh blood. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 723, Plans and Setting Foot on the Continent. Plans and Setting Foot on the Continent.
Their final struggles taken care of, the true souls of the many kinsmen of the marine tribes were corroded by the black flames and they all died with a loud rumble. You did well, annihilating so many sacrificers of the Trials Eye. Here's a reward. The chaotic force of the nefarious filthbird was projected into Leyland's mind with a royal declaration, great amount of chaos power descending through subconscious communication.
Beep.
Discovered large amounts of the law of chaos.
Absorb? No.
Store it all. With Leyland's command, the large amount of chaotic force turned into gray crystals that he secretly stored. The black flames gradually died out, revealing an islet that now had no other traces of life.
Kiki, so they all died just like that?
I thought they'd be more fun, Belinda laughed maniacally. Leyland appeared behind her in that instant, light shining in his hands.
What are you doing?
Belinda shrieked. Immediately after, her eyes rolled back as she fell unconscious.
The bloodline consumption was so huge that even her mind is exhausted.
Leyland shook his head. She had obviously gone half crazy. If not for that, no matter how discreet he was in gathering the chaotic power, she would have noticed it. Ugh, with a light hum, Belinda slowly opened her eyes. What entered her sights was a scene where abundant stars filled the skies, as well as the flickering firelight from a bonfire that lit up the area. Slight crackling sounds sounded from the fire, and a few grilled fish that were skewered on tree branches were stuck in the ground beside the fire.
An aroma of greasy food spread out from the fish unendingly. You're awake. Would you like some?
Leyland chuckled as he handed a branch with a few grilled fish on it to Belinda. Belinda took it without thought, her eyes still filled with bewilderment. Immediately after, the betrayal of the marine tribe as well as the decision from headquarters, even the memories of the failed offering to the dignitary of Trials emerged.
Ah,
the snake girl exclaimed, the grilled fish falling to the ground.
Was all of that real?
Belinda raised her arms, watching the little sacrificial array branded into her skin. Now, however, the rune for the Trials Eye had completely dimmed, there were even cracks on it.
She went quiet.
The frailness of her body was proof of her crazed slaughter before, and it caused a wry smile about her lips. I'd thought my faith was strong.
I didn't expect it to be so fragile.
I think you did very well already. Leyland smiled, passing over another portion of grilled meat. Whatever it is, you're alive.
That's the greatest blessing. Belinda sunk into silence for a long while before she took the meat from Leyland. Thank you. The sound was as soft as the buzzing of a fly. If not for his exceptional senses, he wouldn't have been able to hear it. Why did you save me? Did you hope I'd be your mate? Belinda asked after a silent meal.
The question left Leyland stunned.
Mate? Ah, she's of another race and even a snake at that.
Her ideas of this sort of thing are a little different. Leyland nodded without a change in expression even as such a thought coursed through his mind.
That's the smallest part of it. It's more because we are of the same species. Mixed-blood alabaster devil snakes are dwindling in number, and I can't just watch you die. My life is very complicated, and I even betrayed the Trials Eye. I'd bring you many troubles if we worked together.
Belinda seemed to have recovered from her previous shock, once more the strong, able woman she was. The branch in her hand snapped as she huffed, her whole body relaxing as she seemed to have come to a decision. Since I've already offended the Master of Order, we can only hide in the depths of the Hail Continent, Belinda calmly analyzed. Though the Matriarch and the Trials Eye are allies, they wouldn't send out a bounty just for this.
With our bloodline, going to other continents would only lead to discrimination. My own situation is a good example. It's not an issue for me.
I've been traveling around the archipelago, I've been thinking about going to the Hail Continent. Leyland was in favor of her decision.
In reality, that was his main goal. If not, why would he spend so much effort on saving her?
We will enter through the borders of the nearest continent and then traverse through the Serpent Plains to reach the Holy City. I have connections there, so they might be able to help us. Belinda stood up. In return for your help, I will find you a mate with a bloodline purity that does not lose to mine.
Of course, if you're certain about your choice, that's not a problem.
All right, Leyland touched his chin, appearing embarrassed. He was actually rendered speechless at her using such a simple method to thank him.
Beast Spirit Summon, Godric. A layer of blue patterns emerged from Leyland as he stood by the coast.
Their rest was done, and the figure of the quick-witted Godric appeared.
It was just that the injuries from the last battle left it dull. Healing beast spirits was a very advanced technique. Only a few high-ranked beast spirit masters in the purgatory world could do such a thing, so even if Leyland had methods to heal his beast spirit, he couldn't show them now. The large Godric moved as it turned into a streak of light. It spread its two large fleshy wings on the surface of the waters, its expansive back as flat as land. "Let's go," Leyland said while jumping on. Belinda soon followed as well. Her scarlet pupils scanned the Godric and she shook her head, eyes full of pity. Godrics mature to rank 4 beasts, but they're very difficult to control. Those merchants capture young creatures and then seal or even extract their souls. That's just. Following that, she glanced towards Leyland. "I see that the beast spirits you have on you is meager. Don't you have a healthier beast spirit? Injuries to the soul will only grow more serious in such a state, and even healers won't be of much help." "I'm merely a rank 3 beast spirit master." Leyland touched his chin, slightly embarrassed. He had bought this Godric at the port, using it as a temporary substitute. He had no plans of healing it, and at most was prepared to make use of this trash once more. "I'm more proficient in innate spells and the manipulation of dream force." Belinda nodded, evidently recalling Leyland's astounding skill at using dream force. "Since we're companions for now, we should be honest with each other. Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Belinda, and I'm a rank 4 beast spirit master and rank 3 sacrificer. Of course, my identity as a sacrificer is of no use." The Godric flew along the shipping route quickly, leaving long trails of white lines. Belinda gathered her disheveled hair and smiled at him. "A rank 4 beast spirit master? I don't think I've seen you use your beast spirit though?" In the crazed state before, she had even ignited her bloodline source and yet did not summon her own rank 4 beast spirit, which left Leyland surprised. "My beast spirit is a little special. If possible, I won't use it in my whole life." She forced out a smile, her facial muscles stiff. She clearly recalled some bad memories, and Leyland tactfully did not question her further. "My name is Nick, and I'm a rank 3 beast spirit master. I'm more proficient in physical battles as well as using the alabaster devil snake's bloodline force." Leyland replied with a very sincere expression on his face. "Which port are we going ashore at?" Though the Hale continent doesn't get information from the outside that often, some ports might have long since announced for our arrest. "We can probably only choose coasts with no beings around. Thankfully, we're using a beast spirit, so there won't be issues with anchoring and maintenance." Belinda naturally knew more about the Hale continent than Leyland. After all, no matter how hard Leyland tried to gather information, it was all theoretical. Nobody would know the place better than its inhabitants. The Godric's low moos continued to sound as the two gazed into the distant coastline, looking to be deep in thought. 2 days later, beside a wasteland. The black rocks outside emitted a pungent smell. Leyland was bored to death, leaning on a rock while quietly in wait. A large port showed itself in his line of sight, pure white marble carvings, lighthouses, and all sorts of noticeable buildings exuding an incomparable beauty. The whole port was bustling with life, and large numbers of beings of other races could occasionally be seen walking the streets. After sneaking into the Hale continent, Leyland and Belinda had stealthily hidden themselves near a port so they could gather important information, maps, and supplies. Belinda had volunteered to make some inquiries for more information. Knowing she was more experienced and familiar with this than he was, Leyland sensibly did not oppose her. "Catch!" A linen pouch flew over as a loud shout sounded. Thud, Leyland extended his hands and caught it. "What is it?" "A map, and some other necessities." Belinda currently wore a thick cloak, covering all her characteristics as a demi-snake. She was obviously very cautious. "How is it? What kind of information did you get?" Leyland asked impatiently. "So, are you finally scared?" Belinda, on the other hand, teased him. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 724, Port and Mount. Port and Mount. "Of course I'm afraid." Leyland seemed to be very confident. "After all, we destroyed a port belonging to the Master of Chaos and even massacred a branch belonging to the Master of Order. Oh, mighty dignitary, the matriarch. I hope they don't join together and put a bounty on us, else we really will become famous." Leyland's performance was a huge success, and the look of suffering on his face caused Belinda to mock him. "Humph. A port?" Port Elias was only an illegal private port that their governor established himself. He didn't get any permission from the Hale continent, and even amongst the high-ranking sacrificers of the nefarious Filthbird, very few acknowledge it. In a colony like this, it's merely an attempt on the Filthbird's end. It would be great if it went well, but even if it were to fail, there aren't any major losses. Besides, this is the territory of the Eye of Order's ally, the Matriarch. The Master of Chaos and the Eye of Order are arch-enemies, which is why they'll at most pursue us on the sly but won't do anything too drastic. The only thing I'm worried about is the organizations belonging to the Eye of Order. Belinda was clearly worried. I've already looked through the announcements at the port. Unfortunately, I seem to be wanted by the Eye of Order, and news will spread very quickly. Immediately after, she looked towards Leyland, with eyes full of reservation. While you did murder most of them, no news about you has spread. If you want to leave now, there's still time. Leyland was quiet. He obviously knew that this wasn't just because he'd silenced them, but because of the cover of chaos power. That was why his traces had been reduced to the bare minimum. However, watching Belinda, who was slightly nervous, Leyland merely smiled. Did you think I would leave you for my own safety? Why not? News of me being wanted by trials I will spread through the Hale continent. Belinda laughed coldly. When the time comes, you and I will be pursued till the ends of the earth because we're working together. Oh. That seems rather interesting. Leyland stroked his chin apathetically. Belinda was so furious that her whole body began to shake, and she appeared rather agitated. Leyland astutely noticed the change in her mood. Laughing inside, he still looked serious. Where do we go next? Can the holy city at the heart of the Hale continent still take us in? You're really a fool. Belinda's eyes filled with tenderness. She stared hard at Leyland for a while, but she still ended up explaining, don't worry, the holy city is a sacred land for all descendants of the matriarch. With my connections, there shouldn't be any problem. That's good. Leyland patted his chest, looking slightly afraid. Belinda was so frustrated that she laughed instead, finding herself unable to speak while Leyland spread out the parchment paper in his hands. This map is so vague. Are we now at the port of the Endursus Union? This map that was yellowed at the ages was very crude, with only the names of a few places on it. Furthermore, this was only the map of a region. Leyland understood the reason for this. In this age, a complete map that had very high precision of the continent was so expensive that perhaps most magi would need to spend their whole fortune on it. Belinda being able to get a hold of this was mostly thanks to them being at a trading port. While commanding the AI chip to record the information, Leyland recalled the resources he had gathered, and the general appearance of the Hale continent slowly emerged in his mind. The Hale continent was one of the 7 continents of the Purgatory world, ruled by the Snake Dowager. Its lands were extensive with many undeveloped regions. Barbaric beings who ate raw meat and fowl, and even prehistoric giant beasts were common there. The main inhabitants of the continent were all descendants of the Snake Dowager. All sorts of pure-blooded giant snakes, mixed bloods with characteristics of giant snakes, and other species of snakes who were very distant relatives took up about 2/3 of its populations. The remaining races, such as beholders, purgatory pygmies, energy lifeforms, elementals, and even humans were spread out across the continent. Of course, compared to descendants of the Snake Dowager, they were insignificant. They had tribes and clans, and existed between the cracks of 2 large cities or organizations. Something worthy of note was that the ruling structure of the Hale continent was a system of city-states governed by clans. War among various city-states were common, whether between 2 different races or amongst the same race. The so-called Holy City was established with the joint decision of the descendants of the Snake Dowager. In theory, this was the core government of the Hale continent, and was said to be the place the Snake Dowager favored. The Hale continent would have to listen to the commands from the Holy City, though in actuality it depended on the individual masters of the various city-states. From here all the way to the Holy City, it'll take us more than a year even if we hurry there with all our strength. Belinda unhurriedly pointed at a marking of a port on the map. At this moment, all sorts of emotions flitted past her face until she eventually grew resolved, but I found a very special route here. As long as we pass a certain region, we can make use of a teleportation spell formation and reach the Serpent Plains, which will save us a lot of time. Is that so? Then let's do as you say. Time was of essence for Leyland, and the more convenient things were, the better for him. As for whether she would find him suspicious, he had nothing to fear with his current strength. He, who had regained much of his strength and had a boost as a rank 4 sacrificer, felt like he could contend against even a rank 6 Breaking Dawn monarch. Breaking Dawn monarchs, rank 6 magi, had all grasped part of the power of laws. They were exceptionally more powerful than most other rank 6 beings. Of course, being able to contend against them did not mean he could defeat them. Leyland believed he was only comparable to a weak rank 6 at this point. However, in the Purgatory world, it was said that there were a total of 7 beings at rank 7 or above, and a small number of rank CXS. With Leyland's current strength, if not for his fear for the Snake Dowager, he would be free to do as he liked in the Hale continent. Belinda currently had strength at the Morning Star realm at best. What could she do? Seeing her expression right now, she seems to be prepared to cut off her past. Could she be planning to settle some disputes within her family? Leyland wondered while stroking his chin. Adult alabaster devil snakes can only reach rank 5, which won't be a huge issue. I really want to gather a pure bloodline. After all, high-energy beings which can use dream force and connect with dreamscape are very rare. Though the alabaster devil snake was a descendant of the snake dowager and was well taken care of, it was because they were right under her nose that she would definitely not allow the appearance of a serpent emperor amongst them. Even a rank 6 alabaster devil snake emperor would not have a community of its own. For Leyland as he was now, it was like a dish served on a platter. I just need to be careful while operating in the Hail continent. If the snake dowager discovers me, perhaps the feather of chaos could be helpful. Leyland's palm subconsciously touched the area at his chest, where a grey nefarious filthbird feather emanated a hazy glow. The nefarious filthbird's law of chaos had the effects of concealment and misleading others. With the boost from the power of chaos, Leyland now had more confidence in hiding his tracks. If not, Leyland wouldn't be confident in sneaking into this nest of the snake dowager where there were so many sacrificers. Compared to his previous infiltration attempt, which had been very difficult, he was now much more assured in his success. In spite of the slight restrictions, the deal with the nefarious filthbird was worth it. But I still need to defend against the bird. If it were to betray me at the last moment, I might just turn into a gift for the snake dowager to improve their relationship instead. Leyland's eyes shone with blue light, the nefarious filthbird energy in his body under strict surveillance. Leyland did not have to worry about the same with the Trial's Eye. The nefarious filthbird was arch-enemies with it and their rivalry extended across numerous worlds. That was perhaps something that extended to the current day from primordial times, an irreconcilable hate. But things were different with the snake dowager. She was merely an ally of the Trial's Eye, which might not even mean that much to her. If it could pay a price and entice the snake dowager to join its side, he was sure that the filthbird would be very willing to do so. Though this was a tiny possibility, Leyland had to prepare for it. Such was the sorrow of the weak. Leyland was currently walking on thin ice, a small misstep causing irreparable harm. Oh, right, I bought this too. With Belinda's voice sounded, the roars of two large beings traveled to Leyland's ear. At this moment, Leyland saw her pulling the reins, and the two beings' silhouettes gradually emerged from the shadows. What appeared in front of him were two large earth-yellow lizard-like creatures. There were even man-made seats fixed atop their backs. Since we are going to traverse through rather special environments, this sort of mount is essential. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 725, Dreamscape Forest. Dreamscape Forest. Under the radiant light of a purple moon, two dirt yellow figures were galloping across the fields at a fast speed. These two yellow figures were naturally the two yellowish-brown earth lizards. The two figures sitting on their backs had their entire bodies tightly wrapped up, only exposing their scarlet pupils which flashed coldly from time to time. This earth lizard is a rather good way of getting around. Leyland looked at the lower limbs of his mount. Above the lizard's barbed feet was a translucent membrane, rich in energy particles which converged around its surface. With this, it could very easily traverse jungles, swamps and other complex terrain. When we cross the Dreamscape Forest, we will arrive at the White River Valley. That's where my family is. Belinda's voice did not carry a single trace of joy. Dreamscape Forest? Why the name? Leyland had some misgivings, and soon looked all around him. Their surroundings were all grasslands, and there was nothing like a forest nearby. Dreamscape Forest, Dreamscape. You mean? Leyland's pupils constricted slightly. His thoughts drifted to the alabaster devil snake's bloodline skill and he thought of a possibility. Beep. Spatial undulations detected ahead, determined to be Dreamscape access points. The AI chip's mechanical voice transmitted over as well. That's right. We're also known as the Alabaster Devils. My clan stays in the cracks leading to Dreamscape, and we often lure travelers in to prey on them. Belinda's voice was cold. Leyland's thoughts, however, drifted to the AI chip's introduction of alabaster devil snakes. They enjoy tormenting their prey within Dreamscape before eating their meal. Traces of dark red fog appeared, making the surrounding area foggy and hazy. By the time they had passed through this fog, a strange forest immediately appeared in front of Leyland. The black branches and tree leaves crisscrossed, and there were many giant trees without a single leaf showing their bare form, like a grotesque withered arm waving about without stopping. Beep. Host has entered a Dreamscape zone. The AI chip transmitted in reminder. Dreamscape zone. This isn't actually Dreamscape, nor is it the Hail continent. It's instead an intersection of the two places, resulting in a myriad of strange events. And now I've entered using my real body. There was a strange expression in Leyland's eyes. Rather than his most recent experiences in Dreamscape, he was thrown back to his first time researching this world, with his real body fully entering it. Even though he was physically protected in Dreamforce should have less of an effect on his true soul now. If something were to happen, then it would be very difficult to escape. The bloodline of the alabaster devil snake will temporarily protect us from the attacking nightmare creatures. Follow me closely. Belinda shouted as she advanced forwards in front of Leyland. The alabaster devil snake bloodline. Leyland allowed a layer of white scales to cover the surface of his body. As expected, after entering the Dreamscape zone, these scales became even more brilliant. They seemed to come to life, breathing in the dark red Dreamforce. It was like a traveler had returned home, and there was not the slightest sense of unfamiliarity. The earlier oppressive feeling that Leyland had felt from the Dreamscape forest also disappeared without a trace. Alabaster devil snakes are darlings of Dreamscape. As expected, they are direct descendants who inherited a part of the Snake Dowager's ability with Dreamscape. There was an admiring look in Leyland's eyes. AI chip. Scan the entire area and establish task. Probe the alabaster devil snake's ability to travel to and from Dreamscape. Beep, task established, beginning data collection. The AI chip faithfully implemented Leyland's command. A pure-blooded alabaster devil snake could travel through Dreamscape to the outside world. This was how one had originally attacked Leyland. A mixed blood like Belinda only inherited a weakened form of this ability, and could merely communicate with Dreamscape and draw upon the strength of Dreamforce. Although Leyland did not belong to the alabaster devil snake bloodline, he possessed the blood of a rank 5 alabaster devil snake, and was even in such a good environment to use it. Using the AI chip to find a way for a real body to travel through Dreamscape would be very beneficial for him. If I grasp this technique, I'll be able to enter and leave Dreamscape anytime I want, anywhere I want. Perhaps, there seemed to be fires blazing in Leyland's eyes. Freely entering and leaving Dreamscape would require a huge amount of Dreamforce as well as the resources of an enormous world. But the important thing was that he could use the infinite space of Dreamscape to travel to different worlds. After all, limits such as distance and time were simply a joke in Dreamscape. It seems like the transport array was a lie. Belinda wants to use Dreamscape as a springboard to travel directly to the Serpent Plains, Leyland concluded in secret. Of course, using Dreamscape as transit wasn't easy either. Forget the monsters and dangers that lurked there, just the extremely indefinite nature of Dreamscape gave Magi a great headache. It was likely that Belinda's ancestors spent countless painstaking hours to explore the region and find this passageway. The Dreamscape's drop point was just a hair's breadth away, but it could completely defeat their purpose. If they hadn't possessed the alabaster devil snake's Dreamscape ability, they wouldn't have dared to experiment so boldly. Leyland sped up his earth lizard and moved to Belinda's side. Belinda, is it possible to enter this Dreamscape forest at any time? Of course not. Although the Dreamscape forest has always been in the wilderness plains, only those with the alabaster devil snake bloodline and the special opening ceremony can make the forest appear. Otherwise they could travel the entire wilderness and only see the grasslands and sand. Belinda hadn't even turned to give him this immediate answer. This is how. A spiritual force message immediately entered Leyland's mind, full of information about incantations and signaling runes as well as special refining techniques. Seeing this, Leyland immediately realized how much Belinda's clan had sacrificed to open up this safe pathway. And now he'd gone so far as to give this huge secret to him? Leyland remained silent for a while, then asked, "Aren't you afraid that I will sell this secret to other alabaster devil snake clans?" There were definitely other alabaster devil snake clans in the Hale continent. There were 10 noble alabaster devil snake clans, each varying in size, and these clans also had their respective branches and extended relatives. Because of their open-minded nature, there was a large number of mixed bloods and illegitimate children. This led to a huge number of bloodlines draining out, and it was only because of this that Leyland dared to impersonate a mixed-blood alabaster devil snake. According to what Belinda said, her family was only a branch of a pure-blooded clan, and only her father, the head of the family, was a pure-blooded alabaster devil snake. The rest were all mixed bloods or young children. Do as you wish. I've already given the information to you anyway, so it belongs to you. Belinda seemed very casual, and her attitude shocked Leyland deeply. It looks as if Belinda's preparation to break off her relations with her clan will not be some easy matter. However, does this really concern me? A sly smile slowly curved at the edge of Leyland's mouth. This could be my chance. Not just for a bloodline, but also for research materials on Dreamscape, and even beast spirits and sacrifices among other things. Ha! At this moment, a yellow figure flashed in front of Leyland's eyes. Although the earth lizard's speed in the forest was already very fast, the yellow figure clearly effortlessly surpassed them, flashing past them like a phantom. What is that thing? Leyland asked in shock. After a startlingly brief glimpse, he had seen the full view of the yellow figure from earlier. Wearing an outfit of ridiculously white-fitting trousers, with clothes that were brightly colored strips of cloth, this being had a face painted with oil colors. It looked like a clown from a play, but it managed to run at lightning quick in spite of cumbersome wooden shoes.
No. He couldn't call it running. This clown was actually kind of floating, leaving many afterimages in its wake. Nightmare creatures. They are a special patrol of the dreamscape forest. They don't normally appear. Belinda looked very imposing, but if they drag us into the real dreamscape, even if we're mixed-blood alabaster devil snakes, it will be hard for us to escape. After all, we're not purebloods and don't have the ability to freely traverse it. Nightmare creatures? Are they after me?
Leyland was shocked, and an idea flashed in his head. After all, he didn't have a true alabaster devil snake bloodline, and even his ability to link together with Dreamforce came through consuming the alabaster devil snake bloodline. As a result, this anomaly of being discovered by the nightmare creatures could be understood.
Ha ha.
Ha, they continued to advance towards Leyland, and the yellow clown appeared more and more frequently.
Go away. Belinda's face was very impatient and she suddenly roared, scarlet ripples loudly exploding forwards, splashing on the trees and grass.
By the time the explosion had passed, the forest across them had been cleared into a bare pathway. The yellow clown that had been there had vanished without a trace. Cuckoo, the sound of fluttering bird wings could be heard, and soon after a gigantic black tree next to Belinda came to life.
Ah! Belinda's earth lizard was quickly bound up by vines, and let out a high-pitched lamenting call. Eternal light.
A scarlet light suddenly appeared in Leyland's hand, making the vines shrink back swiftly as if they had seen their natural enemy.
Let's go!
Belinda flew behind Leyland, and his earth lizard began to flee at the speed of lightning. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 726, Re-entering the Dreamscape. Re-entering the Dreamscape.
These vile dreamscape creatures, we clearly had an agreement before for the protection of our bloodline. Belinda snarled rudely, flushing red with anger.
Dreamscape's changes are too strange, we can't judge it by normal standards.
Leyland had already faintly guessed the reason for the creatures chasing him, but naturally he wouldn't tell her. Perhaps these dreamscape creatures are not the same as those you signed the agreement with. Hearing his words, Belinda became silent.
Indeed. The strength of dreamscape creatures is not governed by any laws.
Perhaps the nightmare creatures we had previously signed an agreement with have all died. These new nightmare creatures could even have evolved from earthworms yesterday. A wry smile appeared on Belinda's face, as if she had figured it out. Even with our bloodline, our use of Dreamforce cannot match that of these natives. We're in trouble. She looked at Leyland with a twinge of regret in her eyes. She clearly felt very apologetic about involving him in this.
Never mind, I agreed to this path myself.
Leyland spurred on the earth lizard he was riding, making it increase its speed without stopping. However, the rays of light in his hand did not fade in the slightest. AI chip, attempt to detect the position of these nightmare creatures. While silent, he was conversing with the AI chip in his mind.
Beep. Scanning. Unknown interference experienced, unable to determine positions.
The AI chip's answer filled Leyland with regret. Crash, at this moment, waves seemed to be traversing the earth itself, causing it to violently rise and fall.
A great number of the giant black trees roared, unrooting themselves from the earth.
Their vines were so thick that they obscured the sky completely, sheltering the trees from the light. Whoosh, a black bat shot across the sky like a hurricane, extinguishing the light in Leyland's hands.
We cannot lose our way.
I can only be sure of our safety on this route.
Belinda's expression became rather urgent.
Roar, a great number of the one-eyed ants combined to form a wall of wood, covering the original path.
Leyland and Belinda were blocked off firmly. Damn! Leyland cursed in secret.
The AI chip's prompt came over as well. Violent Dreamforce undulations discovered from underneath the host. It is recommended to move away.
Go! Leyland grabbed Belinda and began to leap quickly away.
Whoosh, just as Leyland had risen into the air, a dark red spot suddenly appeared on the ground, transforming the void into innumerable streaks.
The streaks twisted and warped, revolving to form an irregular sphere.
This sphere suddenly shrank and began to emit terrifying undulations. A massive explosion rumbled out, and Leyland's mount was immediately reduced to a skeleton before even its bones vanished completely.
Leyland and Belinda were immediately caught up in a frightening shockwave halfway into the sky, sent flying violently.
It was as if they struck a wall of solid steel. Asterisk bang, asterisk Leyland fell to the ground, and even the clothes on his back were shredded open, exposing a layer of fine scales beneath. It was because of this layer of protection that he hadn't suffered a massive injury from the earlier explosion.
Belinda! Belinda! Leyland flicked away the soil on his body and loudly shouted, but did not receive any response.
He looked around him.
He was in a neat garden, with clear spring water splashing out of a white marble fountain.
Belinda and the forest from earlier had completely vanished without a trace.
Beep. Scanning complete, Dreamforce intensity increased, host determined to be in Dreamscape. The AI chip's prompt appeared before Leyland's eyes. As expected, that explosion earlier took me directly from the crack between Dreamscape and the Purgatory world to Dreamscape itself.
This, Leyland had a premonition. If he could completely analyze this process, it would be of great benefit to the AI chip's mission of analyzing Dreamscape transport.
After completely comprehending the law behind this sort of transport, he would no longer need the bloodline of the alabaster devil snake to enter Dreamscape.
Transporting himself to other worlds would bring about great benefits.
Dreamscape, Leyland looked upon the realistic scene of the garden and fountain with a contemplative expression. This time, he had entered Dreamscape with his real body. Without his main body serving as the coordinate, and without the astral laboratory linked with it, perhaps he would be trapped here for the rest of his life. However, the alabaster devil snake blood that I possess is the key to entering and leaving Dreamscape.
Leyland stroked his chin in thought.
His mind drifted to another topic.
Almighty ruler of chaos, the resolution of free will, I call for your arrival.
The chaos crystal Leyland had collected earlier exploded in his hand, converging quickly into a sacrificial array. The rune of the array depicted a giant bird with wings spread open, and it emitted a brilliant radiance.
It was very difficult to link up.
Because I'm only a rank 4 sacrificer, I used up a chaos power crystal. Leyland shut his eyes, his true soul experiencing the power of the link. The path of sacrifices was only common to the Purgatory world, and it naturally had its limits. The main one was that, once one left the Purgatory world, their connection would experience enormous interference.
On the whole, it was not beneficial for experts from other worlds to train in the path of offerings.
It was like the distribution of goods. It didn't have many problems in the Purgatory world, but once one left it was like the trade route had become longer, and on top of that various obstacles were added. It was terrible, and on a whole sacrificers would make a loss every time some power was bestowed. Naturally, this path wouldn't be used in that case. Consequently, those in the Magus world would at most use the trials to sign a contract or the nefarious filthbird to renege on it. These two had few real sacrificers there due to the frightful weakening effect of the world itself. It was the same in Dreamscape. However, with Leyland's unwavering perseverance and lack of regard for the consumption of chaos power crystals, his true soul finally linked up to a certain will. Compared to the Purgatory world where the nefarious filthbirds could descend anytime and anywhere, it was extremely troublesome here. It was just like receiving a bad signal from a transmitting station, even the information that got there was disjointed. You are, in Dreamscape. The nefarious filthbird's voice seemed to be a little intermittent, but Leyland could still understand its meaning. The forces separating us are too powerful, even I am unable to transmit too much power.
Perhaps only my feather of chaos can give you some hope.
Feather of chaos? Leyland still had some doubts, but the sacrificial array did not have any other response. The communications had quickly broken down, and even receiving these few short sentences had consumed nearly half his chaos crystal reserves. It was necessary to understand that this chaos power was a part of his reward for getting rid of a portion of the trials forces in the Hale continent's coastal waters.
He'd even dispatched many rank 4s to acquire it.
In actual fact, these crystals with the nefarious filthbird's power were enough for a rank 4 sacrificer to amplify his attributes by more than tenfold, and at the very least they would reach the level of the governor of Elias. Dreamforce, chaos power, these two share some similarities. Leyland reached into his bag and took out a gray feather.
The power of the feather of chaos lies in chaos, concealment. Dreamforce itself is full of uncertainties.
There seem to be some similarities, but there is a greater number of differences. How will chaos power affect Dreamscape? AI chip, record the following scenes and store all data.
Leyland commanded.
Beep.
Establishing mission, opening omnidirectional mode.
The AI chip's voice was transmitted. Chaos power.
Leyland took out yet another gray chaos crystal, putting it next to the feather.
Buzz, bright, colored light burst forth from the crystals, and soon after the chaos power turned into a stream of light that entered the feather of chaos. A layer of gray mist radiated in all directions. The areas illuminated by the feather's radiance began to experience strange transformations, and a great number of flower beds began to warp and deform. Some directly cracked, and the others grew irregular. Other areas turned into places filled with human faces. The white marble of the fountain turned pitch black in a flash, and began to fall off layer by layer. In the blink of an eye, the clear spring water within had also turned blood red, and the entire pool seemed to be filled with blood, a demonic stench emanating from it. Even the space in this area disintegrated under the gray radiance, the entire place appearing to come to a standstill. It drained of its color, becoming like a black and white photograph.
Coo. Good afternoon, mister. We meet again.
A gray owl fluttered its wings and landed on the side of the fountain.
Leyland felt incomparably familiar with it.
Indeed, we meet again. Leyland bowed slightly. Your Majesty gave me my key before, and it was of great help to me.
But I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you again. Does your Majesty know of a way to leave Dreamscape?
What key?
Are you talking about my future self?
The owl nipped at its wings. That doesn't concern me at all. That was my future self acting on its own initiative. As for the issue of leaving, perhaps Madame Minaz could help you.
Madame Minaz? Where is she?
Leyland eagerly made his inquiry, but at this moment the owl that had appeared so suddenly earlier had completely vanished with a trace. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 727, White River Valley. White River Valley. When did it disappear? Why didn't I notice at all? Leyland's pupils shrank as he watched the now empty fountain of blood. Crackling sounded as the fountain disassembled itself at a faster rate.
The bricks, rocks, soil, flowers, and grass all came apart into tiny beads that banded together to form a twisted humanoid figure. This twisted figure constantly drew in parts of the garden and became increasingly solid, until at last it turned into a woman who had a black beach umbrella with her.
I heard from Owl that you're looking for me?
The woman had her back to Leyland, dressed in black clothing and using the large area of the umbrella to cover her upper body. Leyland could only see her black dress and crystal shoes, and hear a pleasant rich voice that could subconsciously intoxicate a person.
Looking for you? Could you be Madame Minaz?
Yes, I'd like to know if there are any ways to freely leave Dreamscape. A layer of black chamoyan scales emerged on Leyland's skin, and his pupils even turned amber and vertical. After all, the way she had appeared was rather mysterious. She looked to be a personification of the garden. After turning into Madame Minaz, the garden had now turned into an empty land, and even the surface of the ground had disappeared.
Dreamscape is far too mysterious.
If I have no confidence at all, I should definitely not set my foot here. Leyland was slightly jittery, lulling the fact that he was in a world with such factors that could not be controlled. Perhaps it could be said that no magi really liked Dreamscape. Its lack of adherence to rules led to most of their methods becoming ineffective.
Of course, some would say that this was because the absolute laws governing Dreamscape hadn't been discovered yet.
One could simplify the analysis of Dreamscape once the law was found, and the magus who managed to do so would likely get immense benefits.
Yes. That owl.
It's the best at causing trouble for others. The woman holding the black umbrella turned.
Leyland took several steps back.
The front view of this Madame Minaz was quite surprising. She had a distorted face with no eyes, and a nose and mouth at different locations. Her visage looked like an abstract work of art. Her upper body had numerous lifeless eyes on it that were staring at Leyland.
Thousand-eyed woman.
It's rumored that a gaze could cause a magus to fall permanently. Leyland exclaimed, and a tremendous chamoyan emperor phantom appeared behind him.
You're afraid? Why?
At this moment, her voice had undergone a huge change. It lost its previous tenderness, becoming robotic and icy, even hiding a hint of contempt. The eyes on her upper body suddenly released a multitude of rays of light. Light spread into the skies and blanketed the region, making the so-called death rays of beholders look like child's play. The powerful radiance seared Leyland's eyes, forcing him to cover them. The moment he opened them again, Leyland was stunned. Around him was a dark forest, and the one-eyed ant from before had long since disappeared. The earth lizard was still moving up and down underneath him. Belinda's voice was heard from the other side, "Do whatever you like.
Since I've already given it to you, it's yours." This scene.
It's when I just entered the Dreamscape forest and commanded the AI chip to analyze this. Leyland's pupils shrank, and he looked at the records of the AI chip.
However, it left Leyland disappointed, even in shock.
The chip's records were all blank since the moment he'd ordered it to analyze the methods the alabaster devil snakes used to traverse Dreamscape.
Why did this happen? Beep. Unpreventable interference encountered. Records are abnormal.
The AI chip's robotic voice caused Leyland's expression to go dark. Immediately after, he saw the newest records.
Beep. Analysis of ability of alabaster devil snake to traverse Dreamscape has been completed. Dreamscape can be entered at will by consuming a bloodline imprint. Host lacks enough blood at the moment and cannot refine a bloodline imprint.
That's impossible.
Didn't it say that a large amount of time was needed? Leyland's eyes showed how deeply in thought he was, so everything that happened was real. The ability to enter and exit Dreamscape was not analyzed by the AI chip, but given by the thousand-eyed woman, Madame Minez. Time, Leyland sighed. Even the concept of time had been warped by Dreamscape. Encountering such a scene, he was still terrified even after it ended. All the dangers he'd encountered previously with Dreamforce paled in comparison to the warping of spacetime that occurred. It probably wasn't just him. Perhaps even a rank 7 could do nothing against these illogical events in Dreamscape. Dreamforce, the ability to warp time and space, that's a realm I can't even make contact with as I am now, Leyland sighed. What's wrong? After going through Dreamscape Forest, we'll reach White River Valley. Once we pass that, we'll be at the Serpent Plains. That's a month away from the Holy City. Belinda slowed down and arrived beside Leyland, her eyes full of concern. It's nothing, I was just lost in thought. Leyland smiled a little and shook his head. Though the Dreamscape Zone isn't as mysterious as Dreamscape, the ample Dreamforce here is enough for Magi to unknowingly be dragged into illusions, with even more terrifying wretched Dreamscape creatures here. Of course, for mixed-blood alabaster devil snakes like us, this isn't a large issue. After all, we've already made a contract and have the protection of our bloodlines, Belinda explained. But that wasn't what happened. Leyland cursed inside, but did not speak. After all, things that dealt with warping time and space were too frightening. Unlike last time, this trip went very smoothly. There was no clown or ant coming up and stirring trouble, and the nightmare creatures seemed to abide by the contract and did not harass them. The dark red fog slowly dissipated, and the dark forest became more sparse. Occasionally, bits of clear moonlight shone down from above. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk, an unceasing sound of flowing water could be heard, and the earth lizards grew exceptionally excited, darting forward at a greater speed. Not long after, a vast river appeared in front of Leyland. The earth lizards cheered and lay down at the river, their thick barbed tongues extending into the water as they lapped it up. The White River, we've arrived. Belinda's voice showed her admiration, a glint showing in her eyes. Leyland turned back. The black forest and dark red fog had long since disappeared without a trace. It seemed that without the summoning of Belinda or other descendants of the alabaster devil snake, it would not appear again. Unlike the previous barren lands, there was now a river valley nearby. Even the temperature and concentration of elemental particles had undergone a drastic change, allowing Leyland to know that the short period of time where they had run at night had allowed them to traverse a huge distance. Using the indeterminacy of Dreamscape space and hurrying along a world crack to leave through a node. This is something like teleportation. The person who thought it up was a genius. Either that or a lunatic. Fear still lingered in the depths of Leyland's heart. From the port at the edges of Hale Continent, they had traveled about halfway through the continent. Were they to have used a teleportation spell formation, even one from ancient times would have consumed a huge amount of resources. Here, besides the preparations for the summoning, Belinda had not done much. Just from how prompt it was several levels ahead of these teleportation spell formations, if one could disregard its limitations and dangers, of course. As the Dreamscape Forest belonged to Dreamscape, only alabaster devil snakes or bloodline creatures that could make contact with Dreamscape could discover or summon it. This in itself was a huge limitation, and what was more troublesome was the dangers near the end of the journey. Dreamscape was the riskiest of all the worlds Leyland had seen. What he'd witnessed this day probably wasn't even the strangest thing about it. In the Dreamscape Zone, he couldn't even disregard any attacks from Dreamscape creatures despite a prior agreement. Furthermore, in the eyes of the powerful devils, perhaps their attacks were not intentional attacks and were instead like a show of curiosity or intimacy with other beings. It was a pity that a rank 5 being could do nothing against that curiosity. After the White River, we'll come to the White River Shore Valley, another settlement for alabaster devil snakes. Belinda sounded muffled, and looked towards Leyland. That's also where my family is. Oh. Are we going there to visit them? Leyland nodded. There's no need to. We'll recuperate nearby. Meanwhile, I'm preparing to go there and take care of some matters, so don't interfere. A resolute look appeared on her face. This was a realization through several life and death experiences, giving Leyland a premonition that this would involve blood. Of course, he wasn't against it. Looks like Belinda and her family have a very unique story. Leyland watched Belinda's back and stroked his chin. This is good timing. The AI chip has already analyzed the bloodline imprint to traverse Dreamscape. It's not bad to gather some materials. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 728, Sophia. Sophia. It was obvious how determined Belinda was, and how adamantly she was against Leyland's interference.
After settling Leyland at the White River Valley, Belinda regularly headed out early and returned late, seemingly in a hurry as she prepared for something. 7 days later, she brought a girl who was about 15 or 16, pulling her in front of Leyland.
"This is my sister, Sophia. How is she? Do you like her?" "Lord Nick, good morning."
The girl called Sophia pulled at her skirt and bowed towards Leyland.
"Sister Sophia."
Leyland laughed as he sized her up. She looked similar to Belinda, with long silver hair and eyes that were like rubies. However, there was a hurry and uneasiness on her face.
"You? What's this about?"
Leyland glanced towards her, not knowing if he should laugh or cry in this situation.
"It's nothing much.
There's stuff I need to do, so I'm hoping you can take care of her for a while." Belinda ruffled her hair lovingly. When she was young, Sophia was seriously affected by a leakage in an experiment. Her appearance, and even her intelligence, have been frozen at age 15.
I secretly brought her out of the family. Sophia, when your sister is not around, you have to listen to Brother Nick obediently, alright?" Belinda pulled at Sophia's hand and carefully reminded her. "Alright, sister, and Nick. Brother Nick."
Sophia ducked her head, and her cheeks flushed.
Leyland was left at a loss for words.
The purgatory world only had 4 hours of daylight every day. The sunlight wasn't burning hot either, instead exuding an extremely rare warmth. The bright light shone down on the plains. All of Sophia's fears from coming to a foreign environment had dissipated, and she was cheerfully watching a few butterflies that emitted light. A childlike beam plastered her face. A distance away, Belinda and Leyland stood side by side.
"I can rest at ease now that I've handed her to you."
Belinda spoke as if she had been relieved from a burden.
"I hope you can treat her well.
With her bloodline, your descendants will definitely be pure and of the alabaster devil snake nobility," Belinda spoke calmly, while Leyland merely rolled his eyes.
"It's like you're entrusting an orphan to me. Are you prepared to die?" Leyland asked without reservations. "Die? No, just tying up some loose ends."
Hatred was evident on her face. "With all the years I've been making preparations, it should be enough to." Seeming to realize what she had said, Belinda hastily stopped. "Of course, I'm only requesting that you take care of her for a period of time.
Once everything here is settled, I'll meet with you. Let's meet at the Holy City. Seems like that was your plan from the start."
Leyland was unhurried. "And your preparations are the petals of the serpent intoxicating flower, as well as the stealth magic equipment you have? Please forgive me for being so direct, but while serpent intoxicating flowers are remarkably effective against high-energy snakes, they're still lacking if you want to deal with pure-blooded rank 5 alabaster devil snakes.
Your magic equipment might have the function of hiding your tracks, but I don't think your plan will go well. That's a community belonging to a rank 5. How did you know?"
Her expression changed as she subconsciously took several steps back. "I'm rather well versed in potions, and I smelled the serpent intoxicating flower on you." Leyland laughed and rubbed his nose. "Even if you have insiders there, your preparations shouldn't be enough."
"No, it's enough. You don't need to know what's going to happen. Anyway, as long as I'm still alive, I'll definitely meet you at the Holy City."
Belinda shook her head resolutely, as if she had returned to her previous state as an unfeeling leader. It seemed like she had made more preparations in that area. "In that case, I'll go with you," Leyland spoke deliberately. He was going to harvest the bloodlines of alabaster devil snakes sooner or later. He could just do it now.
"No.
You just need to take care of my sister.
Don't mind any other things.
If anything happens to Sophia, I won't let you off." Belinda glared at Leyland and disappeared into the shadows, not even bidding Sophia farewell.
What a staunch resolve. Leyland's eyes seemed to smile as he headed towards the sunlight and back to Sophia. "Brother Nick." Sophia exclaimed sweetly. Sophia, darling, can you tell brother where your home is?"
Leyland now had a smile that was as bright as the sun. Sophia doesn't know. There are a lot of strange uncles in there who all look scary. When sister brought me out here, I couldn't recognize the way." She gnawed on her finger, looking dazed.
Is this a natural intellectual disability or a seal that was placed later?"
Blue light flashed in Leyland's eyes as he stroked his chin. Soul force rippled through the place, and he found that Belinda really had left without bidding farewell. Such a stubborn lass, it's a pity. Leyland's lips quirked up in a smile. With his strength, it was far too easy to find Belinda even if she was trying to conceal herself.
Some stardust bugs or a soul mark would do the trick.
After all, he was using methods of the Magus world, while Belinda would be on her guard against probes and local abilities of the purgatory world. The huge differences between the two was enough for her previous preparations to come to naught.
"Well then, Sophia. What do you think of brother bringing you home?"
Leyland felt like he was grinning like a big bad wolf. I don't want to. Sophia, however, suddenly paled and grasped his hands tightly, as if recalling something horrifying. Even her body began to quiver. But your sister, Belinda, is there. How about we bring her back? How does that sound? Leyland used a bit more strength in his hands, as if giving her strength and consoling her. Sister Belinda. She looked around and, after noticing Belinda was nowhere to be found, she was now feeling anxious. Sister! Sister! She jogged around and began to call out, tears pooling in her eyes. Sister can't go back, or else father won't spare her. 2 rows of tears fell from her eyes, and she looked immensely frightened. Is that so? Let's go and get her. Leyland didn't really want to bother with rivalries amongst families. All he knew was that he needed the bloodlines of alabaster devil snakes, and there were purebloods amongst Belinda's family at White River Valley. That was enough for him. All right, let's get sister. Sophia bit her lips, evidently having made her decision. Let's go. Leyland had to resist the urge to pinch her exquisite cheeks. A black energy storm formed with a twirl of his fingers, enveloping the 2 of them within. After the White River Valley was a huge plain. There were only a few scattered tribes and towns in the vast region, and it was no small feat to find a specific family. However, Leyland had already placed some stardust bugs on Belinda's body, so this task was easy for him. In order for this to go smoothly, Leyland specifically came slightly later and gave Belinda enough time. He followed slowly with Sophia in tow, and even secretly took the time to do some other things. I never thought there's another race making use of a town as a cover near the valley, using the stardust bugs. After Belinda had made her move, Leyland brought Sophia to enter a little town with an obviously foreign style. The buildings here were made with black rocks and coated with nice colors. The sharp roofs were like upside-down awls, and even the pavements were very orderly and even. Sophia grabbed Leyland's hands after reaching this place, evidently having thought of something. It was still the wee hours of the morning and the town was quiet, only the occasional sounds of wind resounded in the empty streets. Creak, a wooden door opened, and a resident looking dazed walked out with a basin used to store water in her hands. This resident looked very similar to a human, with numerous triangular scales that formed strange flower petals on her. Her eyes flashed with some astonishment upon seeing Leyland. But when she saw Sophia beside him, especially her silver hair and scarlet pupils, she dropped her basin, causing a dull thud. Alabaster devil. The alabaster devil has come, the woman collapsed to the ground, her sharp voice piercing through the skies. What? What's going on? A clamor sounded as a peasant holding a metal pitchfork darted outside of the house. However, upon seeing Leyland and Sophia, he fell to the ground. Revered noble alabaster devil. Our blood taxes this year have been paid. Blood taxes? So they forcefully demand blood sacrifices or something. Leyland shook his head, quickly regaining the calm on his face. Doors and windows creaked open or closed, and an aura of panic gathered in the town. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 729, Ancient Bloodline Mirror. Ancient Bloodline Mirror. Accompanied by cries of the alabaster devil's here, panic spread like a plague and enveloped the whole town. The people of the town were now not as boisterous as before, and some even quivered in fear in their own homes. Seems like Belinda's family doesn't have a good reputation here. Leyland entered the town that had descended into a state of panic and shook his head while speechless. On second thought, though, he wasn't all that surprised. These people were only slightly stronger than regular humans, while Belinda's family had rank 5 alabaster devil snakes in their numbers. The huge disparity in strength led to an imbalance of power, and in this situation Leyland would actually be more astonished if the residents were treated well. Tell me, where is the White River Valley? The crimson in Leyland's eyes flashed as he watched the pair who were trembling in fear. Revered master, there aren't any valleys at all nearby. The peasant finally answered while shivering. Oh? That is true. How would they know about that place? Leyland somewhat understood. The base of the alabaster devil snakes might be nearby, but concealing it from regular humans was a very simple task. Based on the location, my target should be here. However, there's some sort of interference and I can't determine the location. Leyland stroked his chin. There had to be many reinforced spell formations in the base of such a powerful family, isolating and blocking them off from scouting. Even just the radiation they let out unconsciously could amass to result in mysterious changes in the terrain. It was only that, for some reason, these beings that looked like humans with scaled foreheads had a resistance to high-energy radiation that was greater even than low-ranked magi, allowing them to survive and reproduce.
Perhaps the alabaster devil family had moved them here to exploit and pressurize them. Since it's nearby, I'll definitely be able to find it. Under the peasant's reverent gaze, Leyland's body began to float. In the blink of an eye, he appeared above the town, true soul at half moon sweeping out. Every resident, every change in the terrain, even the bugs and microbes in the cracks of the town were revealed in front of him. His soul force expanded out, and the range of his sense was expanding further. The feeling of the pinnacle of power, of having control over anything. This can make anyone feel intoxicated. Leyland felt like a god as he looked down on the town. He now knew the area like the back of his palm, and he would be able to take all the lives in the place with but a thought. He felt drunk on such power. Only with this amount of power can I strive for eternity. Only limitless torture and suffering awaited those lacking in strength. Only by fully grasping his freedom and immortality would Leyland achieve his life's goal. Found it. Leyland descended with a flash of light, watching Sophia, who was clearly uneasy. Sophia, we're going to get your sister. If we meet with any danger, find somewhere and hide yourself. Don't mind me. Understood? I'll listen to brother. She nodded obediently. Just as Leyland and Sophia headed off, a black figure appeared from the shadows of the town and turned into Leyland's previous appearance. He turned and donned a large black cloak, disappearing amongst the morning light. Because he had to perform some unspeakable acts, Leyland used a method he'd employed before, using the AI chip to control a shadow clone to bring Sophia away. He was prepared to make his move on the sly. Dragging Sophia along would probably not arouse Belinda's suspicions, and especially. Leyland's eyes glinted with intelligence. After he passed through the Dreamforce fog, as Little White Valley appeared in front of Leyland. There are so few people here. I'd thought that Belinda's family would be huge, but there are only tens of people here. And about half of them are half-bloods or have bloodlines that are yet to mature. Surrounding it were multiple snaking pathways, with a constant surge of Dreamforce being radiated out. Deeper in was a set of buildings that were close together. It was obvious that this was where Belinda's family was located. Though there were few people, the valley was bustling with life. The hissing and snarls of large snakes sounded from time to time. Seems like I've come at a good time. With a sweep of his soul force, most of what was in the valley appeared in front of him. A few alabaster devil snakes that were like little hills were spread in all directions, their life auras now at their weakest. A huge battle had turned the royal mansion in the depths of the valley to rubble. In midair, Belinda was laughing maniacally with bloodstains all over her body, holding onto an ancient mirror. There were even a few obvious claw marks on her arms. She had evidently paid a huge price for this. In front of her, a middle-aged man with short silver hair and crimson pupils looked ready to gobble her whole, his eyes filled with malice. Terrifying undulations at rank 5 flowed out of his body, causing even the surrounding space to shudder. Still, even that seemed like an attempt to refrain from provoking her and causing more harm. Can high-ranked descendants of the Snake Dowager take human form? Leyland wasn't very surprised by this. Though the ancient giant Kamoyan serpent lacked this ability, that didn't mean it would be the same for the rank 5 alabaster devil snake. Besides, the Snake Dowager and Snake Girls were all humanoid. Hence, even descendants of the large ruler of all snakes would have no problem taking human form if they had sufficient bloodline force or intelligence. Some tasks were more convenient with a human body rather than that of a giant serpent, and the energy consumption was obviously much lower. That was how half-bloods mixed with humans were formed. If not, with the body of these giant snakes, even mixed-blood descendants would turn into monsters with bodies as large as mountains. Belinda, you dare return and even covet our family's greatest treasure? The middle-aged man with silver short hair exclaimed, the fury in his eyes almost able to reduce Belinda to ashes. On the day Sophia was kidnapped, I'd already reinforced the defenses, but I didn't expect you to have bribed even Lisa and secretly obtained the keys into the secret room. You even got so many serpent-intoxicating flowers. Belinda, on the other hand, laughed carelessly. I didn't bribe her. She betrayed you of her own accord, poor, silly father. Your disgusting methods to carry on the inheritance of bloodlines in order to gain the favor of the Snake Dowager have long since given rise to fury amongst the family. I only sparked the fire. Belinda watched the ancient mirror in her hands, hatred in her eyes. I could have done this long before I left home. However, the trials I taught me to prize order, and not willfully engage in vengeance. But now, everything has changed. There is nothing holding me back. Give me the ancient bloodline mirror, and I can pretend none of this happened. If you don't, it's not just you. Your sister Sophia will also suffer the worst of punishments, just like your mother did. A large alabaster devil snake phantom abruptly appeared while he was speaking, and an enraged howl caused even the surrounding red fog to grow more concentrated. There were even signs of a link to Dreamscape. Haha, mother? Belinda's crazed laughter eventually turned cold. You don't qualify to speak of her. It was like she had been triggered. Crimson light exploded in her hands, and the ancient mirror creaked, unable to bear the pressure. Don't! The middle-aged man's expression immediately changed and he made his move. A terrifying red hand appeared and grabbed at Belinda, even as a large number of dark red tendrils appeared and extended towards the mirror from beside her. Kiki. Such a pity, it's too late. Black light burst forth from her body, forming a layer of black armor that blocked the tendrils. Asterisk clang. Clang, asterisk black cracks now appeared on the ancient mirror in her hands, spreading out before it exploded. Boom, at this moment, Belinda was thrown backwards by the large red hand, and the black armor on her body was smashed to pieces. She coughed out mouthfuls of blood but still looked at ease as she laughed. No! Crazed snarls sounded, and the ancient bloodline mirror turned into a large black hole as the cries of a woman sounded out from the middle. Spirit after spirit appeared, all turning into multicolor figures that dispersed unceasingly. All that was left in the end was the sound of a distant lament, and the ancient bloodline mirror completely disappeared. Do you know what you've done? The man's facial muscles contorted. With just another century. With just another century, I'd be able to refine our family's bloodline further such that it enters the ranks of the pureblood nobles. It's all your fault. Formless power was sent out, and Belinda was dragged to the front of the man. Without the ancient bloodline mirror, he now had no reservations against acting. In front of his powerful rank 5 strength, even a full-strength Belinda couldn't resist at all. Not even taking into consideration the exhaustion from stealing the mirror, the discovery and pursuit had caused a great loss in her strength. A formless giant beast in the sky widened its mouth and bit down. Kacha, a large portion of Belinda's flesh and bones disappeared, causing her to let out a low grunt. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 730, Revenge and Taking Action. Revenge and Taking Action. I swear that your death will be incomparably miserable. The middle-aged man's face was contorted. The plans that he had meticulously thought up had been completely destroyed, causing him to sink into exasperation and fury. Thin scales appeared on his hands in an instant and shot out like a giant cannon, striking Belinda's abdomen. Pure-blooded rank 5 alabaster devil snake strength caused Belinda to fly backwards like she had been hit by a train, and the sounds of fracturing bones rang out. Some of her internal organs were even ripped apart, mixing with blood as they spurted out of her mouth. Did you think you would die? No. Let me heal you, and we'll repeat this process unendingly. A large white snake figure emerged from the smoke, with a furious middle-aged figure at the bottom. He came before Belinda, eyes sparkling a bloody red. Belinda's body floated in the air, and as if she was being crushed by tens of thousands of tons, her bones were crushed inch by inch, but for some reason, she remained clear-headed. Her expression was that of one suffering incomparable pain. Now, tell me. What kind of pain would you like to feel? The man approached Belinda, a palm with a few tiny white snakes writhing their bodies appearing and flicking their tongues at her. BZZT. At this moment, light flashed on her body, and a beast spirit tattoo flickered. A translucent beast spirit figure appeared, obstructing him. This was a humanoid beast spirit that had characteristics of a snake woman. It had rank 4 undulations, and some rationality still remained in its eyes. For beast spirits, this was practically unthinkable. When Belinda was in the face of danger, the beast spirit had automatically appeared and protected her, and even retained some memories of when it had been alive. It's you! The man now had a demonic charming grin as he watched Belinda. So you're still protecting that trash? How about I annihilate you first? I believe our precious Belinda will be very agitated. Don't you dare! An intermittent and unclear voice sounded from Belinda's lips. No wonder she hadn't been using her beast spirit. So this was the reason. Leyland nodded in understanding. As a rank 4 beast spirit master, Belinda had not summoned a beast spirit with Morningstar strength, and Leyland had long since found it strange. At this point, Leyland found that the beast spirit and Belinda had very similar faces. With this show of automatically protecting her, it seems that this rank 4 beast spirit on Belinda's body should be her mother, and seeing what's happening, this should be the work of her father. When it came to matters like this, it was no wonder that Belinda's nature had changed and she prepared for a bloodbath to take revenge. This had first been repressed by the teachings of Trial's Eye, but she now had no reservations. You dare! Belinda almost broke her teeth from how hard she was gritting them, eyes wide as she glared at her father. Kiki. And what would I not dare do? This low-life woman was only a mixed-blood maid.
I gave her glory and a good life, and in return, this is what she should do, don't you think so? But the man stared at the beast spirit like a sick pervert. It was a pity that after being refined into a beast spirit, the woman had now lost most of her memories and emotions, and only protected Belinda subconsciously and answered the gaze of the man emotionlessly. Sigh. This work isn't that perfect. He shook his head with regret and suddenly snapped his fingers. Belinda. How about I seal your sister? What do you think? The process must be just as beautiful? Watching Belinda begin to struggle violently, he smiled, now having the upper hand, and now, let me. Large amounts of dark red fog turned into a cage, binding the snake woman beast spirit within. The snake woman's eyes were wary as she hissed, but she, who only possessed rank 4 strength, could not really resist. Put. And that's the end of this drama. Is it time for me to make my move? A terrifying black chain appeared in the air and was like a sharp sword, appearing and splitting up the man and Belinda. Who is it? The man abruptly raised his head, looking fearful. He was a rank 5 after all, and yet someone had stealthily entered without anyone noticing. Just this ability alone had him in fear. Following which, he found a figure in a black cloak standing, a pair of eyes full of malice watching him. No, not malice, but apathy. It's like a regular person stomping and killing an ant. That's how he feels about killing me. In that instant, the man, who had understood the meaning of the indifference in Leyland's eyes, became violent. Who is it? Who dares belittle I, Kenta? Mighty alabaster devil nobility, descendants of the mistress. A large alabaster devil snake figure abruptly emerged and snarled at Leyland, dark red dream force floating in its surroundings. This is, Belinda's vision went red, the figure in black seeming familiar. Right. It's the same person who took Lord Clark away, or perhaps it's just his temperament that's similar. But why did he appear here? Kiki, at this moment, the black-cloaked man in the sky laughed coldly, the malice causing everyone around to tremble in fear. If a rank 5 alabaster devil snake is turned into a beast spirit, I imagine it'd be very powerful even amongst rank 5 beast spirit masters, right? Beast spirit? You dare have such thoughts and dare use the descendants of the mighty mistress as a beast spirit? The man's eyes widened like saucers, evidently astonished by Leyland's gutsy behavior. In the Hale continent, the descendants of the Snake Dowager were naturally the mainstream, and because of their statuses as large beasts, they were repulsed by practices of capturing snakes and refining them into beast spirits. This was especially so for descendants of the Snake Dowager. That was a huge taboo, and all beast spirit masters who were found making use of the descendants would be chased till their deaths regardless of how they were obtained. Hence, on the Hale continent, beast spirit masters never dared use the descendants as beast spirits, and that extended to snake species disappearing as beast spirits. Even on the other continents, in order to avoid being viewed as hostile by the Great Hale continent, the beast spirit masters who controlled snake beast spirits were few and far between, and even had to live their lives secretively. In these circumstances, Leyland's words were offensive and shocking. You're dead meat. You're dead meat. The mistress and all of her descendants on the continent will be your enemies. The man roared, for you, who dare offend our revered bloodlines, I, Kenta, will give you the appropriate punishment. Humph, what nonsense. Leyland snickered, and a demonic pressure released from his body, giving him a feeling of being in the presence of an emperor. Dreamforce is useless to me. Don't bother. Leyland waved his arms, and the great amounts of dark red fog congealed in his hands, forming a black bundle of light. Rank 4 dream spell, Chains of Dreams. Dark red chain shot out and, like a spider web, sealed off the whole space and left behind what was similar to a poisonous snake, biting towards Kenta. He makes use of Dreamscape and can even do this? Kenta's expression immediately changed. Who exactly are you? Are you from the Devil Scorpion race or the Dreamscape elves? This person's abilities at manipulating Dreamforce was clearly above his, and Kenta could already feel that the two of them were now wrestling over authority over the Dreamforce, and the winner could appear at any moment. These two races were the most capable at manipulating Dreamforce of all that he knew. Amongst the descendants of the Snake Dowager, besides the Alabaster Devil Snake, there were no others that had contact with Dreamforce. You don't need to know this. Just die obediently and let your soul be extracted. Dark red chains of Dreamforce formed a spider web that wrapped him inside. Is that so? We, who have inherited the bloodline of the mistress, could never lose to someone like you who only knows to act slyly in the shadows. Crackle, Kenta's body exploded, and a large white shadow appeared in the air, squeezing and breaking the Dreamforce chains. The white figure soared into the skies and, with a terrifying pressure, presented itself as a terrifying giant snake that was tens of thousands of meters long. The large snake had white, jade-like scales filled with the luster of Dreamforce. Scarlet pupils were filled with madness and ruthlessness, staring straight at Leyland. In comparison, Leyland's body was as tiny as an ant. This isn't a Morningstar arcane art but a natural transformation of the body. Leyland muttered to himself, eyes shooting out blue rays. This sort of boost to the body is terrifying. As expected, the power from one's original form will be able to show the best strength. Meanwhile, Leyland was in more awe towards these ancient magi. To be able to create combinations and make up the Morningstar arcane art to somehow simulate their true bodies and even gain a boost, they must have sacrificed much time and effort. A rank 5 alabaster devil snake had a terrifying pressure that caused the onlooking members of the family to bow down. Too weak. Too weak. This alabaster devil snake family is too weak. Leyland surveyed the area. Though his true soul had probed and found that there were tens of life undulations, many had clearly lost their ability to battle. It was obvious that Belinda's intoxicated serpent flowers were the cause. Even without this, Leyland did not pay mind to the rank 4s who were weak, dying, or youths. But that's good. This alabaster devil snake somewhat meets my requirements. Leyland stared at the giant white snake in front of him and grinned. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 731, Killing and Clone. Killing and Clone. The large snake figure that was even taller than a mountain stood before him, with large energy undulations of rank 5 emitting from it. This aura caused many of the family members with the blood of the alabaster devil to fall, yet Leyland was not the least bit affected. His expression did not even change, still assessing this huge beast in front of him as if picking and choosing goods. Evidently, this attitude had led to Kenta's great wrath. HSS. The alabaster devil snake hissed and pounced forward. Rumble, the surface of the ground shook unceasingly, and the area at the middle caved in, forming a terrifying large pit. The tremendous snarls and the figure of the white snake streaked across from the pit. Terrifying explosions sounded continuously. A tremendous white snake figure was sent flying at the end, large droplets of blood sprinkling across the sky. Impossible. The large snake rolled in the sky and then regained Kenta's human figure, though there were now numerous tiny wounds all around his body. His clothes had long since become tattered, and his expression showed his disbelief. How's that possible? How can there be someone more powerful than me? I am favored by the mistress, a rank 5 of the noble alabaster devils. Boom! Immediately after, a streak of black flashed, and Kenta coughed up blood as he frantically retreated. There's nothing that's impossible. While a giant rank 5 serpent is powerful, there's still a huge disparity when compared with the primordial thousand-eyed giant, golden titan, and the like. Leyland's black figure slowly emerged, a mysterious multi-limb race appearing at his back. The figure was now shimmering with gold and seemed to have solidified, turning into a golden deity statue. Though it looked very delicate, there seemed to be a primordial giant beast concealed under Leyland's black cloak. The strength hidden within caused even the alabaster devil snake to look fearful. Hand over your blood and soul obediently, and I might even let you die more comfortably. As Leyland closed in step by step, Kenta let out a strange shriek and transformed into a streak of white, preparing to abandon his family and escape. Many dark red chains appeared once more, sealing the whole White River Valley. Your strength and speed are all lacking. Even your manipulation of Dreamforce can't measure up to me. Leyland stated the truth calmly while ambling over. No. Kenta kept falling back, almost pressing his body on the chain walls. Such a ridiculous pose filled Belinda with pleasure and eased her desire for revenge, but she then found this pitiful. Mighty mistress, I am willing to give up everything that I am. Please release a clone and protect your descendant. At his wit's end, Kenta's expression suddenly flashed with ruthlessness and began an offering spell formation. Silver rays of light flashed, and immediately after, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. An arm that was still dripping blood fell onto the spell formation. The offering shall be the flesh and blood of your child. Rumble, crimson flames flashed, and the attention of a conscience in the void descended on the area. Under the red flames, Kenta's arm was melted till it turned into a blood-red mask, the tremendous conscience making use of this item and descending. Oh mistress, please protect your descendant. Watching the mask take shape, Kenta might look pale and had an arm on the shoulder with a gaping wound, but his eyes were filled with elation. Begin the experiment. In front of him, Leyland merely muttered something. Chirp chirp, gray rays of light flew from his chest, within which was a gray feather that was like an illusion, bringing with it the power of chaos. The gray luster spread in the surroundings, forming an overcast sky. While the feather of chaos might be able to conceal and have the power of misleading others, how effective would it be after the Snake Dowager's clone is summoned and descends? That's worth investigating.
Leyland's eyes glinted with intelligence. While the nefarious filthbird had already told him this, Leyland preferred to determine this for himself. If he found there was an issue here, he wouldn't need to head to his death in the Holy City. AI chip. Record the following scene carefully. Remember to collect data. Leyland commanded inside. Beep. Mission established. Beginning scanning of surroundings, recording data. The AI chip loyally intoned. The crimson mask opened its eyes, revealing a pair of bewitching pupils. Just meeting the gaze caused the bloodline force in Leyland's body to begin rebelling. The clone of the Snake Dowager. Leyland muttered to himself. Mighty mistress, it is he who futilely tried to kill your descendant and even tried to refine us into beast spirits. Such evil behavior must be punished. Kenta roared, while the conscience in the crimson mask stared at Leyland silently. We finally meet, Snake Dowager. Through his true soul, Leyland's voice was transmitted to the mask in the offering spell formation. Emperor of the Kamoyans, you dare appear before me, ... The eyes in the mask showed doubt followed by ire, a great voice sounding in Leyland's mind, the power of chaos. You've sided with the nefarious filthbird and sealed off this region? Eyes swiveling, they rested on the gray feather in the air. Let's just say this is a temporary cooperation. Leyland's expression showed his sincerity as he bowed towards the clone of the Snake Dowager and greeted her carefully. Well then, mighty mistress, is there a possibility of us settling this? If you take the initiative and abandon your Kamoyan serpent bloodline and let me seal you myself. The clone went silent for a while and then answered coldly, as if this was the furthest she was willing to go, while Leyland's pupils showed his hostility in answer. Sealing his emperor bloodline meant there was no chance of advancing forever, and his warlock rank would fall to 4. That was not something he could bear to let happen. Then, this discussion will come to naught? As expected, Leyland sighed and manipulated the feather of chaos in his hands. A crystal with the power of chaos from before appeared in his hands, burning up fiercely. Great amounts of the power of chaos, mixed with Leyland's own strength, swallowing up the offering spell formation like a tsunami. Whistle's crimson rays emanated from the mask and quickly showed signs of being unable to endure the pressure, and was then drowned out by large amounts of grey power of chaos. How's that possible? Kenta watched the scene, stunned, feeling like all the faith he had crumbled. Leyland and the Snake Dowager's clone had chosen to communicate through the soul, which was why these outsiders could not understand what had just happened. All they saw was that the black-cloaked being, Leyland, and the Snake Dowager's clone in the mask had gazed at each for an instant and, immediately after, the clone had been swallowed by the grey strength. The Snake Dowager was a mighty dignitary for them, and was everything to all bloodlines. How could it be extinguished so easily? The shock rendered them speechless, and Kenta lost all will to resist. Beep. Recorded all data. Confirmed that no information has been leaked. The AI chip's robotic voice sounded, allowing Leyland to heave a sigh of relief. He had used the power of chaos to seal off the area, so that the clone had no way of returning, and even all information would not be transmitted back. If not, even if he were to dispose of the clone, he would immediately be found by the Snake Dowager herself. Thankfully, with the help of the nefarious filthbird and its strength being proficiency in misleading, it had even temporarily cut off all connections between the clone and the Snake Dowager. The reason the clone had lost was not that it had lost to the nefarious filthbird, but because it was caught by surprise, as well as a boost from me. Leyland clearly understood the situation and would not be proud that he had been able to destroy an energy clone. The loss of a clone was, to the Snake Dowager, like a human losing a strand of hair. It was not worth even mentioning. However, this was a good start. At the very least, Leyland was certain that with help from the Feather of Chaos, he could conceal himself completely and sneak into the Holy City without trouble. By concealing myself with the Law of Chaos and help from the AI chip, I'll be able to hide myself unless I meet with the main body. Leyland completely sighed in relief, gaining more confidence in his plans. How can the mistress of all snakes, a dignitary, be defeated and die so easily? How can that be? He headed over to Kenta. This guy was now not in his right mind. For bloodline holders, the Snake Dowager was everything to them, and they could not accept this fact. Once he regains his wits, he might begin to harbor doubt towards her. I've planted the seed, allowing them to understand that she's merely a powerful existence. That seed will then sprout and grow till he begins to seek to surpass his limits and obtain more power. With that tiny possibility of 1 in a million, that could awaken the Emperor bloodline of the Alabaster Devil Snakes and allow him to become a rank 6. Next, he'll be like me and try to break away from the restraints of the Snake Dowager, or be sealed with the curse mark of 10,000 snakes and have his bloodline absorbed till his death. The AI chip analyzed, and a large number of possibilities in the future appeared. This was not the power of destiny, but precise estimations based on a massive amount of analysis and behaviors of individuals. Though its rate of having inaccuracies was quite high, Leyland was confident that someday, the AI chip could be like a god of the future, simulating everything that had happened and could happen in a world. If it reaches that point, I would probably have reached rank 9 by then. Leyland sighed, it's a pity, but you won't get that opportunity. Dark red blades of light slashed, and Kenta's head fell to the ground. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 732, Serpent's Plains. Serpent's Plains. After death, Kenta's corpse swelled and regained its form of a giant snake that was tens of thousands of meters long. A flicker of a true soul abruptly emerged, as if about to accept guidance into the cosmic world and turn into a floating island for all eternity. Trying to leave? Leyland sneered, terrifying power sealing the surroundings. Dark red chains trapped the true soul and was emptied into the black crystal ball in Leyland's hands. The soul of a rank 5 is the main ingredient for a rank 5 beast spirit. Leyland muttered to himself, keeping the crystal ball properly. The materials for the dream imprint have been gathered. Leyland came before the gigantic carcass of the alabaster devil. After having much of its blood extracted, the body looked like it had shrunken, but was still tremendous. Return! With a flash of spatial undulations, the large snake carcass disappeared without a trace. This was the body of a rank 5 giant snake, and even without blood, it still had a very high value. Next is all of you. Leyland surveyed his surroundings. The nobility of the alabaster devils who saw that Leyland had killed their family leader without any trouble and they themselves affected by the intoxicated serpent flowers, they were now completely in despair. Their bloodline force is too varied. What a disappointment. Leyland grabbed forward, and crimson blades of light appeared, decapitating the giant alabaster snakes that had been lying on the ground. Leyland gathered the materials and only left behind Belinda and the rest of the mixed bloods. Leyland set up a humongous, gray offering spell formation where he placed the rest of the materials that he did not need. Chirp chirp. The figure of a giant gray bird appeared, large amounts of gray flames absorbing these offerings. You did well. Not only did you kill one of the clones of the Snake Dowager, you even sacrificed the descendants of the Snake Dowager. I am very satisfied. Large amounts of the power of chaos descended. If Leyland was willing, he could raise his offer ranking up to rank 5, but Leyland did not want to do so. After rank 4, he would need to place the dignitary's markings on his own body, which was completely unacceptable for Leyland. Hence, he chose to gather all this power and turn them into crystals to be stored. Leyland then charged into the mansion, gathering all the treasures and documents before leaving in satisfaction. It's over? So that powerful person is a follower of the nefarious Filthbird. The offerer rank should be at or above rank 5. A long while after Leyland left, Belinda struggled to get up and gazed at the White River Valley that had turned into a pile of ruins. Only a few mixed bloods survived. Due to her traps and the intoxicated serpent flowers, many had lost most of their strength and could be killed easily. Noticing Belinda looking over, these people immediately gazed at her imploringly. Family. Belinda shook her head. While she had already completed her revenge, it still felt like something was missing. Elated, she was just about to leave when, at the entrance to the valley, she saw two people that left her in shock. Why did you come here? Are you trying to create trouble? Sister! Sophia yelled and threw herself into Belinda's arms. Brother Nick and I were so worried for you. Sister, boo-hoo. Sophia's eyes went red, and while Belinda consoled Sophia, she glared at Leyland venomously. Seeing the sisters embracing each other, Leyland merely laughed and rubbed his nose. He had already retrieved the shadow clones secretly. With his strength, he wouldn't find any trouble hiding from a bunch of rank 4 or 5s, much less a little lass. So? Is everything settled? Everything's settled. Belinda turned and gazed at the White River Valley that was now in a very sorry state, patting Sophia's head. Let's go and never return. All right. Sophia answered, looking excited. It seemed that she did not have many happy memories here. On the plains that were moving up and down occasionally, gigantic snake paths could be seen, as well as molted skin and scales. The round moon in the sky emanated a purple luster and looked especially evil. An orange-yellow bonfire flickered on the plains with a warm luster, with several simple tents nearby. There are descendants of the mistress on the Serpent's Plains, as well as many mixed bloods. We need to be careful and try our best to be as far as we can from these snake paths. Belinda gazed at Leyland meaningfully. Also, try your best not to attack. These large snakes have parentages that can be traced back to various large families. Amongst the descendants of the Snake Dowager, even in the family of the alabaster devil snakes, there were many branches. The top were of course the tens of pureblood families, where practically every member was a pure blood. Belinda's family was a mere distant branch with a bloodline that was not very pure. In the whole family, only her father was a pure blood, and his lifelong wish was to refine the family's bloodline till it was pure. He did not mind committing sins for this reason, which had resulted in much suffering during Belinda's childhood years. Of course, all of this was already over. Belinda was now just warning them. All right. Leyland smiled tenderly, passing over the grilled meat with sizzling oil that was emitting steam. Thank you. Belinda extended her arm and took it, and then passed the food to Sophia. He watched her tear it into pieces carefully, smiling so much that his eyes were like crescents and traces of gentleness could be seen on his expression. Did you notice anything? Leyland had a varying opinion. Yes. Even if I get Sophia to be an alibi, the timing at which I appeared both times is too coincidental. Anyone would suspect that. Of course, that's merely a suspicion. Belinda was no fool. At most, she had guessed that Leyland had hidden his true strength as he was a follower of the Filthbird, but would definitely not connect him with the fugitive Magus. Besides, the few times I acted were all for her sake. Even if she discovers anything, she won't leak news of it. Leyland was confident in this. He could tell Belinda's nature, and her reliance on those of her own race was so much so that it was almost abnormal. This time, especially, she had passed her sister to him. That already indicated that she regarded her as someone close to her. In this situation, the possibility of her betraying Leyland was low. Furthermore, she didn't know Leyland's true identity. But I still need to guard myself against this situation. Leyland rubbed his chin. He had yet to retrieve the stardust bugs he had left on her. Whether it was on the Serpent's Plains or the Holy City, he needed a guide. Take for instance the traversing. Without her providing the dream forest, Leyland would probably still be hastening along the coast, and it would take about half a year to even reach the Serpent's Plains. For Leyland, who was tight on time, this was very useful. You guys can eat first. I'll go get some rest. Gobbling up his food, Leyland elegantly bade the sisters farewell and entered his tent. On the surface, he merely lay on the soft mat and closed his eyes to rest. Inside, however, he was conversing with the AI chip. AI chip, have you reorganized all the materials gathered yet? Leyland asked. These were naturally items gathered from Belinda's family. After killing the leader, Leyland had charged into their mansion and plundered it, taking not just treasures and resources, but also all sorts of books. This information was then passed on to the AI chip to tidy up. If Belinda were to find out that the thief who had robbed from her family was now flipping through her family's collection unabashedly, he wondered what her expression would be like. She had made some guesses in the past before, and was even subconsciously denying this thought. Beep. Reorganization complete. Calculated to be 34 printed resources, 13 with beast skin, 142 with content stored with spiritual force. Conversion to stats completed. The AI chip loyally intoned. Others have been categorized. Related to strength systems, 16. Related to geography, 24. Related to materials, 9. Others have been deemed to be general or miscellaneous information. With the AI chip's abilities, it could quickly scan and categorize the information and form a complete library for Leyland to browse through. Show me information regarding rank 5 Beast Spirit Masters, especially the part about the spell formation to seal beast spirits. Leyland commanded. Preparation of related information has been completed. Transmitting to host's memories. Along with the AI chip's voice, Leyland felt there was another portion of content in his memory that was related to the training of higher-ranked Beast Spirit Masters. It felt very familiar to him, as if he had recorded everything painstakingly himself. When it comes to training, rank 5 Beast Spirit Masters need to have a good true soul as a base. One must completely destroy the remaining conscience that remains in the rank 5 Beast Spirit and use a rank 5 soul sealing spell formation. The boosts and support from using beast spirits will also be on a higher level. Leyland carefully pondered over the differences between a rank 5 Beast Spirit Master and one weaker. Power at rank 5 and above was academic knowledge that was tightly sealed. In the Elias Port, Leyland had only gathered information up to a rank 4 Beast Spirit Master. Anything above that was strictly against the rules. However, Belinda's family was Alabaster Devil family and had a long history and even a rank 5. The content on this was therefore very detailed and thorough. I have the theory and knowledge, and the beast spirit is also in my possession. What's left is to do it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 733, 2 Conditions. 2 Conditions. The most important part of a beast spirit master is the training of his soul power. Any Magus will not face any issues in this aspect. After sealing the rank 5 beast spirit, and adding the other tricks that I prepared beforehand, it should be possible to push the true soul to advance to the peak of rank 5 at full moon. Leyland stroked his chin, his eyes emitting large amounts of light. AI chip. Based on my previous calculations, what is the rate of success of this method? Beep. Task established. Inputting data, constructing main model, in the midst of simulation experiment. Beep. Success rate is 78.99%. The AI chip immediately intoned faithfully. A rather decent probability. If it's the peak of a rank 5, there will be an additional guarantee to the feasibility of my final plan, Leyland muttered to himself. His fundamental purpose of coming to the purgatory world was to break the bloodline shackles, the eternal curse that perplexed all warlocks. Due to the restrictions of the bloodline shackles, even if the warlocks could have advanced by leaps and bounds in the earlier stages, so much that they could be stronger than magi of the same rank, these chains still held them back. A mere look at the current central continent would reveal that there were many rank 6 breaking dawn thrones among those magi, yet not a single warlock was of that status. If not for the support from the Morningstar Fort and a few rank 5 warlocks, the entire warlock heritage would be broken off, and one would be able to imagine what would happen next. According to Leyland's own understanding of the bloodlines, and the guidance previously given by the wisdom tree in the Scarlet Ruins, Leyland had obtained a greater knowledge of such bloodline shackles. Bloodline shackles. The root cause is still the bottleneck in bloodline strength, which has infiltrated every single cell, and even the genes, of warlocks. It was much like the gene locks hypothesis proposed in his previous world, but of course, even scarier, forming a shackle that restricts the soul, because it had transformed one soul and turned into a spiritual chain. And to break through the confinements of the bloodline strength, it requires an advanced force that is at least of a higher grade than bloodline strength. Also, the blood of the origin. Leyland's pupils twinkled with a fervent glow, which even contained a hidden trace of fear. Leyland previously did not know about a force that was of a higher grade than bloodline strength. But upon entering the rank 5 realm, his horizons had been broadened, and he had already found 2 types during his experiences in a great many other worlds. The first was dreamscape energy at its peak value, not the kind at its lowest point. The second was the power of laws, and it had to be complete, or above 90% at the very least, not the kind of semi-finished goods like the Flame Monarchs, which didn't even have half of the comprehension of laws. No matter which type, they were not easy to obtain. Firstly, the dreamscape energy. Although the dreamscape energy that Leyland usually brought with him seemed incomparably tough, it was far from its peak value. After all, at its peak value, it was possible for dreamscape energy to bear demonic spirits. Based on Leyland's train of thought, perhaps. Only the real dreamscape demonic spirits would be able to summon the dreamscape energy at peak value. The deceptive uncertainty of the dreamscape energy made implementing this plan especially inconvenient. As for the power of laws, it was needless to say much. As of now, Leyland hadn't even fully comprehended even 1% of the fire laws. To truly come into contact with the energy of the rules, one had to be at least a rank 6 Magus, and to completely gain control of it was something that only a rank 7 Magus could do. This formed a paradox. In order to break through the bloodline shackles, one had to grasp either the dreamscape energy of the energy of laws, or they would be unable to advance to realms that were above rank 6. Yet, these 2 types of energy required one to be at least a rank 6 before they could attempt to master them. But without breaking through the bloodline shackles, it was absolutely impossible for Leyland to promote to rank 6. This mere vicious cycle was enough to dash the hopes of all giant Chamoyan serpent warlocks who wished to break through their bloodline shackles, much less satisfy the other conditions after that. Fortunately, the gift from the wisdom tree previously, as well as the information obtained in the purgatory world, allowed Leyland a method around this knowledge gap. The second condition was the blood of the origin, which would be the blood that was the source of the giant Chamoyan serpent bloodline. This origin was something that Leyland felt a trace of dread towards. The origin of his bloodline was a rank 8 being, the exemplary of the Hail continent, master of all snake species, the Snake Dowager. Stabbing a rank 8 being? Ha! It was probably easier to think of how to die. But no matter how challenging, Leyland would not give up. This was a stumbling block in his journey to become a rank 9 warlock at his peak, and his pursuit of an eternal path. Without removing it, it was simply impossible for Leyland to advance to a higher realm. However, the difficulty of having to stab a rank 8 being was something that Leyland could only laugh bitterly about. Anyway, in order to stab the Snake Dowager, the problem of whether he'd be able to defeat her aside, he would have to find her at the very least, no matter what. Therefore, Leyland had no other choice but to head towards the holy city of the Hail continent. Besides, this was the sacred place of the descendants of the Snake Dowager, and also a place rumored to be favored by the Snake Dowager herself.
According to the intelligence reports and the analysis of a few resource materials that Leyland had gathered, the possibility of the Snake Dowager being there was high. After all, every once in a while on the Snake Dowager's birthday, the dignitary Snake Dowager would appear, giving rise to the Holy City's rumor of it being her favored place. Other than waiting idly outside the Holy City and leaving it to chance, Leyland didn't have a better plan. Of course, if she didn't appear in the end, Leyland would have to take the initiative to show himself instead. He believed that she would definitely rush over by hook or crook upon discovering his tracks. But in doing so, Leyland would lose his chance to make the first move, and he thus dared not take action. What he hoped for was to secretly stay low in the Holy City, then find a suitable opportunity and strategy so that he could firmly seize the upper hand and give himself the advantage of making the first move. Although I already have a defined draft and contingency plan in mind, why do I feel like I'm indulging in a wild fantasy? Leyland gave a bitter laugh. Taking into account his strength as a rank 5 warlock, wanting to challenge the Snake Dowager and even seize control of the dreamscape or energy of laws was a wild thought no matter how he thought about it. However, he didn't regret choosing the warlock path then. After all, at that time, Leyland was an acolyte who did not even hope to obtain other high-ranking meditation techniques. Moreover, with his average natural endowments, if he didn't pick the bloodline path, perhaps he might still be a rank 2 or 3 magus fooling around in the south coast. Without the supplemented bloodline energy, even if he had other methods, he would be far from having the graceful bearing of someone practically without a rival of the same rank, which had allowed him to acquire more resources. In both the magus and warlock paths, the greater one's strength was, the more one gained. The weak would only be slowly tossed to the sidelines, and eventually lose all hope. Even if they lived longer than ordinary people, and grasped formidable strength, it would still be hard to escape the evil palm of death. When in pursuit of the path to eternity, naturally the faster one walks, the more one is at an advantage. Leyland reminded himself and ingrained it in him. As he had chosen the bloodline path, he was now a rank 5 Radiant Moon Magus, and would be considered a decent contender in ancient times. Additionally, due to the amplification of the bloodline energy, his multiple advancements were strangely quick. As compared to his life, which would be thousands of years long, he was still in his infancy years. This was under the circumstances in which spells that contributed to his life expectancy were not considered. Even if those rank 5 magi possessed all sorts of spells that would increase their vitality, they would have spent a great amount of time climbing to the rank 5 realm, and it would be amazing if they could live for another millennium. In comparison, Leyland virtually held a huge advantage. Of course, everything evened out. Since Leyland had obtained extraordinary strength and a longer lifespan, he naturally had to carry the burden of the corresponding restriction, the bloodline shackles, but once this restriction was broken through, it would be time for Leyland to shoot for the sky. Even if it's a gamble, so what? If I can't obtain eternity in this life, what's the point of me traveling here? For my body to decay in another world, for my true soul to be annihilated, and to turn into filthy soil? Large amounts of radiance glowed in Leyland's pupils. On the other hand, even if I fall on my journey in pursuit of eternity, I would have accomplished my dream and achieved a marvelous life experience, second to none. Now that I've laid my cards on the table, this would naturally increase the probability of success. Although a half moon and full moon would appear like ants to a rank 8 being, the main difference being their size, but at a critical moment which would determine life and death, an increase of the success rate by even a millionth would be useful. Leyland communicated with the AI. Chip, how's the progress on the analysis of the rank 5 Spirit Seal spell formation? Beep. 100% of the spell formation has been analyzed, ready for optimization. The AI chip projected a simple and unadorned Spirit Seal spell formation in front of Leyland. The runes on it reeked of the distinct style of the Purgatory world. Optimization will lower the beast spirit's willpower to resist, raising the degree of a harmonious relationship by 15%. This probability is slightly lower than the rank 4 Spirit Seal spell formation from before. But it's understandable considering how the quality of the Spirit Seal spell formation gathered by Belinda's family was already very high. A gloomy radiance unknowingly came into view all of a sudden, forming a barrier that isolated the inside of the tent from the rest of the outside world. Shortly after, a crystal ball appeared with a flip of Leyland's palm. Within the crystal ball was a small white snake, its pupils a deep red. Its forked tongue showed from time to time, as though trying to probe the seal on the crystal ball. The aura of a rank 5 alabaster devil snake kept radiating out. If not for the barrier that Leyland deployed, it would have definitely been sensed by Belinda, who was outside. A rank 5 alabaster devil snake. Even though it's a beast spirit, it's very formidable, and a rare find amongst rank 5 creatures. Of course, unless I wish to become a fugitive wanted by everyone, I can't use it often here because this is the Hail Continent. It's even better if I silence those who come face to face with it. We meet again, Chief Kenta. Leyland smiled weakly.
A soul force of half-moon rank probed into the crystal ball, and it immediately sensed the tremendous and brutal spiritual force engulfing it, complete with hostility. Since he wanted to train it into a beast spirit, its memories had naturally been destroyed long ago. However, its enmity towards Leyland was instinctively left behind, and was still considered an inconvenience. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 734, A Strange Environment. A strange environment. The beast spirit had to be attacked personally, resulting in a blood feud between the two.
Its hostility, along with its instinctive resistance against being enslaved, simply made subduing this beast spirit a fantasy for any average beast spirit master.
Resistance is futile. Leyland shook his head.
Magi and warlocks definitely cultivated their true souls to a greater degree compared to the aboriginals of the purgatory world. With his tricks and refined manipulation techniques, it was possible to even extract the hatred from the beast spirit directly, as though it was a highly precise surgery. This would greatly reduce the difficulty of subduing the beast spirit. However, in comparison to making use of one's true soul to defeat it, the difficulty of such a surgery would be much higher, and the time required would be much longer.
Thus, Leyland chose to subdue it forcefully, instead of taking an approach that would make the beast spirit's hatred simmer down. If I get rid of the beast spirit's will to resist entirely, as well as its hostility, I'm afraid that perhaps even a rank 4 beast spirit master would be able to make this rank 5 beast spirit submit to him, especially Belinda. With the effect her bloodline energy has, the probability of success is much higher. Of course, it's of no use to me all. Leyland was aware that he might have unintentionally unearthed an even more terrifying way of utilizing the purgatory world's beast spirit spells. It was a pity that he didn't belong to this world, and that he didn't major in beast spirit spells. Hence, he could only toss this idea to a side. Hiss. Following the invasion of Leyland's soul force, the alabaster phantom within the crystal ball started to appear abnormally irritable.
The scarlet tongue kept flashing continuously. It's just like a mantis trying to stop a chariot.
Leyland snorted coldly.
The horrifying soul force that followed after immediately made the little snake shrink to a corner, as though it had been struck by lightning. Even the radiance in its pupils became dull. If we maintain this pace, it would be possible to thoroughly tame it within roughly half a month's time. Before arriving at the holy city, this beast spirit can be sealed.
Leyland nodded as he assessed his progress.
For an average beast spirit master, the amount of time spent on subduing this beast spirit would often need to be measured in years.
Leyland's method of removing the fragments of resentment from the beast spirit would also take as long.
Only the most simple and cruel method of subduing it would require the shortest amount of time. It would take about a month to traverse the Serpent's Plains and arrive at the Holy City. In that case, I should be able to advance the True Soul to full moon rank before we reach the Holy City.
Leyland stroked his chin. Judging by the strength of rank 5 beast spirits in repaying their owners, advancing the True Soul to full moon was initially a feasible task.
But now, with the presence of the curse mark of 10,000 snakes, Leyland probably needed to prepare a few more things.
Taming a beast spirit is not something that can be done in a day. It will need some time to prevent it from crumbling straight away.
When his work was done for the day, Leyland kept his crystal ball. There was a hint of rumination in his eyes. Since we've arrived at the Serpent's Plains, it should have started. A glaring chill was dispelled from Leyland's pupils. It reeked of extreme evil, and it even made the temperature of the surroundings fall greatly. Fortunately, he had deployed a barrier. Otherwise, Belinda and her sister would have detected that something was off. By then, after seeing what Brother Nick had turned into, it would be questionable whether Sophia would still continue to stick to Leyland like before.
Asterisk swish.
Swish, star.
The yellowish-green underbrushes swayed continuously.
Shortly after, the stout shadow of an animal ran across in a flash, making Sophia scream in excitement. Maybe it was because she wasn't very intelligent, or perhaps it was the result of being constrained within the family for a long time, but everything that the young girl had witnessed on her journey amazed her incessantly.
It even made for a few jokes. "Sophia!" Belinda yelled.
She was unhappy, but didn't reprimand the child directly. With both her and Leyland around, they could naturally confirm that the little chap that just ran past was the most harmless creature around that would cause no harm to Sophia.
After all, Sophia was the hybrid born of a rank 5 alabaster devil snake.
It wouldn't be a problem to achieve the standard of a rank 2 or 3 magus merely through the strength from her bloodline. She might not even need to cultivate her energy, and may even rise to higher realms solely through aging. It could be said that she was enjoying a natural advantage, just that her childish mentality might not allow her to put them to good use.
A dusty pink rabbit.
Contrarily, Leyland recognized the name of that creature. With the AI chip's amazing learning abilities, Leyland was no longer the clueless fool that he was when he had first stepped into the purgatory world. Dusty Pink Rabbit. Strength, 1.3, Agility, 2.5, Vitality, 1.9, Spirit, 0.7. A creature special to the Hale continent of omnivorous nature with an extremely extensive diet. Innate skill, breeding. As long as it obtains a sufficient amount of food, the Dusty Pink Rabbit's ability to propagate knows no limits. Its breeding season occurs all year round, throughout the 4 seasons. Note, the mapping of the above-mentioned creature's genome has shown anomalies. Discovered that the part about reproduction contains traces of artificial optimization. Although such a rabbit would definitely be considered a demonic animal among the normal humans in the Magus world, it was as weak as an ant in Leyland's eyes. What caught him by surprise was the modification made by the AI chip in the annotation. It's not just a dusty pink rabbit. Hiss, at this instant, a giant snake as thick as a person's arm slithered by the roadside. A giant gray rat hung from its mouth. Through the AI chip's analysis, although the gray rat's data was endlessly similar to the dusty pink rabbits in all aspects, it was clear that their reformed reproductive abilities were exactly the same. This made their already formidable innate skill even more terrifying. Wow, Sophia was slightly startled by the gray snake, but she still went forth without fear, seeming as though she wanted to touch its head. Hiss, the giant gray snake let Sophia do as she pleased without resisting at all. This made Sophia giggle with laughter, and at the end, the giant gray snake even placed the food that it had caught in front of Sophia as a show of its subservience. It was only until Sophia explicitly declined, did it then continue to hold the rat in its mouth as it slithered through the bushes. The bloodline of a rank 5 alabaster devil had the ability to restrain most of the common snake types across the serpent's plains. This was why Belinda was so at ease. Leyland, on the other hand, gazed at the trail left behind by the gray snake, seemingly in deep thought. I'm afraid that the snake dowager was the one who tampered with the animals at the bottom layer of the food chain. It's rumored that there are all kinds of giant snake types in the serpent's plains that are incapable of transforming. These include the giant Chamoyan serpent, the double loop snake, the 3-headed python, the purgatory fire python and so on, as well as a great many mixed bloods and other subspecies. Even though the serpent's plains is incomparably plentiful, it might not be able to withstand such a tremendous consumption of energy. But if it's just the bottom layer of the food chain, perhaps there wouldn't be enough. Leyland grabbed a weed at random. There was fresh soil on the stem, and the pale yellow roots felt moist. Sure enough, even the dusty pink rabbit's food had been taken into consideration. There must be more changes in the environment to come, and even things such as them getting fatter at fixed times. Seems like the entire Serpent's Plains is basically a cultivating ground for giant snake types. The corners of Leyland's lips revealed a slight smile. Just by observing the snake dowager's method of doing things, he knew that its academic attainments regarding bloodline experiments were definitely not few. Individuals manufactured in the laboratory are bound to have defects. The best method is still to seek for coincidentally mutated animals born in nature. The snake dowager's plan is actually identical to the hypothesis that the AI chip raised previously, just that. A hint of suspicion slowly appeared on Leyland's forehead. What is the snake dowager trying to achieve from this? By creating an even stronger individual, isn't it afraid that something more powerful would emerge? No. Perhaps it wouldn't allow a powerful being from the various tribes to arise, but maybe a first-rate mutated individual would be permitted. Or maybe she's trying to cultivate an emperor bloodline that can fully take control. It's also possible that she's performing these experiments purely out of curiosity. Or perhaps she wants to break through a bottleneck herself, and attain the rank 9 eternal realm or something. There are way too many possibilities. All sorts of possibilities flashed across in Leyland's mind, making him frown slightly. Anyway, no matter what, the environment here is much better than I expected. There will absolutely be no problem in carrying out the plan. Nick! What are you thinking about? Belinda walked over unhurriedly. Ever since she had gotten her revenge, she seemed to have unloaded a heavy burden worth thousands of kilograms. Even her usual grim expression had melted more or less. Of course, this was only true in front of Leyland and Sophia. Oh. Nothing much, I'm just wondering if the Serpent's Plains will be dangerous. Leyland smiled. This place is indeed treacherous for other foreign tribes. After all, among the snake clans that cannot transform, there are dreadful giant snakes that are rank 5 or 6. Even strong rank 6 contenders would be besieged by these humongous pythons, and I'm afraid that they would only end up falling. But we're different. The descendants of the snake dowager will never be attacked on the Serpent's Plains. Of course, this refers to those rational giant snakes. If we bump into those that are as stubborn as a rock and are influenced by their instinctive appetite, then we have no other way out even if it's us.
But fortunately, such snake types that are affected by their instincts are usually only rank 3 or below. Belinda seemed rather proud. She clearly understood the serpent's planes very well. She even had connections in the holy city. This was why Leyland was insistent on bringing her along. Leyland nodded, then looked at Belinda. You are wanted for a trial. About that contact in the holy city. Rest assured. That's my close friend. Besides, this is the Hale continent after all. Belinda was obviously highly confident. Nick, you haven't entered the holy city before, have you? Then you'll have to register your identity. It will be more troublesome for such a frequent traveler like you, but no matter, this friend of mine will come in handy. Leyland identified himself to Belinda as a mixed-blood alabaster devil snake who had always been on the go, and he hadn't even been to the holy city. Although such situations were rare, the Hale continent was so vast that anything could happen. Besides, Leyland's alabaster devil snake bloodline could not be falsified, and thus Belinda was convinced. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 735, Gluttony's Defilement. Gluttony's Defilement. The journey through the serpent's plains was extremely smooth as the giant serpents avoided Leyland, whom had carried the devilish alabaster bloodline on him. As for those snakes without intelligence that tried to harass Leyland or treat him as a prey, they were swiftly slain by Belinda, which gave Leyland the cold shudders. Perhaps, amongst the snakes, only those with intelligence could be considered as the same family. Those without any ability to think or those that only acted on instincts were not considered as part of them. Furthermore, between the different races under the Snake Dowager, cannibalism and wars were often executed. These races were mostly hovering between ranks 1 and 2, even Sophia could deal with them easily without Belinda's help. Over time, Leyland's party gradually entered the deeper regions of the plains. Under the purple moonlight, the plains were extremely tranquil. Time to time, flickering red light from burning coals surfaced, bringing heat to the surroundings. Suddenly, Leyland's figure appeared above a tent with burning charcoal beside it, before flickering into concealment again. The distance is just right, it'll be here. Leyland looked up at the moonlight high up in the sky as he muttered and left the camping grounds. He left behind a puppet equipped with basic AI chip capabilities, which would be enough to deal with most situations. Not long later, a marsh appeared in front of Leyland, where puddles seemed to be strung together on the plains, like starry shining pearls in the sky. In this vicinity, Leyland felt large amount of energy waves which were concealed, time to time hearing the hissing and roars of giant snakes nearby. Oftentimes, battles between creatures would surface to vie for the water source. Leyland had passed through this region with Belinda a few days ago. However, to avoid unnecessary battles, they avoided this area. However, Leyland had etched this place into his memory back then. See. A giant snake with the circumference of a vat emerged from the marshes and opened its bloody jaws, wanting to swallow Leyland in just one bite. Scram! Leyland's brows furrowed. The snake roared and escaped right after it was flicked away. These useless things that don't know their place are so troublesome. Not every low-ranked snake would be subjugated to Leyland's bloodline. Back then, the gray snake that Sophia had encountered had only been subjugated due to it being extremely weak. However, the moment rank 2 and 3 giant snakes without intelligence appeared, Leyland would only be akin to a tasty prey to them. Because they share the bloodline from the Snake Dowager, a higher-ranked snake would not strike fear in them. Leyland suddenly grinned. This is the right specimen that I want. Boom! A gigantic white snake phantom the size of tens of thousands of meters surfaced from behind Leyland's back, as 2 scarlet vertical pupils the size of stars let off a ferocious roar. At the same time, the regal aura emanated from the huge snake. Right now, those giant snakes without any intelligence had also slithered away quickly and left the vicinity. Leyland was not a warlock with mixed bloodline, hence just with the tiny trace of regalness emanated would stop the giant snakes with insatiable greed to devour him. Instead, these giant snakes with no intelligence were now extremely frightened. Slick, beds of snakes continuously left the marsh, forming a tide of giant snakes. Mixed bloodline snakes and even those that Leyland could not identify were escaping. Ha! As expected, they're all weak. There aren't any traces of rank 4 species here, but it is also logical, since no matter how low their intelligence was before, they would undergo a transformation after they enter rank 4. Leyland's gaze swept through the horde of snakes, before his eyes brightened. It's you. A giant black snake was writhing and crying as it struggled in the grasp of Leyland. This snake had black scales and its vertical pupils were filled with horror and plea. As for its strength, there were rank 3 energy waves emanating from it. Black Horal Snake. The subspecies of Kamoyan. We meet again. A trace of remembrance shuddered past Leyland's thoughts as he watched the snake in front of him, keeping its silence.
Back then, his Kamoyan bloodline was extracted and purified from the black coral snake. Thinking of it now, even though the great Magus Serhom left his inheritance behind, it was not as powerful as it seemed to be, as he did not have any intentions of passing down the Kamoyan bloodline. Perhaps, in Serhom's eyes, a rank 3 warlock was strong enough to conquer the south coast and he did not want his inheritor to be swept up in the perilous dangers of the central continent. However, it was all for naught. Even the great Magus Serhom did not expect that his inheritor would be this heaven-defying, purifying the black coral snake's bloodline into the giant Kamoyan serpent, turning into a powerful presence. I have already done this much, now I will need your strength. A dark red test tube appeared in Leyland's palms, where the contents within continuously frothed, filled with an ominous aura. The quintessence from the clone of the monarch of gluttony, Beelzebub. Leyland muttered. This was the huge risk he took to summon Beelzebub through the constraining spell formation before he entered the purgatory world. Although it had been purified many times, the quintessence still contained large amounts of Beelzebub's branding. Once used, the target will definitely be affected by the sin of gluttony. The target's intellect will disintegrate, turning into Beelzebub's puppet or the preparatory body of a clone. Purgatory world is too quiet, I have to introduce chaos to this place. Leyland chuckled as he poured half of the contents of the test tube into the black coral snake's jaws. Sigh, Grorower. The black coral snake struggled continuously within Leyland's grasp as dark-colored runes appeared on its body, so much that the scales seemed to be breaking apart, as if a devil within its body was trying to break free. Go! Leyland tossed the black coral snake back into the horde of snakes. Immediately, the black coral snake attacked the other giant snakes beside it. Its pupils were filled with a type of overzealous rage, as the aura on its body exponentially increased. Kacha, a giant boa had its head bitten off by the black coral snake, before it was devoured completely by it. Sigh. A crackline appeared on the head of the black coral snake and expanded continuously until it exploded. Large amounts of skin were molted. Now, a larger, stronger black coral snake appeared, its strength nearing that of a rank 4 magus. The black coral snake with its increased strength continued to devour the other snake species. Eventually, another head appeared from its neck, accompanied by fiendish flames spewed from its mouth. The fiendish transformation is even more apparent now. Looking at the scales on the black coral snake that looked even more malevolent now, Leyland shook his head. Sigh, the double-headed black coral snake in this purgatory world had advanced into rank 4, yet it did not dare to provoke Leyland. After looking at Leyland with fear in its eyes, the black-colored purgatory snake dashed into the distance, leaving behind a trail of corpses. Not so stupid, huh? Although you won't live happily ever after, claiming yourself as the king amongst all snakes on the plains for a short while should be a blazing glory as you were originally only rank 3, huh? Leyland muttered, as he tossed the other half of the test tube into the marsh behind him. Gulp. Gulp, dark red color contents that were frothed expanded quickly in the marsh, leaving behind a peculiar smell lingering in the air. Under the enticement of this scent, very soon a huge gray rat conquered its fear of snakes and scurried over, before lapping the water. With each mouth, this rat only grew larger in size. Very soon, its eyes turned red, as if in an enraged mode. Very soon, more gray rats scurried over. There were even white rabbits, accompanied by more snakes. After these organisms had finished quenching their thirst, they began to attack other animals ferociously, at the same time transforming into unrecognizable creatures. Looking at this scene, the corners of Leyland's lips curled up maliciously. Hey, Beelzebub. Are you satisfied with this purgatory world that I found? By just thinking about it, Leyland knew that Beelzebub hungered for this world. It was a huge world with abundant resources. Even with the chaotic world's will, it did not reject these new life forms on the world. To Beelzebub, such a world held an incomparably huge enticement. Even if Beelzebub knew what Leyland was scheming out in the open, he would still be attracted by the benefits and take a gamble. It was an irresistible trend. Of course, the power of gluttony is still weak in the beginning and has to be protected. Leyland smiled as a pair of chaotic gray wings appeared, with the power of chaos, enveloping the marsh and its nearby region with a gray barrier. With this disguise, high-ranked organisms would not be able to notice it until it's too late. Leyland laughed blandly. Although the Snake Dowager was considered a dignitary, she would not be able to understand the continent like the back of her palms, much less monitoring the happenings across the Hail continent. Furthermore, with Leyland using the power of chaos intentionally for disguise and concealment, nothing can be changed when the Snake Dowager has realized it. Moreover, this was the marshes. Any organisms which were attracted were just expendables. Leyland would not feel the pinch in his heart even if all of these creatures were completed dead. Man-made environments are often the weakest type of ecosystems. After this has blown out of proportions, I'm sure it will cause the Snake Dowager and the Holy City enough headaches for a few years. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 736, Eve of the Arrival. Eve of the Arrival. Man-made environments were often the weakest and the most susceptible to external influences. Through the Snake Dowager's power that boosted reproduction rates, coupled with the defilement of gluttony running rampant through the plains, the combined results of both of these would not just be a simple addition, but a powerful immeasurable change in the rate itself. Even Lyle himself highly anticipated the changes that were bound to happen. The most important thing was that those effects were all due to the power of laws. Lyle had barely done anything at all to make that happen, which fully removed him from the situation. Even the Snake Dowager herself would only suspect that it was the monarch of gluttony invading from another world, and thus her attention would be diverted away from Lyle. With these two law-wielding existences vying to control this world, what sparks would it bring about? Just thinking of it amused Lyle. Finally, Lyle gave one last lingering look at this marsh that was riddled with chaos and gluttony, before leaving and not giving one more glance at it. Now that the seed has been planted, how it would develop and grow would no longer be under his control. The next morning, Lyle brought Belinda and Sophia away from this area. What's wrong? Nick? Did you sense any danger? Belinda felt that Lyle's actions were somewhat suspicious. I have a premonition that something hugely unfavorable to us is happening behind our backs. Lyle put on a solemn face, his eyes filled with worry. Sophia also felt it, that evil sensation, full of chaos and gluttony. Belinda was still half suspicious, but what surprised Lyle was Sophia, who stood to the side and nodded in agreement, her eyes filled with fear. That frightening evil feeling has become a vortex just behind our backs, and its range is still expanding, sister. Let's leave this place right now, please, Sophia's eyes widened and her shoulders began to tremble slightly. All right, we'll leave at once. Belinda put her arm around Sophia's shoulders and began to gently console her, no longer having any thoughts on Lyle's proposal to leave. However, Lyle looked at Sophia and took measure of her with great interest. I really couldn't tell, although her bloodline power isn't particularly concentrated, she has this innately sharp perception. Does it originate from the sensitivity of her soul? Although Sophia had sharp perceptive powers, it was a pity that she was facing Lyle, who was an old hand at this and was already in the middle of his long life. He was long able to bury his own emotions at the bottom of his heart, and put an end to anyone sensing or peeping on his feelings. Consequently, Sophia thought that brother Nick smiled gently and had a comforting expression, and never discovered even the slightest trace of his investigations, hidden deep within. This sort of innate soul sensitivity, although there is still room for it to develop, for now it is far too weak. Seeing this, Lyle could only shake his head and urge on the giant earth lizard once again to continue its journey. With Lyle's secret calculations, and with his true body faintly emitting a powerful aura, the beasts afflicted with the desire for gluttony didn't dare to come and offend him as he gradually left the area behind. Sophia had also slowly calmed down, and had recovered to her original childish appearance. Lyle had left a wake of terrifying desire for gluttony behind, and its influence continued to spread. Afflicted Rank 4 and Rank 5 continuously emerged and began to fight those intelligent Morning Star Serpent clans. By the time the Snake Dowager took it seriously, it was already too late. The abundant resources of the All-Snake Plains, as well as the superior snake species living in it, were nurtured by the Snake Dowager with utmost care. However, it had become a paradise for gluttony to grow. Naturally, as this area was too vast, gluttony was limited to wreaking havoc in the tiniest part of it. With Lyle's arrangement and interference from chaotic power, even though it spread quickly, it did not attract much attention. Only with the passing of time did this situation become more and more complex, and became even more frightening. As the originator of this disaster, Lyle didn't particularly manage the matter further. After 10 days had passed, after they passed through yet another long journey, the holy city of all snake descendants in the heart of the Hail continent had appeared before their very eyes. At our current speed, we will arrive at the holy city tomorrow at noon, at the very latest. Belinda looked at the map in her hand and spoke confidently. Lyle only lightly nodded. In reality, he had already seen some changes on their journey today. A few small snake hybrids began to appear, and there were even established ranches and botanical gardens. Everything he had seen told him he had entered an area of superior intelligent species. My friend, Agnes, holds the post of the highest-ranked guard in the holy city. I believe she will definitely help us. Belinda looked rather excited, and Lyle knew what she was thinking about. As a wanted criminal of the trial's eye, Belinda definitely felt that it was a horrible situation to be in. If she could not resolve this affair, perhaps she would have to go into hiding with Sophia for the rest of their lives.
However, this place was the Hale continent, and Belinda hadn't really betrayed the Trial's eye, but had only rebelled against one of its forces, even if she had gone a little overboard. If she gained the protection of a powerful person in the Holy City, although it couldn't undo the Trial's eye influence and repeal the arrest warrant, it would be possible to keep the affair under wraps. Belinda certainly would be able to live with Sophia freely in the sunlight. To do this, one would need to be rather powerful. Belinda's previous status wouldn't let her do it, unless her friend is a direct descendant from a major clan.
Leyland stroked his chin and had already guessed everything. That Agnes, is she from a great clan in the Holy City or an influential direct descendant? He directly asked.
You really guessed it, Belinda froze, apparently surprised at Leyland's perceptive abilities, but she did not deny it. Yes, Agnes is from the Stewart family, one of the top 10 most influential families in the Holy City. They possess the matriarch's most noble bloodline as direct descendants, and for generations they have served as the Holy City's fundamental defenders. But as long as I rely on the Stewart family, the earlier Eye of Sacrifice organization I was in wouldn't dare to offend them. So after some time, there is some hope for me to renegotiate with them about the arrest warrant. Belinda had evidently planned everything out, and so, with her help, we will definitely be able to secure a settlement certificate.
Nick, are you?
Belinda was clearly rather worried that Leyland wouldn't be able to save face in this situation, but this was something she was needlessly worrying about. Don't worry, I have no issues with this, Leyland smiled.
What was the point of saving face? Leyland didn't care about it at all. Additionally, he had helped Belinda from the very beginning, and had even secretly taken her feelings into account. Wasn't it all for this purpose? Leyland had previously heard of the stringent rules of the Holy City. If one didn't have a powerful guarantor vouching for them, then with his status as an unidentified foreigner, it would be incredibly difficult for him to settle there, to the point where it would be easier for him to fly than to become a citizen. Especially after he had secretly set things into motion, one could gather that the Holy City would become more and more lively. Without any real basis for entering, perhaps he would suffer a lot of harassment. Compared to that, saving face in this situation was definitely not an issue. Leyland had always focused solely on benefits, and with his current identity as a mixed-blood alabaster devil snake and as Nick the Wanderer, no matter how humiliating it was, how could it bother him? It had to be said that in some respects, Leyland's moral integrity was rather heinous. That's good, Belinda's eyes grew warmer, with a satisfied look. In reality, she was confident about settling down herself in the Holy City, but if Leyland didn't agree to bow his head and give in, then his unknown origin would definitely pose a huge problem. Seeing that he had now agreed to yield made her immediately feel more relieved. I still have some savings, and with our strength we can accept missions in the Holy City. The pay will be sufficient for us to live on.
As for Sophia, I must hire a governess or a nanny to prepare her for marriage in the future. Belinda seemed to be immersed in her plans for the future, until the last part where she secretly stole a glance at Leyland. She secretly blushed, but then immediately forced that expression away.
It's already getting late, we should rest.
Belinda seemed to become unconsciously shy, and pulled Sophia, who was still playing, into her tent.
Sophia's dissatisfied cries of no, no, could be heard.
Leyland looked in the direction where Belinda had left and stroked his chin, with a strange smile appearing on his face.
Then, good night, girls.
Leyland came to their tent and softly spoke to them. Good night, Nick. Belinda's voice was rather shaky, and finally he heard Sophia's voice. Brother Nick, I want to tell you.
Ah. Sophia's voice was interrupted, and immediately Belinda's humiliated and angry scolding could be heard.
Seeing the noisy and unstable tent, Leyland only smiled a little and returned to his own tent. If it wasn't for the all-snake curse on his body, and how close he was to the Holy City and the Snake Dowager, he wouldn't have minded playing more games with Belinda.
However, Leyland wasn't in the mood due to the huge pressure of the curse. In fact, if his willpower and acting skills weren't so good, perhaps Belinda would have seen through him already.
After his everyday routine had been arranged, Leyland's expression became solemn and imposing. Tomorrow, we'll arrive at the Holy City, the headquarters of the Snake Dowager. There was a dark expression in Leyland's eyes. Everything I have, as well as my hopes of breaking the bloodline shackles, whether I fail or succeed, all depends on my next move. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 737, Beast Spirit Seal. Beast Spirit Seal. But before that, I should finish doing everything else.
A crystal ball emerged in Leyland's hands, with a red-eyed little snake, with scales as pure white as jade, wriggling around within.
Bound within the ball was Belinda's father, a rank 5 pure-blooded alabaster devil. This was the beast spirit of Kenta.
If Belinda were to find out, things might get troublesome, but Leyland didn't really care about her anymore. Besides, Leyland was very confident in his concealing techniques.
Now, the hatred and obstinate look in the beast spirit's eyes had disappeared, and all that was left was bewilderment. Leyland was very satisfied upon seeing this. Beep. Scan of target completed. All hostility in its subconscious has been removed. At this moment, the AI chip prompted in a robotic tone. Good. My hard work for almost a whole month hasn't been in vain. I've finally tamed him. Leyland pressed his fingers against the crystal, allowing the little white snake to break free of its bindings. It flit between his fingers, and even seemed to have a sense of dependence on him. A month ago, that would have been unthinkable. No matter how poor my spirit sealing spell formation is, it seems that there's a chance of success over 50%. Leyland's lips quirked in a smile, just as well. I'll seal him completely tonight. Leyland was very attracted to the Purgatory World's strength systems. In this period of time, he had almost completely figured out and understood the strength systems here. In Purgatory World, besides the innate abilities of the various races, these two strength systems were the most widespread, the Path of Offerings and the Path of Beast Spirits. The Path of Offerings entirely depended on the dignitary. If you gained the dignitary's favor, you would attain more power and reach a higher sacrificer rank even if you weren't as devout, or even if the offerings were lacking. However, the price was having your body completely branded by the power of the dignitary, or even breaking off all possibilities of entering rank 7, the realm of laws. Of course, for devout followers, this method of existing together with one's god might perhaps satisfy their thirst and desire even more. The Path of Beast Spirits was more primal. This path depended on hunting large beasts and refining them into beast spirits, and then sealing them to be ordered around in combat. Though it sounded simple, every time they sealed a beast spirit there was a huge challenge to a beast spirit master's own soul, in terms of its cultivation and strength. If the seal failed, there were far too many instances in Purgatory World of the beast spirit devouring the master instead. The higher ranked the beast spirit, the more terrifying their resistance was. Hatred that retained from the soul were extremely dangerous for all beast spirit masters. Of course, once a beast spirit of a certain rank had been successfully sealed, the beast spirit master would naturally rise to that rank. After sealing, the beast spirit master could not only order the beast spirit to fight, one could also enjoy the many benefits to the soul from the beast spirit. For this reason, there were so many beast spirit masters who did not fear death and pursued high-ranked beast spirits and did their best to seal them, though failure was very common. While Leyland had a deep understanding of the path of beast spirits were very difficult to obtain. He only had a Godric beast spirit that was rank 3 and yet to mature. Hence, his beast spirit master ranking was only 3. That was fine though. At the White River Valley, Leyland had massacred Belinda's family and extracted the soul of her father, refining him into a beast spirit. A rank 5 alabaster devil snake beast spirit was very rare even in the whole Purgatory World. Even on the Serpent's Plains, there weren't many rank 5 giant snakes. Leyland hadn't seen any, and most of them traveled around in groups. If it were to move, the whole race would move along with it. In Leyland's eyes, these giant snakes were less outstanding compared to the alabaster devil snakes. Whether as a bloodline imprint or as a cover, this beast spirit will be the most helpful to me. Leyland observed the little snake in his hands. The snake even flicked its scarlet tongue, constantly licking at his fingertips. He had gathered much of the bloodline of the alabaster devil snake and even attempted at creating bloodline imprints, giving him the key to entering the dreamscape at will. If he had the beast spirit of the alabaster devil snake as well, whether a bloodline imprint was made, used, or if he were to explore dreamscape, he would have great advantages. Leyland had always liked preparing things well, and if his plan were to fail, then Dreamforce would be his trump card. Hence, Leyland's research had been focused on exploring dreamscape. Besides this, for Leyland who had snuck into Holy City, having an alabaster devil snake beast spirit was another insurance for him. While he had the bloodline traces on the mask of the Dreamless, as well as the cover from the nefarious Filthbird's power of chaos, Leyland didn't mind adding another layer of security. What comprises of a life form is both the bloodline and the soul. Leyland mumbled, with replenishment from her family, the consumption to the mask of the Dreamless bloodline has been made up for. With this beast spirit, I can use it in place of my soul at crucial moments. Even if the Snake Dowager were to scan over a large area, I'm sure I can hide from her. Using the aura of a beast spirit as a substitute for his own might be just a dream to the inhabitants of Purgatory World, but this was no issue for Leyland. What was more important was that the main material for the beast spirit was a soul. Hence, there was nothing that would not merge. With the AI chip, Leyland was very confident. Hence, the beast spirit of the alabaster devil snake is my best choice. Leyland's eyes shone with determination. Furthermore, after becoming a rank 5 beast spirit master, my true soul will probably reach full moon. The increase of strength in any amount was a chance hard to come by. Beep. Beginning seal of beast spirit.
Setting up rank 5 soul sealing spell formation. The AI chip's voice sounded. Meanwhile, an intricate soul spell formation diagram was shown. Leyland was only a rank 3 beast spirit master now, and if inhabitants of Purgatory World were to hear that he wanted to seal a rank 5 beast spirit, they would say he was merely dreaming. Even rank 4 beast spirit masters did not dare do this even after obtaining a rank 5 beast spirit. At the very least, they would have the confidence to attempt this after sealing more rank 4 beast spirits and nourishing their soul for centuries. A rank 3 beast spirit master? The body would probably not be able to bear the powerful undulations of a rank 5 beast spirit and just crumble, with there being a chance of exploding into bloody mist. But Leyland was no ordinary person. His true soul was at Half Moon, and his body, which had been strengthened by bloodline force and various techniques over time, gave him this confidence. Compared to rank 5 beast spirit masters of Purgatory World, rank 5 magi souls have already condensed their true soul. The density and quality is incomparable. The power of their soul, what the soul can withstand in precision in controlling it, exceeds that of a rank 5 beast spirit master by several levels. Besides, my body and vitality has already gone through bloodline force and multi-limb strength and received boosts from body tempering spell formations. A mere rank 5 beast spirit. Beast spirit masters of Purgatory World could seal beast spirits as long as they were lucky enough. Their bodies would then be nourished by the beast spirit, which meant just lying around would allow them to increase their strength. Once they hit the limits of the beast spirit, they could just seal a new spirit. This turned into a cycle. Compared to magi who had to be cautious at all times, study continuously and advance, their method might seem comfortable and easy, but it lacked the most important experience and knowledge. At the soul level, magi of the Magus world could definitely look down on these beast spirit masters. If they obtained suitable beast spirits, the speed at which magi would adapt to and seal the beast spirit would be faster than beast spirit masters. The reason the path of beast spirits did not prosper in the Magus world is related to the different laws of the world, and might have something to do with the extinction of species in the central continent. After all, which world has as many beast spirit resources as in Purgatory World? Making sense of his thoughts, Leyland looked solemn. The path of beast spirits was worthy of magi looking into. At the very least, the soul-sealing spell formation, the beast spirit turning on the owner, coordination between the soul and the flesh were all huge inspirations for Leyland to conduct experiments. While he focused on the path of bloodline warlocks, Leyland would not look down on other strength systems. No matter how insignificant it might seem, anything that was passed down was definitely worthy of looking into. Only by constantly studying would the path of magi be filled with fervor and life. Starting atomic microscope. Helping with carving of rank 5 soul sealing spell formation. Along with the AI chip's voice, an intricate spell formation began to appear at the back of Leyland's hand. At the heart of the profound spell formation was a twisted pentagon diagram and many soul runes filled with mystery and savagery. These were key to subduing beast spirits, and even led to beast spirits turning on the beast spirit master. Even the AI chip was unable to analyze some of the runes and could only use them as much as possible. The rays emitted from the spell formation enveloped the alabaster devil snake beast spirit, and the little snake began to float. HSS, while already tamed, the little white snake showed signs of resistance. However, the familiar soul force from Leyland's eyes felt very familiar to the little white snake, and it now had an internal conflict. Gradually, the bundle of light around the little white snake came closer to the spell formation on the back of Leyland's hand. Now's the time. Seal. Along with Leyland's cry, the soul-sealing spell formation suddenly emitted rays of light that absorbed that bundle of light. Next up is a contest between souls. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 738, Full Moon True Soul. Full Moon True Soul. Leyland closed his eyes. Now, in his gloomy soul space, his half-moon true soul showed itself. Opposite it was the little white snake from before. HSS. This contest had already happened many times in the past month. Hence, after sensing the familiar soul aura that belonged to Leyland's true soul, the alabaster devil snake beast spirit immediately became fearful. Obey or die. Leyland did not give the beast spirit much time and immediately warned, boundless half-moon true soul strength descending and pressing the little white snake to the ground. HSS, the snake flicked its tongue and chose to obey. A flash of cold, clear moonlight entered through its eyes, controlling it completely. Gradually, the eyes became dazed, and a half-moon appeared. Beep. Host has successfully sealed rank 5 alabaster devil snake beast spirit. Promoted to rank 5 beast spirit master. The AI chip's voice sounded. Everything had gone extremely smoothly with how everything had been set up. A beast spirit above rank 4 usually had some malicious intent or memory fragments from the body.
For a soul like this that had lost all its will and was defiant, beast spirit masters found this very troublesome. Even if the beast spirit was successfully tamed eventually, a part of the beast spirit's soul source would be consumed from battle and cause it to weaken. However, Leyland had long since tamed it, which allowed the sealing process to go smoothly. The soul sealing spell formation had already been optimized by the AI chip, which raised the compatibility between the beast spirit master and the beast spirit to the highest. Hence, not only had Leyland successfully become a rank 5 beast spirit master, but he also could display the full strength of the original alabaster devil snake beast spirit. But the process of sealing a beast spirit has already been deduced by the AI chip to have a success rate of 90%. The process of the boost is the most important. At this thought, Leyland looked more grim than before, and placed his focus deep in his sea of consciousness amongst the point mass nebulae. Beep. Boost of rank 5 beast spirit beginning. Along with the AI chip's voice, a fantastic change happened in his sea of consciousness. On the back of Leyland's hand, a vivid tattoo of a little white snake appeared and roved around. A stream of pure soul force spiraled as it was absorbed and devoured into the point mass vortex in his sea of consciousness. The refining process was repeated and then abruptly poured into the point mass. The point mass of a radiant moon magus had already formed. The 2 innate runes on it were extremely dazzling. Within the point mass, Leyland's half-moon true soul was cheering excitedly. The point mass, that was like a full moon that was already half filled with light, suddenly expanded, charging towards filling the other half. After entering the realm of a rank 5 radiant moon, a magus true soul was like a full moon, signifying fullness. The strength of soul force would show on the surface of the round moon. From the crescent to the half moon, and then to the most powerful full moon, these would show the various phases of rank 5 magi as they trained. Leyland's true soul had only been at half moon, but with the help of the alabaster devil snake beast spirit, he began to make a burst for the full moon. Beep. Rank 5 beast spirit boost has begun. Host soul force is being enhanced. All stats are changing. The AI chip's voice sounded at this moment. Beep. Detected that host soul force has reached threshold. Beginning upgrade. Now at 210. Beep. Host has absorbed a large amount of purified soul origin. Soul force upgrading. Now at 220. The AI chip's prompts kept refreshing, and accompanied by its robotic intones, Leyland's half-moon true soul within his point mass filled up, beginning to transform into a full moon rank. 230. 240. 250. With the boost from the rank 5 beast spirit, the rate of progress of his true soul could be said to be terrifying. His true soul that was already full began to expand in size, the luster from a full moon practically filling the whole true soul. At this very moment, something strange happened. HSS. At Leyland's forehead, a black snake rune that was bound by thorny chains appeared, with a seal from the concentrated power of chaos circling it. Beep. Detected disorder from the curse mark of 10,000 snakes. Determined to be triggered by sudden increase of soul force. Now flaring up. With the AI chip's voice, Leyland felt that there seemed to be a terrifying black hole in his body that began to absorb much of his bloodline and soul force. No. Leyland's eyes were filled with wisps of blood immediately. Though he'd already known that with the seal of the curse, it would be difficult to increase his strength, Leyland did not expect it to be this serious. Based on his plans, after raising his true soul to full moon, he would then reach peak rank 5. Even with the suppression of the curse mark, he could still regain his strength and even surpass it. After all, if Leyland's previous strength was 10 and the seal decreased it by 2, the strength he had left would only be 8. But once Leyland reached peak rank 5, the limits of his strength would rise to 15, and even with the weakening of the seal by 2, he would still have 13, which far exceeded what he currently had. However, the terror of the curse mark and the snake dowager's adeptness at curses exceeded his expectations. Power of chaos. A gray illusory feather appeared in Leyland's hand. Large amounts of crystallization of chaos combusted, beginning to support the seal on his forehead. The curse mark even has the function of automatically increasing strength along with the increase of strength in the host body. Leyland looked terrible at this point, and his expression turned into one of determination. He'd already had a contingency plan for this, but it wasn't a crucial time yet and he didn't want to waste this. Fine. Don't you want to absorb me? I'll give you everything. With his eyes red, Leyland ordered. A fiery red jade-like crystal suddenly appeared from his spatial item, with flaming red luster and the indistinct phoenix cry. The sole unique item, the essence of the fragments of the phoenix egg, also the gem of lava world. It could enhance soul force as long as the host's vitality could withstand it. Though Leyland had already reached the limits before, after sealing a beast spirit, his own vitality had been enhanced. On top of what he had been amassing all this time, it was enough for him to use this essence again. Chirp chirp. A black demonic fire phoenix suddenly emerged from Leyland's back, devouring the phoenix egg. Rumble, golden, brilliant flames burnt around him, and turned a demonic black. Terrifying soul force that brought with it boiling fiery rays appeared around Leyland's body, and filled the black hole of the curse mark. Chirp chirp, compared to bloodline force, the soul force that had the burning powers of the ancient phoenix caused the black hole to ripple, fiery red rays flashing from deep within the black hole. Get lost. With Leyland's roar, the curse mark on his forehead abruptly pulled back and even had a red scratch on it. Great amounts of the power of chaos formed a seal around the mark, suppressing it. Beep. Host has absorbed essence of phoenix egg. Obtained much soul origin. Soul force numbers increasing. With its voice, Leyland's soul force numbers shot forward like a rocket, and in almost that instant, broke through the 250 bottleneck. After a few jumps, it broke through the critical point of 300. Beep. Host body's soul force has broken through 300, reached full moon. Host stats have all changed. Recalculating. The AI chip's voice was still transmitting, but Leyland had no energy to investigate. His attention was now on the true soul in the point mass. The true soul that was like a full moon had not only swollen up to the extreme, its whole body was filled with clear luster that gave off a feeling of perfectness. This is the true soul of peak rank 5 at full moon? Leyland mumbled as he gazed upon the gigantic full moon true soul, looking drunk. The full moon not only had a clear luster, there was also a golden line that shimmered in and out of existence at the heart of it. However, it was covered by the brightness surrounding it. Unless he stared at it, he wouldn't notice it. This is when soul force has a qualitative change. Leyland's eyes momentarily showed confusion, but was then filled with elation. I know, this is rank 6 true soul force. Once Radiant Moon Magi reach full moon, their true souls have already reached the limit. The next thing to do is to change the soul force from negative to positive energy, turning into the true soul like a scorching sun of rank 6 Breaking Dawn Magi. This golden line signifies my true soul has already reached the limits of rank 5 and is beginning to transform into rank 6. Leyland sighed. For regular rank 5 Magi, getting their true soul to full moon was already exceptionally difficult. They would have to work unceasingly to get their true soul to fill completely and then automatically upgrade. That would take centuries, but Leyland had reached full moon in an instant. With negative soul force, I need to produce positive energy from this dark negative energy in order to gain solidified positive force. It's not something a rank 5 beast spirit can achieve. The only explanation would be the essence of the phoenix egg. Leyland's pupils brightened. The phoenix egg contains not just a large amount of soul origin force that can strengthen a mega's soul, but also possesses anode soul force, and it's the guide for full moon magi to promote. That saved me hundreds of years of hard work. In that moment, Leyland thought of the reason. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 739, Life Curse. Life Curse. The method to refine negative soul force into positive and obtain the essence of positive soul force was the key for a rank 5 Radiant Moon Magus becoming a rank 6 Breaking Dawn Monarch. The Phoenix Egg was the treasure of the lava world after all, and the positive power it possessed could save most Radiant Moon Magi centuries worth of hard work. If this was seen by those Breaking Dawn Monarchs who had broken through with hard work or peak rank 5 Radiant Moon who were still training desperately, they might be so jealous of Leyland that they might go crazy with envy. But that means the Phoenix Egg has been completely used up. Leyland found this result quite a pity. With the boost from the rank 5 beast spirit, that was enough to push him to full moon. The Phoenix Egg left behind could be used in training at rank 6. With the abundance of positive soul force in the egg, which could even help a Breaking Dawn Monarch advance at lightning speed, using it recklessly now as a rank 5 made him feel extremely wasteful. Due to the limitations of his bloodline, Leyland's true soul already had signs of transforming into an substantialized positive soul, and he would never be able to succeed unless he completely rid himself of his bloodline curse. It's too early to talk about rank 6. I'll need to focus on the benefits that I now have. While he found it a pity, Leyland was optimistic about the use of the Phoenix Egg. Due to the interference of the Allsnake curse, he would not have been able to reach full moon if not for the power of the Phoenix Egg. If the same thing were to happen again, Leyland was sure that he would make the same choice. Ridding himself of other thoughts, Leyland gazed at the AI chip stats column. As he had forcefully broken through to full moon, much of his stats had undergone huge changes. Leyland Farlier. Rank 5 Warlock. Bloodline, Giant Kamoyan Serpent, complete form. Strength, 70, 85, Agility, 53, 66, Vitality, 175, 200.7, Spiritual Force, 2315, 3001.2, Magic Power, 2315. Magic Power is in synchronization with Spiritual Force. Soul Force, 232, 300, state, boost from Full Moon True Soul and status as Rank 4 Sacrificer. Rank 5 Beast Spirit Seal, Alabaster Devil Snake. Estimation of all snake curses next flare-up, 19 years. As expected, after advancing, all the limits have increased. Even with restrictions of the curse marks, I've basically returned to my most powerful state before, with some increases even. Leyland's eyes shone as he felt the power in all parts of his body and couldn't help but clench his fists. Only this power would be enough for my plans in the Holy City. But Leyland, who had regained his calm, watched the insides of the tents that now looked messy and could not help but laugh wryly. Thankfully, I set up a seal. Otherwise, Belinda and Sophia would have been alarmed. The flare-up of the all-snake curse happened with the snake dowager so close. Leyland looked incomparably serious. AI chip, activate strongest preventative measures. Beep. Mission established. Initiation underway. Numerous white scaly patterns formed the most intricate patterns on Leyland's face. Meanwhile, the alabaster devil snake beast spirit tattoo on Leyland's body began to wander around, emitting a unique soul undulation. After making all the preparations, a tremendous conchant was like a tsunami, spreading from the holy city. What is it, mighty mistress? Who dares go against you and caused you such ire? Such a terrifying conchant shocked many in that instant. Belinda and Sophia had walked out of their tents and knelt in the direction of the holy city, bodies trembling in the moonlight. She's naturally looking for me. Leyland snickered inside, though on the surface, he looked to be kneeling in reverence and trepidation, praying that the mistress would calm her anger. Of course, Leyland knew that before he was captured, this would be impossible. Sensing this conchant roaring above him and passing him by, yet not doubting him at all, his lips quirked in a smile. As expected, the double cover of my soul and bloodline, as well as support of the Feather of Chaos, makes it impossible for the Snake Dowager to find me with this kind of scan with her conchant unless she sees me personally. This was definitely good news to Leyland. Though the nefarious Filthbird had guaranteed this, Leyland did not dare place too much hope on it. When it came to life and death situations, he would not mind using all methods possible to increase his rate of success. HSS. Realizing that doing that would not help her find Leyland, the temporary wave of soul undulations passed and instead, a bright bundle of light rose like the sun from Holy City. Within the sun was a gigantic snakeball figure that was like a sun, and there were even sounds of sacrificial chanting from there. These sounds were very ancient and had some strange pitches that caused one to be intoxicated in it. This, just after hearing a little, Leyland's expression immediately changed. Warning! Warning! Host's curse mark is acting up. The AI chip's voice sounded in time, before a rune began to flicker on Leyland's forehead. Thankfully, Belinda and Sophia now had their heads down as they closed their eyes to pray, or else they'd definitely noticed the change in Leyland. Feather of Chaos, ignite the crystals and get back. The blood vessels on Leyland's face writhed, and immediately after, two forces began a dangerous confrontation inside. Chirp chirp, at this moment, the flame imprints that were already on the curse mark began to flash with red lights, and Leyland seemed to hear the cry of a primordial fire phoenix. With the joint work of the two, the flare-up of the curse mark was suppressed. Only after the illusion from the holy city disappeared did Leyland sigh deeply, and hastily reinforced his appearance-changing methods to hide any external changes, which was how Belinda did not notice anything different. Even so, it was impossible to hide everything that had happened. No matter what repercussions there were from the Snake Dowager's sudden anger, Leyland and the others had to carry on their journey. Nick! Belinda glanced at Leyland, who was the same as before, and seemed to have something to say. What's wrong? Leyland turned, a tender look and smile on his face as if nothing had happened. Oh, no, it's nothing. Belinda looked dazed, and also a little confused. It just feels like something about you has changed, but I don't know what it is for sure. It's the smell. Sophia, who was ahead, turned back, eyes full of happiness as she sniffed at Leyland. The smell on Brother Nick's body is even more aromatic, and Sophia feels more close to him. Stop it. Belinda grabbed at Sophia's little face, causing her to frown. Meanwhile, Leyland was stunned at her keen senses. I was discovered so quickly. Such a pure and sensitive soul is rather rare. Leyland naturally knew the reason why Belinda felt something was off, since a peak full moon true soul was worlds apart from what things had been the previous day. Even if Leyland did all he could to conceal this, there would still be a subtle difference. Besides, the rank 5 beast spirit that Leyland had chosen to seal was Belinda and her sister's father. The bloodline aura from someone of the same kind and family had caused Sophia to realize what was off. However, from her experiences, I doubt she's discovered this. If she found out the feeling of feeling closer to me came from her father, she might be fearful. After all, Kenta didn't give the siblings a good impression. Pondering over this for a while, Leyland continued the journey with the sisters. Though nothing had changed from the previous day, and Leyland was still chatting and joking with them cheerfully on the way, he was actually reading the contents of the prompt on the AI chip, and his heart could not calm. Beep. Affected by snake dowager's undulations. Variation to curse mark of 10,000 snakes, increasing corroding ability. Curse of corrosion, high-grade variation of the curse mark. After entering region of snake dowager's influence, host's life force will constantly be absorbed till death. The process is irreversible. After realizing she can't find me, she's used this method to force me to show myself? Feeling the life force in his body unceasingly being seized from his body, and his body heading towards death gradually, Leyland's lips quirked in a smile instead. But, for you, who can only do this much, does it mean you have no other ways of limiting me? It's not just my bloodline and soul force, but even my life force is being absorbed by the curse, subduing my strength. Leyland raised his arm, his pale skin and firm muscles full of life. However, he could feel a sense of losing something. Under the effects of the corrosion, my body's life energy is quickly dissipating. Though there aren't obvious changes on the outside, in just a few years' time, my appearance will become that of an old person. Even with appearance-changing techniques, it wouldn't be able to conceal these changes. Just from the bloodline curse, I have about 19 years left, but with the curse that corrodes my life force. He smiled wryly. He had a feeling that this sort of complex curse would have even worse effects the closer he got to the snake dowager. This would go on till the day the curse mark completely flared up and ruined his soul, causing him to die, or until he would be discovered by the snake dowager. So many restrictions and so much pressure. How enjoyable. This is too enjoyable. Leyland brushed the back of his hand against his lips slowly. Such power restrictions is so enjoyable. The greater the pressure, the worse the backlash. I can't wait to see the day I destroy these restraints and soar. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 740, Reaching Holy City. Reaching Holy City. The Hail Continent's Holy City. Leyland muttered as he sized up the city that seemed to have been built by giants. The entire city was filled with brilliant lights, and what was the most unforgettable was the giant sculpture at the very heart of the city. It was a very bewitching female with long hair with separated out and transformed into exotic snakes of all kinds. There were the iron Kamoyan serpents, the alabaster devil snakes, three-headed pythons, and many other species could be found within the hair of this snake chiefess. The sculpture must have been made with the snake dowager as the model. I can see it so clearly even outside the city, and if I were to determine the scale, it must be over tens of thousands of meters tall. Leyland's eyes were full of admiration. If not for the spell formations and other assistance from other worlds, a statue of this scale could never have been accomplished. The secret undulations hidden in various parts of the holy city made Leyland's expression change slightly. While he was unable to detect rank 7 existences, the radiation from rank 6 breaking moons could no longer resist the AI chip's scans. Hence, Leyland was certain that there were at least 10 rank 6s in the holy city, and they were all descendants of the snake dowager. From the intel and what I saw yesterday, the snake dowager is here, but I don't know where she is. Kiki, Leyland suddenly began to cough. What's wrong, Nick? Belinda and Sophia looked over, their eyes full of concern. It's nothing. Leyland laughed forcefully, hiding his palm that now had traces of blood. In the holy city, where the snake dowager's aura is even more concentrated, the rate at which my life force depletes is even faster. With this rate, I might not be able to hold on for a few years, but thankfully, these few years should be enough. I was just a little emotional after seeing such a huge city. Let's get in. Have you notified your friend yet? I've already notified Agnes. She'll be here soon. Belinda laughed. The three of them now stood outside the huge holy city. There were 3 huge triumphal arches, and a bridge that was tens of meters long. Below it was a surging moat, though the waters were black and gave an ominous feeling. The gates of the city opened, and many half-snake people and even purebloods passed by in an orderly manner. Upon seeing this, Leyland's eyes narrowed. The queue that wound around like a long snake suddenly had a small disturbance near the gates, and immediately after, a half-snake person with black scales on its face wailed as he was separated out, and was pushed into the black moat. Its mournful cries vanished in an instant, and Leyland immediately saw only white bones, and even then, they melted quickly. Just now, Leyland's eyes shifted to the stone sculpture of snakes on the city gate. The vertical pupils of the sculptures were now flickering with green light. Seems like when that snake being passed by, the eyes of the sculptures turned bright red. Is that some sort of bloodline identification system? Leyland was slightly afraid, because he had not found anything strange about that snake person earlier. That is the snake sculpture found everywhere in the holy city. As long as there are residents whose souls or bloodlines aren't pure, or have not gotten permission, all will be detected and thrown into the howling abyss. There was a grim look on her face. Based on the system of the Holy City, whether it's bloodline beings with unknown origins or wanted criminals, none can stay in the Holy City. Oh. In other words, if you and I were to enter, the sculpture's eyes would turn red, and many soldiers would be attracted? Leyland stroked his chin. What benefits are there, for so many of them to scramble there? Benefits? Belinda smiled wryly. There are obviously a lot. First of all those who get permission to stay in Holy City will have their safety guaranteed. In the Hale continent, there are few organizations who dare treat residents of the Holy City roughly. Absolute protection? Leyland nodded. In this era of living from hand to mouth, absolute protection was a dream come true for the weak. Also, the Holy City is the core of the Hale continent. You'll be able to get anything at all here, even the most highly ranked strength systems, the best offerings and beast spirits, but most importantly, at the mention of the Holy City, she evidently became excited. What's most important is that the entire Holy City has gained the favor of the mistress, and all of those who live here will have the purity of their blood not fall in rank and even continuously increase based on the length of time they stay here. Another voice sounded from the side, and along with a streak of black light, there were two more figures appearing. Agnes. Upon seeing who had arrived, Belinda grinned brilliantly. Belinda, my sister. We haven't seen each other in around 132 years. Someone headed over and gave Belinda an enthusiastic hug. This must be the good friend that Belinda had constantly mentioned, Agnes. Leyland could not help but size up this being. She had short brown hair, a tall stature, fair and glowing skin, and she wore tight-fitting armor that seemed to be made of crystal. Her fine nose was raised, and she had a heroic air to her. While a female, she had a gender-neutral beauty to her. What surprised Leyland was the bloodline aura of her body. This even caused him some fear. This was definitely the bloodline of a rank 6 giant serpent, and Agnes herself had already reached rank 5. She evidently has the formidability of pure blood nobility. She's only half mature, and already has rank 5 strength. Once her bloodline completely matures, reaching rank 6 isn't an issue. I can't tell her sacrificer and beast spirit master ranks though. Leyland silently began to judge her strength. Compared to a mixed blood like Belinda, she had a pure bloodline from a giant serpent. In other words, her main body was a python, and her human form was just for convenience. It must have been a miraculous coincidence that these two could have become good friends from the beginning. Don't worry. I won't let off those people of the Trials Eye organization for treating you that way. I told you before not to go to that sect made out of lunatic eyes. Only the Might Mistress is worthy of our faith. Agnes warmly held Belinda's hand, completely ignoring Leyland's existence. She held Sophia, eyes sparkling. This must be your sister, Sophia, right? How adorable. I'd only seen her in portraits before. Don't worry. I'll take care of you and your sister's identities. You'll definitely be able to get the residence permit and gain the right to stay in the Holy City permanently. Seeing how she was itching to hug Sophia close and her facial muscles twitching, Leyland suddenly thought of another word from his previous world. All right. Agnes. I have a friend who I've yet to introduce to you. Her friend's invasive gaze full of fervor was a little too much for Belinda, and she huffed as she struggled out of the devilish grasp of Agnes, before pointing at Leyland. This is the person I talked to you about, and a good friend who's rendered me a lot of help, Nick. Belinda placed emphasis on the two words, good friend. Good friend? Him? It was only at this point that she noticed Leyland and glared at Leyland challengingly. He doesn't seem all that strong? He's only a rank 5 mixed blood alabaster devil snake. Oh, sorry, my beloved Belinda, I wasn't talking about you. Whether it's the blood from your father or mother's side, they have combined magnificently on you. Whether it's your ruby red eyes, or long silver hair full of luster, they are so intoxicating. Agnes, Nick is my friend just as you are. Belinda smiled wryly and had to repeat herself. All right. Friend. Agnes flicked at the hair at her forehead. Since it's your friend, I'll do it too. Wait, sister, how can you let people with unknown origins just enter the Holy City? Did you forget our work? At this moment, the person behind Agnes suddenly spoke. Leyland noticed the person at this moment. He had short brown hair like Agnes, and there was a faint resemblance. It seemed that they had blood relations. Oh, Belinda. So this is the useless brother I've mentioned before, Thomas. Thomas. Come here and say hello. Good morning, beautiful ladies. Thomas bowed respectfully. He looked enchanted and intoxicated as he gazed at Sophia, who was like a little girl. Agnes.
Noticing the siblings ignoring Nick, obviously trying to infuriate him, Belinda was slightly annoyed. If you still keep that attitude, I'll leave with Nick. Anyway, besides the Holy City, there are tons of places we can go. Based on what she had mentioned, after obtaining permanent residency in the Holy City, they could receive preferential treatment everywhere in the Hale continent. It was the best method to counteract the fact that they were on the wanted list. Now for Leyland's sake, she was unexpectedly discarding this opportunity. It could be said that this was very unusual. But come on, don't you know that the closer you seem to me, the more trouble you'll bring to me? Leyland was speechless. He could already sense two pairs of eyes that were willing to burn him to ashes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 741, Residence Permit. Residence Permit. We were only joking earlier, don't mind us. Of course, I'll take care of Nick's situation as well. Agnes smiled along, and Belinda immediately looked at ease. After all, she had asked a favor of Agnes. Alright, I'll bring everyone in to go through the formalities. Agnes rested her arm around Belinda's shoulders, and with her other hand pulling Sophia along, she did not forget to yell at Thomas, "Kid, why haven't you apologized to Sire Nick yet?" Seeing what she was doing, Belinda smiled once more, no longer resistant to her actions. "My apologies, Sire Nick." Watching the backs of the three females walking ahead, Thomas shouted loudly. However, his lips mouthed something else, "You weakling who only knows to rely on women." Leyland merely shrugged in answer to his provocation and insult and continued to follow behind Belinda, which left Thomas flabbergasted. It was the first time he had seen someone so shameless. Leaving the stunned Thomas far behind, Leyland followed behind the three ladies expressionlessly with an air of resignation. In reality, however, he was snickering in his mind. What glory or reputation did he care for when he was dying? Was that important? The curse mark of 10,000 snakes was now eating his life force away, and he did not have many years left. In this situation, would he abandon such a simple method of entering the city and look for something else? Whether he would succeed or not eventually, wasting time on reputation would be treating his life too lightly. When comparing his life to being taken as a fellow who could only rely on women, what loss was there for him? Thomas puffed his cheeks out and followed behind them, but could do nothing against Leyland's shamelessness. Agnes, in front, seemed to have noticed this, and her eyes glinted. "Go away, you peasants. Don't block the path of us noble stewards." As if trying to vent all the anger he'd gained from Leyland, Thomas flicked a 9-segmented whip of a snake leader, unceasingly creating crisp sounds and threatening the group of half-blooded snake beings in front of them. Pila, seeing the half-blooded snake beings fearfully separating to two sides and giving way, Leyland couldn't help but stroke his chin. It seemed that the siblings who were in the steward family had a rather terrifying reputation in the Holy City. "Are you guards blind? Why aren't you here to welcome us?" Immediately after, the guards who had been like fiends and slaughtering people as they wished instantly came over to help out with Thomas's call, bringing Belinda and the rest to the main gate. Thomas had his nose in the air as he peeked at Leyland, eyes full of arrogance. Leyland merely rolled his eyes in answer. In the Magus world, this sort of person would have died several times over already, but this was the Hale continent. This was where the descendants of the Snake Dowager had high statuses, and there were few bloody contests for power over them. Such a state had continued for tens of thousands of years, and had even become an iron rule. Hence, it was entirely understandable that Thomas, who had grown up in a sheltered environment, was acting this way. This was one who had been spoilt by superior living conditions. Leyland obviously would not stoop to the level of weaklings like him. His focus was now on the sculpture at the main gate. Bloodline appraisal. A test of the soul. Though I'm confident I can pass through with no problems, the identification proof is a problem. After all, I can't invade the Holy City's core database and create a fake history. What I said before had too many loopholes. Leyland looked slightly gloomy, which Thomas took to be an accomplishment on his part. "You're very lucky. You should know that very few half-bloods like you can stay in the Holy City for a full year, but..." Thomas jeered at him disdainfully. "Of course, you might not even be able to handle the living expenses here. But even if you stay here for a short period of time, it's enough for you to shine in the Hale continent, or... You can write this in your diary, and some low-ranked bloodlines might be attracted." "Thomas, that's enough." Evidently, even Agnes could not watch on any longer. Of course, Leyland had strong suspicions that Agnes only felt that Thomas was bringing shame to the steward family with his words, which was why she got him to stop. "Come, Belinda, and adorable little Sophia. This is the residence permit that I especially requested for you. As long as you bind it to your bloodline and soul, you will be recognized as free citizens of the Holy City." Agnes smiled slightly, producing 2 jade green crystal cards. From the envious gazes from the half or even pure-blooded snake beings, they should be amazing items.
Thank you so much, Agnes. Belinda took the crystal card.
With this identification, she could join organizations under the Snake Dowager's command.
Trials I would not be so brazen and might even automatically withdraw the order of her arrest. Then, how about Brother Nick?
Sophia bit at her fingers, finding that something was off.
Sire Nick? When Belinda contacted me, she didn't mention it, so I didn't prepare it.
Agnes rubbed at her feelings as if embarrassed. Permanent residence permits are hard to take care of in the Holy City, so... Seeing that Belinda seemed to be on the verge of flaring up, Agnes shook her hands. Though I didn't get a permanent residence permit, I still have a temporary certification.
It's for 10 years, which should be enough for Sire Nick.
In these 10 years, I'm sure he can handle the procedures for his identification. Nick, Belinda peeked at Leyland, slightly embarrassed. She had obviously noticed that Agnes was purposely making things difficult for him.
Sire Nick, a 10-year certification is already very rare. For half-blooded snake beings who provide services for us residents of holy residence, their certification needs to be changed daily in order to prevent any tarnish to our noble holy city.
Thomas, who was at the side, snorted.
That's enough. Thank you very much, Lady Agnes.
Leyland smiled slightly, taking another residence permit from her. 10 years was enough time. In the Holy City, where the Snake Dowager's radiations were the most concentrated, with the curse mark of 10,000 snakes increasing in intensity, Leyland would probably be reduced to pile of bones if he could not solve the bloodline shackles within 10 years. Compared to Belinda and Sophie's, who had permanent residence permits, his own was duller, though there were intricate runes and concealing techniques on it.
This pattern. Even with a sample, it's not easy for the AI chip to make another one. On top of that, what's more troublesome is the soul and bloodline binding. Leyland's eyes flashed. All right.
Since you three now have the pass, please bind it to you. If the permits are lost, things will get very troublesome, so please keep it well and love them as you love your eyes.
Agnes spoke with an accent. The binding ceremony is very simple. Drip a droplet of blood and then use your spiritual force to scan the detection runes.
With Agnes' guidance, Belinda was the first and dripped her blood onto the crystal card. Once the dark red liquid touched the card, it was like water reaching sponge and was absorbed.
In the next instant, the whole green crystal card shone brilliantly and with flowing luster, Belinda's image emerged. Boo-hoo.
Sister, Sophia's afraid of pain. Hearing that she had to bleed, Sophia's eyes were full of fear. Such a pitiful stance immediately had Agnes on the verge of turning into a big bad wolf.
Kiki, don't be afraid, little sister. Let your big sister help you.
Agnes, who was watching, only seemed to shock Sophia and bit at her finger to complete the binding process.
Agnes watched on with regret.
When Leyland was done with the procedure too, with Agnes in the lead, they passed through a round arched door. Of course, there were sculptures ahead.
HSS.
The miniature sculptures were even more intricate. They were made of some crystals similar to rocks, and especially the faces were carved very vividly, their eyes seeming to be connected to some enigmatic soul. Belinda and Sophia passed by, and the sculpture produced green and tender rays.
Currently concealing with bloodline of alabaster devil snake. Beast spirit undulations covering. Preparation to activate feather of chaos at any time. Along with the AI. Chip's voice, Leyland took a deep breath and passed through the formless boundary. HSS.
The eyes of the sculpture immediately produced green, tender rays, and caused Leyland to sigh in relief. Immediately after, he was dazzled by lights. Once Leyland got used to it, he began to size up the holy city of all descendants of the Snake Dowager. On the ground, walls and even in the sky, a thin layer of light lined the area, causing everything to seem glorious. The giant sculpture at the heart was filled with milky white rays like a shining human being, giving off the feeling of holiness.
Beep.
Detected large amounts of radiation undulations.
Curse mark is being strengthened.
The AI chip intoned, while Belinda and Sophia beside him had a flush on their faces, looking intoxicated.
Even their undulations were reinforced, and they obviously had obtained some benefits. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 742, Settling in Loft. Settling in Loft.
Rumors say the Snake Dowager favors the holy city, granting huge benefits to all her descendants, Leyland thought, watching the siblings who were drunk on the feeling. Truth be told, the holy city is just affected by the presence of her main body. The radiation from it refines their bloodlines. Of course, there was a limit to this process.
However, the guarantee that their bloodlines wouldn't deteriorate was enough for all of them to scramble here without delay. Pity. This sort of high-energy radiation is basically poison to me now. Sensing the curse mark continuously absorbing radiation and gaining strength, Leyland could only smile wryly. The all-snake curse had been sealed, but the closer he was to the snake dowager the more obvious the flare-ups would become. Hiding any signs of abnormality and taking the initiative to get closer to the snake dowager day by day, he was dancing on the edge of a knife. But at least it's confirmed that the snake dowager's main body is close to the holy city. Leyland's eyes lit up. Just for that, he had to stay here in spite of the threat to his life. The matriarch's sculpture is the core of the city, with the circles extending outwards from it. In the business district are H0LP and Imagia's cabin, which are pretty good. Once you've settled down, I can accompany you on a stroll. Agnes was evidently extremely excited as she brought them to a region with majestic mansions around. This region belongs to us Stewarts. I've arranged for Belinda to stay in a villa near me. We can. Tring. Tring. Tring asterisk before Agnes could finish speaking, she was interrupted by a series of rings from her vambrace. She opened a notification on her arm, her voice showing her discontentment. What is it? Didn't I specifically mention that you are not to bother me no matter what happens tonight? My sincerest apologies, Lord Agnes, but this incident is so strange that it requires your personal attention. What is it? Agnes grew serious. For a subordinate who knew her personality to still trouble her, it would be something difficult to deal with. It has to do with a mutant contamination. It's at least grade 4 in danger. Fuck. Agnes cursed, evidently surprised. Immediately after, she closed off the communications and apologized to Belinda. I'm so sorry, Belinda, Sophia. There's something I need to handle, but I've already booked a room at the Spiral Serpent restaurant. Please do go. All right, Agnes, hurry on with your work. Belinda nodded in understanding, pressing her cheeks onto Agnes, causing the woman to smile cheerfully. Thomas, I'll leave the rest to you. If Belinda and little Sophia are the slightest bit unhappy, you know what will happen. Agnes left hastily after assigning this task. Leyland's lips quirked up in a mysterious smile as he watched her leave. All right then. My ladies, and this Mr. Nick, please come with me. Thomas said with a clap. He evidently wanted to act like a gentleman in front of the sisters. Belinda and Sophia held no distaste for him and cheerfully chatted and joked around with HM until they reached a gorgeous villa. The entire villa lit up there with a snap of his fingers, warm light flooding every corner with a beep sounding. Motes of multicolor light flew out into the little garden like fireflies, like little stars as they appeared before Sophia's hands. The lights are voice-controlled, and dust removal spells activate at specific timings every day. There's another spell formation here that can set the temperature. And every piece of furniture here was prepared specially by my elder sister. Since she didn't know your preferences, she's prepared for it and allowed you to choose things like your servants. Thomas smiled warmly. In the meanwhile, Belinda and Sophia were very satisfied with this villa. Most importantly, Sister's place is nearby. It's easy to contact her. Thomas smiled as he handed the keys over to Belinda. Thank you both, for everything you've done for us. What about Nick's place? Belinda glanced at Leyland. Mr. Nick? I'm sorry, but this area is restricted to female guests. Thomas waved his arms helplessly. He made an alternative suggestion. How about you two ladies get some rest while I bring Mr. Nick to his room? Though Belinda and Sophia were slightly discontent with this, Leyland appeared to very enthusiastically agree, and let the two sisters stay behind. Thomas waited until he and Leyland left the villa to show his true colors. Listen to me, kid. I don't care who you are or what happened with those siblings on the way here. Just remember this. This is the holy city, and they aren't people you should expect anything from. Understand? He asked, leveling a threatening gaze at Leyland. He already had a plan. If Leyland tried to resist or look for the sisters, he would get the guards and throw this guy into the moat. In any case, the Stewart family was strong and had powerful defenses. It was simple to get rid of a lone traveler with nobody to rely on. As for those sisters? After wailing over Leyland for a while, they could only end up accepting it. Such is life. Thomas laughed wickedly. He loved that phrase. However, contrary to Thomas's expectations, Nick actually seemed to be terrified and even had a flattering grin on his face, saying, "All right, Mr. Thomas. I have no expectations towards those sisters, and I'll break off all relations with them from here on. This humble servant here only wishes to have a stable life in the holy city, and I am already extremely satisfied. Why would I expect other things?" Leyland looked completely sincere as he continued, "Only Lord Thomas is worthy of Miss Sophia. You're absolutely right. This huge change in attitude dazed Thomas momentarily. He quickly recalled Leyland's indifference to his provocation, and passed it off as a show of cowardice and weakness in retrospect. Such a weak personality. He's probably someone the sisters made friends with on the way here, Thomas wondered to himself, and suddenly found Leyland less of an eyesore. A dark thought reared its head in the depths of his heart. In the future, if I bring the sisters over here, Nick's amazed expression will be very amusing. Leyland's position had lowered in his mind, from a love rival to a mere tool to be used. His malicious intent abetted. If those sisters won't agree, wouldn't it be fun to have Nick knock them unconscious and then send them to my bed? Thomas stroked his chin, daydreaming of this beautiful scene in the future. His lips arched. Well then. Lord Thomas, may I know where my lodging is? The prices in the Holy City, they're really. Without anyone vouching for me, I can't rent a good place. Leyland seemed to hesitate before making his request. However, Thomas, who now found Leyland less of an eyesore, did not hesitate to agree. How could he make life difficult for Leyland if he did not have anything over him? In addition, placing the man right under his nose was better than having him going out by himself, or he could even try to hit on the sisters. Come with me. Having thought this through, Thomas brought Leyland to another region. Compared to the luxurious villas before, this packed place seemed to be cheap. It was the difference between heaven and earth. Thomas brought Leyland to another district. This is the place. This estate belongs to our family, just that I don't know which idiot bought the rights to it then. Before him was an attic room. There were swirls on the wood of the walls and floor, and the place seemed dark and wet. It looked to be on the verge of collapse. It was also extremely small. There was a huge disparity between this and Belinda's luxurious villa. Of course, this wasn't half bad considering the neighboring residences. What do you think? This one isn't too bad compared to the surroundings. At the least, you wouldn't be able to pay a year of rent here even if you used up all your money. Thomas laughed meanly without a care, but I'm kind. You can live here as long as you want, no need to pay rent. I'll tell the guards. Thank you so much, my lord. Leyland bowed down nearly 90 degrees with a humble smile as he took the runic keys from Thomas. After multiple agreements not to look for the sisters, he finally managed to send a content Thomas away before activating them and sizing up his residence. The wooden door let out sad creaks, as if unable to handle the stress. Leyland began to suspect that if this wasn't supported by the strength of spells, the whole building would immediately turn into a pile of rubble. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 743, Rationality and Reality. Rationality and Reality. However, it's still not bad. After scanning the room, Leyland nodded lightly. The place was a little small, lacked furniture, and was covered in a thick layer of dust. It would still fetch a sky-high rent in the Holy City, or an inch of land was worth as much in gold. Since he could live here for free, why would he be dissatisfied? What made Leyland feel even more satisfied was that this place was the Stewart family's property, and Thomas had even specially registered it for him. With Thomas vouching for him, even if the entire city was thoroughly searched in the future, this place would be as steady as a rock. Leyland had his own reasons for his actions today. They were only performed after careful deliberation. The Holy City would be entering troubled times, and without a strong patron a simple search would be very troublesome. Why else would he live here? He had no lack of valuable materials to sell. For one, he didn't want to offend Thomas. Another reason was that he was borrowing the Stewart family's tiger skin, one putting on a false facade to intimidate others, to shield himself. Of course, once his plan was exposed it would implicate the Stewart family, especially Thomas. That would be an incredibly sad matter for them, but it was all within Leyland's considerations. In reality, the idea had flashed after he saw Agnes and her brother's infatuation with the sisters. Once they got him into the Holy City, Belinda and her sister had almost exhausted their potentials, and they would just spell trouble in the future. In this dog-eat-dog world, beauty without strength was the most troublesome. His options were clear. On one hand he could maintain his relationship with Belinda and her sister, but in the process offend Agnes and her brother. By extension, he would offend the Stewart family who backed them. On the other, he could renounce his relations with Belinda and gain the family's understanding and protection. From Leyland's perspective, the answer was obvious. Some people chose to head down a path of ruin, refusing to live quietly and even blatantly standing out despite being weak. Only an author sticking out their golden thumb one would be able to save such cases. Although Leyland couldn't be considered weak, in the purgatory world, and especially this holy city, he was as frail as someone who would die to light being shone on them. Indeed, he could reveal his strength and ruthlessly strike Thomas down. That would be followed Agnes, then the Stuart family's position in the top ranks. He could move the entire holy city. All for a single moment. It would be an incomparably glorious scene. That is, until his origins aroused suspicion. Then, with one glance the Snake Dowager would know immediately that he was the one she was looking for, and he would have delivered himself to her on a plate. Then Leyland truly would have lost everything. And looking back at the root of the problem, it would be for what? 2 women? Were they really worth all that? Leyland had no feelings for Sophie and Belinda, they were simply companions he had met on the road. Belinda had a vaguely good impression of him, and would at most casually joke around from time to time. For Leyland to have to fight for her and ultimately lose everything, wouldn't that be outrageous? With the Allsnake curse on his body, and at a time where he was slowly inching towards death, worrying about trivial matters like affection was just foolish. What I need now is to spare no effort in hiding myself, and conflict with the Stuarts, a tyrannical snake family, is clearly very unwise. And especially over 2 women, Leyland shook his head. Compared to directly clashing with Thomas and finally triggering that situation of completely exposing himself, Leyland simply chose to implement a plan which would minimize his influence and give him the greatest benefits. However, Thomas couldn't tell that his greatest enemy in getting Belinda and Sophie isn't me, but his sister Agnes. Leyland stroked his chin thoughtfully, with a trace of a sneer on his face. With Agnes at the sister's side glaring covetously like a tiger watching its prey, Thomas's plan could be declared a successful failure before it even began. And of course, once he broke through his bloodline shackles, Leyland could naturally make Thomas pay the price for today's insults. With this thought, he'd handed Sophie and Belinda over to Agnes for a while, letting her safeguard them while he received a rare guarantee of safe entry into the city. It wasn't a difficult thing for him to accept, and in fact he had more important matters to attend to than this. Without greeting the envious neighbors around him, Leyland immediately shut the door. This 2-story apartment building with a little courtyard outside it met his expectations. After seeing a small flower bed in the enclosure, Leyland's face blossomed into a smile. Not bad. It really is decent. All that's left wanting is for nobody to come and bother me. Unfortunately, that is impossible, Leyland sighed, looking at the palm of his hand. Blue-green veins were revealed under the light, and he could still faintly feel his life force ebbing. His body even looked a little weak. This situation, Leyland laughed bitterly. AI chip. Beep. Calculating data on host's life force. Analysis completed. The Allsnake curse's corrosive ability has been amplified in the Holy City. New estimated time, 3 years and 2 months. Even if I seal off my bloodline and soul, this life drain is still unavoidable. It really is too difficult to break through the shackles of a rank 8 existence. There was a trace of a sigh in Leyland's expression. No matter how carefully he prepared, how far-reaching his plans were, the effect of a single seal from the Snake Dowager could instantly put him back in square one. This was the result of an absolute gap in strength. Leyland himself always liked to bully the weak, and what he hated most was a situation where he was forced to challenge those who were much stronger than him. Those thrill-seekers who liked giving themselves heart attacks instead of safely profiting from a situation were all lunatics, but fortunately, I have my experience. Along with my full moon true soul and all the preparations I've made, I still have a chance. Ha! Leyland coughed, and entered the apartment building. After spending half a day, Leyland had inspected almost every corner of this shabby apartment building, and had even secretly replaced all the defenses with his own. Leyland couldn't trust this kind of property that belonged to a family. There could be monitoring and probing equipment inside. With the AI chip's atomic level scanning and Leyland's own sight as a grandmaster of spell formations, the few devices that had been set up couldn't escape him. Naturally, Leyland did not choose to dismantle them immediately, which would cause him to completely fall out with the Stuart family. Instead, he prepared a layer of seals apart from the monitoring devices, to make the family feel that this place was still in their grasp. In reality, not a single trace of Leyland's actions would be leaked out to them. Once night fell, the fence surrounding the courtyard was covered with a layer of grey runes which slowly vanished from sight. Although it's just a temporary construction, it should be enough to deal with my neighbors. Leyland muttered to himself, arriving at a completely sealed room with no windows. The rotten floorboards emitted an unpleasant odor, and there was even a lot of dust on the floor. As it did not have any windows, the entire room looked extremely gloomy. He immediately prepared a sacrificial spell formation, with a rune depicting a giant bird in the middle. Traces of grey power flowed above it continuously, making the rune of the giant bird seem as if it had spread its wings to fly. Almighty ruler of chaos. The wings of the storm. Free will from another dimension. Your Majesty, the nefarious filthbird. Your sacrificer requests that you give me your attention. A wave of intent burst forth from Leyland's body, containing the power of a full moon true soul. It instantly linked up with someone through the spell formation. Kamoyan Emperor. You have actually already entered the holy city. Good. Very good. Excellent. Excitement could be felt from the nefarious filthbird, although it didn't have a body to descend to. After all, they were in the Snake Dowager's back garden, and they were under strict surveillance. In reality, were Leyland discovered to be making a sacrifice to the nefarious filthbird, leave alone himself, even Thomas would be hunted down and killed immediately. This was the Hale Continent's holy city. Only one dignitary could ever rule it, and that was the Snake Dowager. Even an ally like the Trials I couldn't spread its influence here, let alone the nefarious filthbird. Consequently, seeing that Leyland had unexpectedly infiltrated the enemy's front lines without a hitch, the nefarious filthbird's excited mood was understandable. Almighty dignitary, I appeal for you to bestow your chaos power, and conceal all the affairs in this apartment building so that I can escape from the gaze of the Snake Dowager. Leyland sincerely prayed, but he did not offer any sacrifices. Of course. It will be your reward for bringing the power of chaos into the holy city. If you are willing to sincerely offer sacrifices to me, in the future you will definitely become my helping hand, a rank 6 sacrificer. A gentle chirp could be heard, and shortly after a gray circle began to rise up from the floors and walls, rapidly covering the entire apartment building. Everything was done in the dark and in secret, without emitting any strange undulations or radiance. Watching the spell formation's radiance dim, a strange expression flickered within Leyland's eyes. Although he had not offered any sacrifices this time, the nefarious filthbird still magnanimously assisted him in concealing himself, and had even bestowed a great amount of power. This was obviously not just out of kindness. The nefarious filthbird seemed to not have given up on the plan of using his chaos power to thoroughly contaminate him, and for him to finally become its underling. However, they were both currently reluctantly united due to their common enemy, the Snake Dowager. If a difference in opinion occurred in the future, they would very possibly become enemies instead. It looks like my success in infiltration excited the nefarious filthbird. Leyland laughed coldly. Unfortunately, the bird has nothing to do with my future plans, and I will never find it again. The nefarious filthbird's plans are destined to be all for naught. 1. Deus Ex Machina. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 744, The Calamity of Gluttony. The Calamity of Gluttony. The nefarious filthbird and the Trials I were eternal enemies. Since the Snake Dowager had allied herself with the Trials I, it was normal for her to be a target of the nefarious filthbird's resistance and hostility. Hence, Leyland decided to rely on the nefarious filthbird's support, using its chaos power to conceal himself. Now, the nefarious filthbird saw Leyland take yet another step towards success, so its increased investment in him was understandable. It was too bad that Leyland had never placed his hopes on the nefarious filthbird. From the beginning, Leyland never trusted the nefarious filthbird. After all, it was a treacherous and powerful dignitary from another world. When he came to the purgatory world, he had always hidden his most important abilities and his trump cards, and had never revealed a single part of any of them. AI chip. Initiate mission. Leyland began to communicate with the AI chip in secret. Beep. Mission established, opening the second spell formation. Dark runes mixed with chaos power appeared on the walls and fence after the AI chip's voice sounded, before they disappeared completely. These were Leyland's own preparations. Apart from their concealment effects, they had all been arranged for this moment. Beep. Hybrid spell formation has been completed. Operating at 100% capacity, no signs of rejection. The AI chip loyally transmitted the information. Excellent, Leyland nodded his head. With this spell formation, all the spying elements that the nefarious filthbird could have left behind would be exposed. Only now could it be said that this apartment truly belonged to Leyland. Time. I hope I still have enough time. Leyland sighed and walked to the flower bed, with his hands clasped behind his back. What vegetation had originally been planted here had been completely uprooted by its host, leaving only a few agave plants with their pale yellow stamens behind. A dense circle of yellowing grass wound around the plants, which themselves appeared to be full of vitality. All things in this world are like illusory flowers, and cannot endure the passing of time. This is why I must pursue eternity. Leyland seemed to have an intoxicated expression in his eyes, as if he was absorbed in the plant's beauty. Soon, however, the plants were wrapped up in a radiant light. Shortly after, Leyland took out a small garden hoe and began to fix the small flower bed. He got rid of all the weeds and agave plants, and erected a wooden fence around it. The flower bed was semicircular and very small, its area even less than 1 square meter. However, it was a lot better than the places around him, with more than a dozen people clustered together like an unbearably chaotic hotel. Although it wasn't the best, there were others who were less fortunate, so he would be satisfied. The black soil seemed to hold a lot of water, and was clearly rich in top-grade nutrition. Obviously, all the radiation in the holy city would probably change the most ordinary of soil as well. However, Leyland could not help but take out a few pieces of grey crystal. Within his strong grip, the crystals were immediately reduced to ashes and scattered evenly within the flower bed. Lastly, Leyland covered them up with a fresh layer of soil. After the preparation work was complete, Leyland grew even more cautious. A silver beam flashed, and space fluctuated as a translucent grey crystal appeared in Leyland's palm. One could see green at its core if they looked through the magnificent exterior. The Seed of Wisdom. It's finally time to use Senior's gift. Leyland's eyes had a tinge of reminiscence. He had encountered the wisdom tree in the Scarlet Ruins when he was but a rank 4 warlock. This was the origin of wisdom. Thanks to it, Leyland had learned to break through the bloodline shackles. In the end, he had even obtained a gift from the wisdom tree, the green seed of wisdom. Rumor has it that the wisdom tree is the apex of wisdom in the entire astral plane, including all dimensions, planes, and worlds. It is an ancient and powerful existence that has enlightened many living creatures including magi. Its offspring also possess many unfathomable powers. Sprout, root of all wisdom. Following Leyland's voice, the AI chip emotionlessly notified him, beep. Releasing the seal on the eternal crystal. The translucent crystal shattered into a fine white powder which gradually disappeared with the wind. A ring of green light formed, growing in intensity within Leyland's hands. A bit of the green light caused even the agave plants that had already been uprooted to flutter happily. These plants were already being transformed into intelligent beings, even though they had only been touched by a small amount of it. Disappear. Leyland said lightly, and all of the agave plants on the floor turned into ash. If I hadn't prepared the spell formation in advance, it would have been a mess. Leyland looked at the seed in his hand. The brown coating had complicated patterns on it, and the top end exposed a core that was as green as an emerald. If this seed of wisdom were to grow for a very long time, would it ultimately mature into another wisdom tree? Leyland lost himself in his daydream for a while, but shortly after he buried the seed in the flower bed and covered it with solid earth. Afterwards, Leyland acted the part of an industrious farmer as he attentively took care of the entire flower bed, paying no attention to the clumps of dirt on his elegant robes. My seed of hope has been planted. From now on, I have to continuously water it, apply fertilizer, and wait until the day it puts down roots and grows to its full size. Leyland took up his spray bottle, with a hopeful expression in his eyes. A lot had happened that evening, and in contrast, a resident of the holy city planting a seed in his flower bed was something extremely insignificant. While Leyland was engrossed in his flower bed, a pair of imperial bodyguards solemnly stared at the scene before them, outside the holy city. What did you see? Agnes touched the scratch on the floor and sensed the intent left behind by the creature, especially its intense hunger for food. This left her fearful. Very clean. Extremely clean. Behind Agnes, a black-haired youth took off his helmet and placed a clump of soil squarely in front of his nose. What do you mean? Tell me the important stuff. Agnes glared at him. I meant that the marks left in the scene show that there were clearly two giant creatures here. I reckon the probability of it being a giant snake is over 70%. Thus, it is clear that the winner got everything from the loser. The youth took out a device similar to a magnifying glass and attentively looked at the small purple crystals within the soil. The expression on his face was both sincere and focused. What I meant by clean was the winner's behavior. It ate so cleanly that not even a single drop of blood fell to the ground. This level of food craving surpasses normal biological limits. Biological limits? Agnes wrinkled her brow in confusion. Right. Creatures of nature, including serpents who devour each other, will always leave some traces of their meal, either blood, scales, or any other remains. However, there's none of that here. There's nothing left. It seems that the winning serpent is under the control of a powerful evil existence instead of its own instincts. Was it contaminated by a different kind of energy? Which dignitary dares reach out to the serpent plains? Don't they know that this is our matriarch's forbidden land? Agnes' anger was immense. It was clear that she resented being dragged here to carry out this mission. The dark-haired youth tactfully avoided trouble, stating with a businesslike expression, taking into account these traces, I believe that this case is connected to the violent occurrences in Central. Are you saying that the contamination has already spread all the way here? So quick. Agnes' pupils contracted. After all, even rank 4s or 5s like Leyland and Belinda needed almost a month to cross the vast serpent plains. In that case, it's only a matter of time before the contamination spreads to the holy city. Agnes had a heavy expression on her face. That's correct. The contamination has already extended here. Although I would like to say it is only an isolated accident, we absolutely cannot take it lightly. The dark-haired youth put down the device in his hand with a trace of fear in his eyes. This type of contamination spreads quickly, and can also affect intelligent rank 4 and 5 snake tribes. It is a serious threat to those giant serpents in the wild. I propose we immediately report this to the snake dowager. Are you joking? Just because of this small matter? Some gluttonous snakes? You want to alarm our almighty dignitary? Agnes looked incredulously at him. Although she felt that the situation was rather serious as well, she had never thought that it was to the extent where she had to report to the snake dowager. The Stuarts, as the holy city's garrison family, could not allow such a humiliating thing to happen. Continue the search. Find a damned person. I want to cut open their stomach and finally see what's inside. Agnes ordered. She had a faint premonition that this event could delay her for a very long time. It's a shame. Oh, Linda. Little sister Sophia, in her heart, Agnes was wailing with anguish, but she maintained an appearance of an icy commanding officer. The small squad went deeper and deeper into the plains. Soon, a cry specific to serpents was transmitted into Agnes' ear. Excellent. Let's chase it. Agnes excitedly chased after it. What happened afterwards, however, became a nightmare that haunted her for life. That night went down in the records of the holy city, remembered as the beginning of the calamity of gluttony. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 745, All Snake and Tyrant. All Snake and Tyrant. There seems to be some disturbance in the holy city today. Leyland looked at the sky. The sound of a piercing alarm could be heard, but he ignored it as he continued to water his garden. According to my plan, those serpents contaminated by gluttony should have reached this place. It seems like the guards have discovered something. Leyland was unhurried, busying himself with his own matters. In reality, with all the time that had passed, gluttony had already permeated the serpent plains. This epidemic wouldn't disappear unless the plains were completely destroyed. That was how certain Leyland was of his own work. With a push on his end, the original power of gluttony on the plains had become unstoppable. The large amount of giant high-energy snakes, combined with this terrifying power that made use of food intake to break through, created a horrifying effect that exceeded even Leyland's expectations. With this speed, perhaps even those rank 5 or 6 creatures won't be able to avoid being contaminated by the power of gluttony. Leyland's lips quirked up in a smile. Even a rank 6 snake nest on the plains had no choice but to run away or be consumed by their gluttonous desires, and ultimately consume others or become fodder. There was no other way out. As for the snake dowager? She might an incredibly powerful rank 8 being, and the dignitary who ruled over the Hail continent, but the sovereign king of gluttony, Beelzebub, was no pushover either. As a being who was equally at rank 8 and someone who had grasped the laws of gluttony, he ended up discovering the purgatory world and making use of his power to take over the whole plains. Now, it was too late even if Beelzebub decided he wanted to halt the war with the snake dowager. After all, as an invader, how could he give up such a huge, splendid area in the Hail continent? Consequently, unless the snake dowager were to abandon the entire holy city and hand over the serpent plains, the two of them would not be able to come to an agreement. If she chose to give in and gave up the plains, it would be an invitation to share rule over the Hail continent. This was equivalent to slowly committing suicide, which was obviously unacceptable. It was foreseeable that the conflict between them could only increase in intensity. The earth trembled, sending pebble jumping around on the ground. A ball of coiled snakes that was like a star rose above the skies of the holy city. It's the matriarch. The mighty Holy Mother. In that moment, the residents of the holy city all began to pray. Leyland appeared to be doing the same, but on the inside he was raising all of his defenses. Rumble like an earthquake or an erupting volcano, a content that was extremely terrifying began to spread in all directions, with the sculpture at the very center of it all. Leyland could sense the snake dowager's immense fury from the terrifying wave. The other free residents could only lie on the ground, trembling. The laws the snake dowager has grasped. Are they of bloodlines, serpents, or reproduction? Leyland seemed to react the same way as his surrounding neighbors, even looking more devout than some of them. However, he was inwardly attempting to trace the source of the snake dowager's laws through her conscience undulations. It seems to be the mix of a few. There's also a trace of darkness. His astounding knowledge, coupled with the AI chip's tremendous database, allowed Leyland to somewhat identify these laws. The snake dowager is terrifying.
Not only does she grasp multiple laws, but she has already begun to refine her comprehension of her laws and fuse it with the law of shadows to form an entirely new law. The realm of rank 8 was naturally superior to rank 7, where only one law had been grasped. From this wave, Leyland had pried into the path that she had probably taken.
Rank 7 magi have to grasp the powers of a single law, but in order to grasp multiple laws, rank 8 beings have to attempt refining them? Leyland stroked his chin. Then what about rank 9 magi? The legendary most powerful realm of all? Does it mean containing all laws in one body and trying to create something more powerful? A murky understanding seemed to dawn on Leyland's mind.
The Snake Dowager's path might be wrong, but her actions still gave Leyland, who was going in blind, a great enlightenment.
Let's leave that aside for now.
The Snake Dowager must have discovered the contamination from the power of gluttony, but I still don't know how Beelzebub will react. Leyland watched the battle from the shadows. I am the Snake Dowager, source of all snake bloodlines. The ball of snakes uncoiled, revealing the charming face of the mother of all snakes. Every strand of hair represented an astounding amount of power that caused the air to distort. While she was transmitting her will, Leyland abruptly felt the Snake Dowager launch a probing force even more powerful than before.
Seems like she still has yet to give up on finding me. Or, has she guessed that I'm the one behind all this? But even if she has noticed it, what can she do?
Leyland snickered.
He was now using an obvious scheme.
Using the Purgatory World and the All-Snake Plains as bait, Leyland had attracted Beelzebub over. And, as long as he had the desire to take over this world, Beelzebub would never reach an agreement with the Snake Dowager. Beelzebub had previously suffered great losses under Leyland's hand, and nothing would change this fact even if they had a common enemy in the Snake Dowager. In their eyes, Leyland was merely a tiny bug that could easily be pinched to death.
Why would they pause their conflict to work together and attack him? This was reality.
As long as there was a victor, either side would have no problem dealing with Leyland later.
This situation gave Leyland the amount of time he needed. Purify.
The eyes of the Snake Dowager held benevolence and compassion as she spread her arms. Holy golden rays of light rained down in every direction, with the holy city at the heart of it all. Bits of a dark red liquid were repelled from the roots, water sources, and even pores of some giant snakes, and then neutralized by the golden rays, turning into pure water droplets.
The Snake Dowager of the Shadow World has such knowledge on light-type purification spells?
As expected of an ancient being who has lived through the ancient war. She has no weaknesses. Leyland's pupil shrank as the AI chip recorded the information, trying to simulate the limits of her power. While the AI chip couldn't really tell how much power in existence like the Snake Dowager had, just having a vague idea was still helpful for Leyland. Under the golden holy light, the region around the holy city was completely purified. The area continued to expand all the way to the depths of the Serpent's Plains. Watching what should be a worrisome scene, Leyland's eyes glinted with delight. It's a pity. If I was the only one behind this, just a few purification processes by the Snake Dowager would save the Serpent's Plains. However, there is someone else who lords over the power of gluttony. At this very moment, a strange happening occurred with a loud crash. Large amounts of the dark red contaminated liquid that should have disappeared began to boil. The red motes of light converged and formed a huge ball of red light that soared into the air like a bloody moon.
Hail to Master Beelzebub!
You are the sovereign king of gluttony, the child of original power, the master of everything in this world. A resonant praise that held traces of insanity began to echo in the holy city, striking the Snake Dowager's holy light display. This feeling, the Snake Dowager's enraged voice was heard from within the holy light, before it was drowned out by large amounts of crimson lightning. The crimson lightning looked like long lines that danced in the air, tearing out cracks and revealing huge terrifying spatial rifts. Two webbed hands with 7 fingers each pressed on the side of a rift, causing it to roar as it expanded. There seemed to be a terrifying existence at the other end of the spatial crack trying to squeeze in.
Ha, Beelzebub! You can't endure it anymore? That makes sense. A place where the world will is this chaotic must be heaven for you. Leyland laughed as if he had the upper hand. With the temptation of a huge world lacking a will, Beelzebub decided to take the risk.
Even if this wasn't his real body, it was at least a clone with 50% of the strength of the real body. For Beelzebub, the losses incurred if he were to fail would cause his main body to be severely injured and enter a deep sleep, or he could possibly die. It made obvious his intentions.
You dare trespass on my territory? Do you attach any importance at all to the Treaty of Alliance, which has been in place since time immemorial? If Beelzebub was full of determination, then the Snake Dowager was full of fury.
After all, anyone would be in a foul mood if they were relaxing at home and someone else just decided to barge in. While the Snake Dowager fired her questions, the golden holy light seemed to transform.
A layer of darkness appeared like a huge web, vast and layered, dispelling the crimson lightning out of the holy city. After being challenged by someone of the same rank, the Snake Dowager finally showed her true strength. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 746, Descent of Clone. Descent of Clone. Rumors said that the Snake Dowager could take over the Shadow World. It was clear how great her comprehension of the power of shadows was. As expected, the moment the power of shadows appeared, it replaced the purifying holy light from earlier. Even the crimson lightning and spatial storm's destructive power could not affect it, and it remained as steady as a rock. All snake devour. The dark power of shadows transformed to form numerous giant snakes, revealing their fangs to the huge monstrous palm opposing them. Ha! The doors to a new world shall be opened by me. A multitude of terrifying gray snakes hissed at the owner of this voice. Alabaster devil snakes, giant Kamoyan serpents and practically all of the Dowager's descendants could be found amongst the shadow snakes. Terrifying and tremendous force, backed by the corrosive power of shadows, immediately left lacerations on the monstrous hand. However, Beelzebub paid no mind at all. His skin and muscle was completely shredded, with dark red blood falling like raindrops, but he still resolutely endured the pain. The two huge hands abruptly spread out, using their strength to completely tear apart the spatial crack. A streak of black light suddenly darted out from the crack, fusing with the crimson moon in mid-air. The ball of light squirmed and then formed an enormous phantom figure. A pair of enormous wings made of membranous meat, riddled with holes, were attached to arms with 7-fingered hands. Black muscle tied everything together, the many compound eyes on the face formed a soul spiral, the flames of the Devil King blazed around him, showing off his might and power. Beelzebub, the powerful Devil King, child of the power of gluttony, had descended into the purgatory world. In that moment, it seemed as if the whole world was suffocating. Numerous terrifying consciences focused on this place from afar. A clone? Leyland carefully observed Beelzebub. From traversing worlds and the attack from the Snake Dowager, he seemed to be in a rather miserable state, especially with those two devilish arms that were now heavily injured. He also had numerous terrifying injuries from his travel through space. However, this did not deter the spread of his power or the feeling of evil. Even the air seemed to be polluted as it spread. The main body must be too powerful and he can't bring it over, so he chose to separate his soul from his body and move over with his soul. Leyland's eyes darted around. Compared to moving physical materials over, the consumption of having just the soul travel over is much lower. Even so, he was gravely injured from moving between worlds. Of course, if this weren't the purgatory world, he would probably just die. The resistance that Beelzebub experienced in traveling to the purgatory world was minimal. If he dared to enter the Magus world, the suppression from the world will and the spatial storms combined would kill even his soul. The more powerful one was, the easier it was to get suppressed by the world will. Beelzebub could place clones at Morningstar or Radiant Moon in the Magus world, but separating his true soul like this was far too powerful, and he would easily be suppressed. And if he were to find some small world, where the world will could do nothing against his descent, it could just self-destruct and make things backfire on him. Hence, as he could not go to high-ranked worlds nor smaller ones, the discovery of the purgatory world was like that of a precious treasure. He didn't hesitate to split his true soul to reach this place. But in his half-true soul form without even a corporeal body, he's definitely not a match for the Snake Dowager. They won't be able to fight today. Even as the residents of the holy city were quivering in fear, Leyland's thoughts moved further. Of course, with his power as the sovereign king of gluttony, finding a body is very simple. As long as he has enough food, he can regain his strength. Also, with him around, it won't be so easy for the Snake Dowager to purify the serpent plains. Though Beelzebub could not do much against the Snake Dowager now, she might not be able to defeat him. This was the true soul of a rank 8, which meant they were at the same level. The power of gluttony shall rule this place henceforth. As he soared in the skies, Beelzebub's numerous compound eyes surveyed the Snake Dowager without fear, though his body was gradually becoming more transparent. Whether in terms of the grasp of laws and flawless wisdom for a rank 8 existence, Beelzebub immediately chose to leave after realizing he would not be gaining benefits from the Snake Dowager today. Similarly, she would not let go of a chance that was so difficult to come by. Shadow Cage. A circle of shadows spread from her body, and instantly turned into a cage formed of numerous shadow snakes that enveloped the whole holy city. Terrifying shadow chains were like agile snakes, twining around Beelzebub's true soul. It's no use. I am the personification of laws, and I cannot die in the presence of gluttony. I will not be destroyed. Along with his voice, that was like an announcement, his body exploded. A large amount of energy spread, but it did not harm the shadow cage around it. Once the explosion ended, there was nothing left in the chains. Damn it, he even found this world, a few tremendous conscience that carried the will of the dignitaries conversed above the holy city. Immediately after, the snake dowager's face turned extremely grim. Along with loud explosions, the shadow cage disappeared. Finally, a purple moonlight shone down, making the last battles feel like a mere illusion. However, the slight spatial storms in the surroundings as well as the wrecked regions around the holy city were hard proof of what had happened. In an area where his law exists, he will never die nor can he be destroyed? Within the holy city, Leyland's eyes were on the ground as he pondered over Beelzebub's words. From his words and abilities, they might all be existences that deal with laws, but Beelzebub's path is evidently different. Furthermore, Leyland brightened up. The snake dowager seems to be rather fearful of him, or rather, his world. This provided some verification to Leyland's previous conjectures. But that's all in the future. Now, with Beelzebub around, the snake dowager won't place too much emphasis on a wretched mortal like me. Leyland immediately felt relieved. Compared to an arch-enemy like Beelzebub who was rank 8, he was like a mere ant, where none of the two could be bothered with him. It was only at this time that he would be able to pull chestnuts out of the fire. Fight! Fight! Go on, fight! Leyland snickered inside, while looking incredibly calm. Just fight, while I quietly tend to my garden and wait, he spoke lightheartedly as he picked up the watering can and took care of the little flower bed, as if putting all his efforts in here. Bang, however, his peace did not last for long. Practically the moment after the snake dowager's figure dissipated, the sounds of the door being bashed on could be heard. What's going on? Leyland opened the door and watched two snake beings who were like guards. They had emblems on their uniforms and were obviously looking for Leyland. They were clearly the guards of the holy city. By order of the Holy Mother, all snake beings in the holy city are to be searched. The head of the guards had morning star strength. This would be impossible in other worlds. Only in the holy city where the bloodlines of the descendants were concentrated to the extreme would guards have such powerful military strength. Sure. But this is property of the Stewart family, and I am a guest of young Master Thomas. I hope you won't make things messy in my home. Leyland smiled and leant towards the side. From this position, he could see teams of guards in light armor already on the streets, perhaps conducting searches on the whole region. Sir, we have found nothing. As if due to Leyland's warnings, the guards had roughly looked here and there through the area vaguely and returned to report. Due to Leyland's arrangement and the concealment of the power of chaos, none of them had discovered everything, and the little flower bed was nothing special. How about your residence permit? Can I take a look at it? The team leader sized Leyland up and spoke in a low voice. What are you doing? Which squadron are you from? At this moment, a voice full of haughtiness sounded. Leyland took a look and found it was Thomas, along with Belinda and Sophia. They had arrived at his door. Thomas now wore a luxurious silk robe, looking obviously humiliated and angry. It was clear that this team leader had not respected his reputation at all, and he was feeling very annoyed about it. Which squad are you from? Do you know that this is property of our Stewart family, and Nick here is my guest? Thomas narrowed his eyes, fingers about to poke at the team leader's nose. But, the order from the higher-ups, ... There are no buts. I'll take responsibility for Nick. Thomas waved his arms around. Order from higher-ups? Is our Stewart family not important enough to be given special treatment? The Stewart family had control over the defenses of the holy city. If it came down to it, Thomas could very well rank above his own superiors, which was why the pair didn't even dare to squeak an answer. Everything's fine now. Thank you very much, young Master Thomas. He was merely doing his job, so don't make things difficult for him. Leyland mediated and then passed his residence permit to the team leader. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 747, Dreamscape Waning. Dreamscape Waning. Soul undulations, bloodline detection, identity testing, pass. A mechanical voice transmitted from a small sculpture of the snake dowager held by the squad leader. Sensing the detecting undulations sweeping past him, Leyland inwardly sneered. With his soul force and bloodline concealed, and especially with Agnes inadvertently protecting him as his original information had been entered into the database, the identity test that was most likely to expose him had its leaks completely sealed. Even if they examined him again, it would be to no avail. Haven't you finished the inspection? Shouldn't you get lost then? Thomas looked at the bunch of guards who hurried away in confusion, with a satisfied look in his eyes. Little Sophia. These guards all belong to the Stewart family. If you encounter them in the holy city, don't be frightened, just give them my name. Shortly afterwards, Thomas made this solicitous offer. Leyland secretly rolled his eyes.
He knew that if it wasn't for Belinda and her sister, Thomas wouldn't have so hot-bloodedly rushed out to support him.
Nick, are you alright?
Belinda and her sister went into the little courtyard, and when they saw how narrow the place was and how cramped the apartment was, they wrinkled their brows.
Would you like to come and live with us instead?
That's not necessary. That's not necessary. Leyland and Thomas spoke almost at the same time, and seeing the threatening expression in Thomas's eyes, Leyland inwardly sneered.
He switched to a smile and said to Belinda, "This place is very nice.
And besides, young Master Thomas is letting me live here entirely for free. This is very rare in the Holy City. To be honest, being able to become a free citizen of the Holy City, even if it's only for 10 years, I can't ask for anything more than this." Leyland intentionally emphasized the last few words, and from Thomas's point of view, this was Leyland surrendering to him, so he nodded his head with satisfaction. Belinda, on the other hand, looked at Leyland with astonishment. From her impression of him, Leyland definitely wouldn't behave like this.
But, Brother Nick, how can you live here?
Sophia's heart is distressed. Sophia tugged at Leyland's sleeve.
All right. The both of you, don't come back and give me trouble.
Leyland didn't care, pushing Belinda and Sophia out with an impatient expression. He then shut the door in their faces.
Very good. You've done well.
Once the door had been shut, he heard Thomas's secret message, but at the same time he heard other news.
Immediately after, Thomas's arrogant and proud voice could be heard just outside. Don't bother with that Nick anymore. Look. He actually treated you both like this. Little Sophia, shall I bring you to play at the Holy Mother's sculpture? As their voices grew more distant, Leyland shook his head with a laugh.
Sometimes, when you don't want trouble, trouble comes to find you instead.
Did I put on too good a performance when we were on the road?
He currently wished for the entire world to forget him, and let him quietly farm properly. However, now it looked like night had fallen, and the purple halo of the moon had slipped down. Inside the holy city there was none of the clamor of the day, and even the places filled with holy light had all dimmed down. After a full day of searching the entire city, and with dozens of unlucky people without papers thrown into the moat, dissolving until their bones couldn't be found, the streets were completely deserted with a desolate atmosphere.
Activate the bloodline imprint.
In the small courtyard next to the flowerbed, Leyland looked at his right arm. On his wrist were 10 small white snake imprints lying side by side. These were naturally the bloodline imprints he had made using the alabaster devil snake bloodline. *HSS** a rank 5 beast spirit tattoo appeared before his eyes, making Leyland's control over the bloodline imprint much easier. The beast spirit's power has an effect of resisting suppression, and can maximize the imprint's effect.
There was a trace of a smile on Leyland's face, and soon he saw the brand on his hand fading rapidly and disappearing. Beep.
The host has consumed the alabaster devil snake's bloodline imprint, initiating connection with Dreamscape.
The innate skill of the alabaster devil snake was the ability to travel to Dreamscape. Leyland himself had acquired this ability through the bloodline imprint.
However, in his heart, he had some doubts about it. After all, this was something he gained from the thousand-eyed woman on his previous adventure in the Dreamscape. As a result, when his true soul connected to the monstrous and dazzling world, Leyland did not choose to immediately enter it. Instead, he attempted to draw on some dream force. *SSSS** the air seemed to shimmer and warp like in a hazy heat, and traces of dark red dream force began to fall in without end, sinking into the earth of the flowerbed. The green seed of wisdom seemed to welcome it, and absorbed the dream force. It even budded a little green shoot, and seemed to be filled with the breath of life. The dark red dream force was like a fog, and lingered on around the small bud. It was continuously absorbed by the bud, and appeared to have become a nutrient source. At this moment, it sounded as if a bowstring had snapped in the void. An oppressive voice sounded, and the dream force rapidly faded, disappearing in a flash.
What's going on?
I used the bloodline imprint to pull dream force in, and it's just this little.
It's not equal to the previous times I've used it. Don't tell me. Leyland's expression immediately turned gloomy. Beep.
Dream force has rapidly decreased, determined to be at the nadir.
What bad luck!
To think that it also had this uncertain and deceptive characteristic, Leyland could only laugh bitterly. Although dream force at its peak phase could be compared to the power of laws, it was full of uncertainty.
Now it had declined, dropping from the zenith to the nadir. Currently, it was perhaps far weaker than bloodline force. I can feel it.
The entire dreamscape seems to have sunk into stillness, and all dream force has vanished.
Leyland had a solemn expression.
He could feel a lot of things through the alabaster devil snake beast spirit and bloodline. Not only had dream force fallen into its weak phase, even the dreamscape itself had sunk into silence, meaning that if he wanted to draw out dream force, he needed to waste even more power than before.
and its effects would be greatly reduced as well. As expected, choosing not to rely on Dreamforce was the correct decision. This random and uncertain behavior is basically used to cheat people. Leyland shook his head, and at the same time he suddenly understood. No wonder the Snake Dowager's performance today was so poor. She seemed evenly matched with the divided True Soul clone of a rank 8. It was because Dreamforce had fallen into its trough phase and reduced her strength. The weakness of Dreamforce was both a blessing and a curse for Leyland. The best advantage was that the Snake Dowager clearly could not use Dreamforce without restraint, which was the same as cutting off an arm. If it's like this, the advantages of Dreamscape entering its silent phase outweigh the disadvantages for me. Leyland stroked his chin. Besides, I have my reserves of chaos power and so many bloodline imprints. I can afford to use them up a little. I can still complete the plan, but... From Leyland's point of view, if one bloodline imprint from before could draw over 10 units of Dreamforce, then now it was only enough to draw over 1 unit. For those who primarily used Dreamforce, this terrifying reduction was a complete nightmare. Once Dreamforce grew weak, perhaps even existences on the level of the God of Evil could only withdraw into Dreamscape or even take the initiative to lie dormant and reduce their consumption until Dreamforce was restored. However, Leyland staked it all on his abundant bloodline imprints. Even if he wasted a few, it wasn't as if he couldn't make up for it. In any case, he had reaped many bloodlines from Belinda's family and it was enough to support his consumption, and it wasn't as if the Alabaster Devil Snake bloodline was limited to that family. When you think of trouble, trouble will arrive. Leyland's brows pressed together, and he sighed helplessly. With a wave of his right hand, a whirlwind of energy particles appeared and swept across the flower garden. Although he had already prepared for this, the energy aura from earlier could leak out some things, and Leyland naturally would not leave such a huge leak without caring. After a moment, a dreamlike figure came out from the moonlight. Nick! She looked at Leyland with a complicated expression on her face. She had long golden white hair which shone with vibrant luster under the moonlight, scarlet eyes which were as beautiful as rubies. She seemed like the very personification of beauty, and she had a strange attractive force about her. You've come! Leyland greeted her without even turning his head. I already left a message for you earlier, you know this. Belinda went directly to Leyland and looked at him with her beautiful eyes that were devoid of restraint. I know that the outsiders from earlier could have given you trouble, so I've come secretly. The others don't know. Did Thomas, that disgusting fellow, pressure you? It had to be said that Belinda was a very intelligent girl. She was after all a senior sacrificer for the Trials I who even mercilessly exacted vengeance on her own family. How could she not be scheming? Leyland's transformation was far too obvious, anyone could see the difference. Even if he did, so what? Leyland spread out his hands helplessly. In the Holy City, do we have any other choice? I'll kill him. Belinda let out a murderous aura, and it wasn't faked. And after that? After becoming a wanted criminal of the Holy City, and really flee to the other end of the world? How childish. Leyland coldly refuted her. So what? Belinda bit her lip, and her eyes seemed to sparkle a little. Even if I don't kill him, we can just move out and become mercenaries and do missions. We will still be able to live in the Holy City. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 748, Tacit Understanding. Tacit Understanding. At the end, Belinda's voice was choked with sobs. Leyland looked at how Belinda was speaking in her tearful voice, and was rendered speechless. Alright, I didn't think my acting would have such a great effect. Did the mental suggestions affect her too deeply? However, what he needed now was to be low profile, and he couldn't be together with Belinda and bring trouble onto himself. The beauty of the two sisters would be a source of chaos anywhere. Knowing this, how could Leyland put himself in danger? Become mercenaries? How would we afford the Holy City's rent and prices? Particularly with the Stewart family, you can't just break away from them just because you want to. Against this family who have extended their tentacles in all corners of the Holy City, what can you possibly do? Leyland could only play the role of a realist, and coldly strike down Belinda. Nick, you've changed. You weren't like this before. The callous words made Belinda a little dull, and she looked at Leyland with a rather foolish expression. I haven't changed, I've only accepted reality. Go! Leyland seemed to wave his hand impatiently, and also violently began coughing at the same time. No. Belinda stepped forward and directly brushed away Leyland's palm, and finally saw the blood that Leyland had coughed up. Your life force. How could it become this weak, and why do you have all these symptoms? What happened to your strength? Has it disappeared? Leyland's life force was continuously degenerating, and although his appearance was the same as before, his vitality was constantly sapped away. Compared to before, it was like the difference between a candle and a torch.
It's an old wound from past adventures, it's nothing. As for this, Leyland did not try to hide it, and it could no longer be concealed either. This was the reason he had done his best to avoid conflict. With his strength in decline, unrepentantly provoking formidable powers could only be described as foolish. I knew it. You were afraid. Afraid of burdening me and Sophia. On the contrary, Leyland's condition made Belinda seemingly join the dots. Are you afraid of becoming a burden to me? It doesn't matter, I can certainly cure you. Belinda looked deeply into Leyland's eyes, her figure disappearing into the moonlight. Leyland stood there somewhat speechlessly. She actually thought of something? Although it's not quite the case at all. However, if Belinda wanted to think of it like this, it didn't seem like it would do him any harm. Leyland thought about it a little, but did not intend to expose himself. Now, perhaps after the sovereign king of gluttony's appearance today, the structure of the holy city is likely to have changed dramatically. After Belinda had left, Leyland took up his sprinkler again and attentively tended to the budding shoots in his flower bed. His expression was peaceful and serene, and he seemed to have nothing to do with the outside world. In fact, this truly was the case. On the second day, along with a heavily injured Agnes returning home, an even more terrifying news came about. Mad beasts contaminated by gluttony had appeared near the holy city. Even if the snake dowager had already discovered this and carried out her purification, with Beelzebub's disruption her schemes clearly could not succeed. However, her earlier purification still had some effects. At the very least, Agnes still managed to retain her life, but she had suffered severe injuries, which filled many serpent guards with endless fear. According to Agnes' report, a group of giant serpents contaminated by gluttony had already broken through into the holy city. The neighboring half-snake people had suffered enormous losses. The members of the squad that was with her had all unfortunately perished, and even their corpses had been swallowed up by those insatiable beasts, until there was nothing left. After all, compared to ordinary food, snake flesh of a superior species was abundant in energy, especially those snake people who were of high rank. It was even easier for them to become the targets of the gluttonous beasts. Gluttonous beasts. This description had come from Agnes, and was very quickly widely adopted to distinguish them from other giant serpent species. No matter what creature it was, once it was contaminated by the power of gluttony, it would enter a horrifying state of hunger where it didn't mind what it ate. They were all called gluttonous beasts. The Holy City and the Stewart family attached great importance to this report. They prepared both the city defense soldiers and a great number of reserves. They declared that the Holy City was imposing martial law, and even released a large number of tasks for mercenaries and adventurers to target the gluttonous beasts invading the Holy City. In a short while, the entire Serpent Plain seemed to ripple unpredictably with activity, and this chaotic scene seemed to spread ceaselessly in the Hale continent. What the ordinary citizens of the Holy City didn't know was that this situation would continue for a very long time. Furthermore, in a short span of time, the gluttonous beasts would replace all the previous natural and man-made calamities to become the primary threat to their survival. Time seemed to pass in a flash, and a year went by before he knew it. Brother Nick. Sophia is here to see you. Looking like a younger Belinda, Sophia pushed open the door and walked in. She wore a hunting outfit and looked very exuberant and heroic, overflowing with the vitality of youth. Looking at her, Leyland felt a little envious. You've come, Sophia. Leyland smiled and greeted her, inwardly shaking his head. Although he had come to a tacit understanding with Belinda, Sophia clearly did not know much. Not only this, neither Leyland or Belinda could possibly tell her that much, because with her intelligence it was impossible for her to keep secrets. As a result, although Belinda had cut back on coming to Leyland's place, Sophia still remembered her brother Nick, and came over from time to time. Brother Nick, haven't you recovered from your illness? Sophia drew closer to Leyland, with obvious worry in her eyes. It was now possible to tell that Leyland was beyond saving. Although his appearance had not changed too much, wrinkles had appeared on his forehead and the back of his hands. His body's life force continuously disappeared, giving an account of just how weak he was. Cough. It's all right. Cough. Leyland took out a white handkerchief and covered his lips. The back that stood so tall and straight in the past seemed to have become a little hunched. It's already become like this. How could you say it's all right? The spring of life that elder sister Belinda asked me to bring last time, are you using it? I have. Leyland smiled, and picked up his sprinkler. A milky white spring water with a rich fragrance was poured into the soil. The budding shoots in the flower bed before had now grown into a small tree. The glistening verdant leaves appeared even more full of vitality after being watered. Oh! This small tree has unexpectedly grown so tall? Sophia was a little surprised, only. Brother Nick, why are you giving your medicine to the small tree? Is it also ill? No.
To be honest, it needs this more than I do. Leyland had a deep expression in his eyes, but did not continue his explanation. Instead, he picked up a small gardening hoe and slowly plowed the soil and removed weeds, just like an earnest gardener. Sophia appeared very familiar with Leyland's behavior, and immediately sat by his side and began to talk to herself. Recently, the calamity of gluttony has gotten even more serious. Sister Agnes said many garrison squads have suffered heavy losses, and the front line reached the Crescent Moon Lakeside for a while, which isn't far at all from the Holy City. There are still lots of giant serpents that have been contaminated, and even rank 6 serpent families cannot escape. Over half of the serpent plains are now occupied by gluttonous beasts. The entire serpent plains already does not have many places for us to live, and recently even a lot of the Holy City residents are beginning to flee, which complicates things for Sister Agnes. And Sister Belinda, she recently keeps on accepting missions. It's said that she's thinking of exchanging it for the highest grade holy light crystal, and to get it she took on a very dangerous mission, and will leave tomorrow. Oh. Leyland's hand stopped slightly, but then continued to move. He could understand Belinda's current situation a little. She seemed to accept the Holy City's missions without stopping, and exchanged her contributions for materials full of life force, then secretly sent them to him. These things were almost of no use to him, otherwise with Leyland's methods, he wouldn't need to keep living in seclusion here. The holy light crystal? Leyland shook his head. This type of life crystal was full of life force, and had good effects on purifying and suppressing various curses. It was said to be the Hale continent's peak grade material, and even though Belinda was rank 4, obtaining this was not an easy task. An even more crucial point was that this material wouldn't be of much use given his current condition, but it could have an even better effect on the seed of wisdom. Asterisk bang. Bang, asterisk at this moment, a rough sound sounded out. We're inspectors. Ah, Leyland sighed in recognition and came to the door. Please come in, sirs. Seeing a large group of guards boorishly rush in, Sophia stuck out her tongue. There's a lot of people. Sophia doesn't like them. See you, Brother Nick. The young lady prepared to say goodbye and left, and soon after the guards did the same, fully explaining that they were absolutely not here for inspection, but to serve as a reminder and a warning. Leyland could only bitterly laugh. Although in the space of this year, borrowing the Stewart family's and Thomas's name saved him a lot of trouble, Sophia was still an enormous problem. Leyland had already felt that as Sophia came to visit him more often, that Thomas had the tendency to become even more impatient. Ah. Just how is Belinda managing her sister? Leyland helplessly massaged his temples. He had a very bad feeling that if Sophia's vague affection for him was discovered, the good relationship that he had with Thomas would be gone forever. He'd already failed at shutting her down after several attempts. He was afraid that his position would go back up in Thomas's mind, from the tool he was currently to something along the lines of a love rival or competitor. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 749, Green Leaves. Green Leaves. The small courtyard that had been peaceful and quiet for over a year had recently received more and more visits from guards, and that was because of that Thomas's secretly hostile behavior. Perhaps he will come and have a showdown with me soon? Leyland sighed. This sort of situation is so troublesome, especially at this crucial moment. Shortly after, Leyland shut his eyes. In this situation, even if I don't fight back and make some vows instead, Thomas won't ever believe me again. After all, I've done that many times already, and having Sophia pretend is also not desirable. With her intelligence, she'd be found out. Unless I directly take over her consciousness, but that would demand too much from me. Or I could send her over to Thomas's bed? No, Belinda would probably go crazy. It's fine if she does, but if she mobilizes Agnes, that'll be more troublesome than that moron Thomas. In just a moment, Leyland had completely thought over the outcomes from the situation, and discovered that it seemed as if he had no other option apart from running away. But that would be impossible. After entering the Holy City and planting this seed of wisdom, Leyland had not taken one step out of the courtyard. After all, the thing that held the power of life or death over him was here. How could he possibly divert his attention to something else? Besides, if he left his camp for too long, with all these hidden rats around, he wasn't sure he would be able to continue hiding in the Holy City. I can't show weakness. It looks like I can only demonstrate my strength. Leyland stroked his chin. Sometimes a reasonable show of force could still be put to good use. However, he would definitely face Thomas's counterattack afterwards, but from Leyland's perspective he only needed a little bit of time for his plan to succeed. This period of hesitation, I think it can still be obtained. Leyland's eyes flashed. Kiki, Sophia, wait a moment. After thinking clearly about his plan, Leyland immediately called out for Sophia. Brother Nick, is there anything else?
Sophia jumped and hopped to Leyland, the fragrance of a young lady mixed with the vitality of youth lingering in Leyland's nose. Shortly after, the warning gazes from the guards from earlier could be seen. "Oh. I have something that I need you to give to your sister." Leyland acted as if he hadn't seen the warning glares from the guards, and smiled at Sophia. "What is it? Is it delicious food?" "The roasted meat that Brother Nick made last time tasted good." Sophia's eyes lit up. "It isn't something to eat, you little glutton." Leyland shook his head and smiled. He never thought that his cooking skills from his previous world would have fans in a different world. "It's a protection amulet. Take it to your sister for me. Perhaps it will be of assistance to her in her mission." It needn't be said that a mission where the holy light crystal could be obtained would have a frighteningly high difficulty. Just relying on Belinda, even if she was rank 4, even if she had support from Agnes and the Stewart family, it would still be extremely dangerous. However, in his current situation, it was not suitable for him to go out by himself, so he could only entrust it to Sophia and believe that no matter how naive she was, she would be able to hold on in the face of her own sister being in danger. "All right. Sophia will definitely bring her this thing to her." Sophia clenched her fist and nodded her head. "I believe in you." Leyland immediately went to the side of the flower bed and plucked a single leaf from the small emerald green tree. "It's this, help me pass it to your sister." The dark green leaf had a faint luster, and Sophia's eyes lost a little of their spirit. "I know." Sophia put away the leaf like it was something precious, and even her eyes seemed a little more quick-witted. It appeared that coming into contact with the leaf for such a short time had already changed her a little. This was beyond Leyland's expectations. "Let's go. Unless you want to be scolded by Brother Thomas?" Sophia shot a glance at those guards who watched her like a tiger guarding their prey, and immediately walked out aloofly, just like a refined princess. And these guards looked at each other and hung their heads down in dejection, following behind Sophia like bodyguards protecting their princess. "The effect is this good?" "She merely touched it a little." Leyland's pupils contracted as he looked at the little green tree in the flower bed. The wisdom tree's branches are so inconceivably formidable. They can provide such great enlightenment and wisdom. No. Sophia was so diligent in coming here, so perhaps she had been influenced by it. Knowing that this place could bring her great benefits, she did not hesitate to disobey Belinda's guidance as a result. Slowly, Leyland suddenly understood the reason behind Sophia's determination to visit him, and it seems that her previous goodwill was only a small part of it. To break through her sister's command, perhaps only the craving for wisdom could do that. "This is good, it gives me more confidence in my own plan." Leyland secretly clenched his fist. At the same time, next to a street not too far away from the courtyard stood Thomas, with a gloomy expression on his face. "That slut." Seeing Sophia leaving Leyland's courtyard with a brilliant smile, Thomas's expression grew very dark. "And that Nick, he actually dared to ignore my warning, and continue to meet Sophia." Bang! Thomas's fingers directly left long marks on the nearby wall, and a lot of powder fell from it. "Get ready to go down there. I want to properly teach that Nick a lesson. It looks like I have been far too lenient to him this year." "As you command, young master." The other two appeared to be captains of the garrison, but they respectfully knelt before him. "Also, carefully investigate his background and strength," Thomas added. As a descendant of an influential family, although he was infatuated with Sophia, he couldn't lose his head over her. After all, he understood restraint before power. As a result, if he was prepared to fall out with Nick, he would first investigate him as much as possible. However, his influence as the heir of the Stewart family, as long as Leyland wasn't the top of a small family of descendants, he could easily be crushed like a little ant. Still, he would first investigate, just in case. An alabaster devil snake bloodline. Even if you are rumored to be the purest white devil nobility, I'll still send you to hell, but. Thomas looked at Leyland's courtyard, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. "Sister! Sister!" Sophia threw herself into Belinda's arms and began to act spoiled, but Belinda's expression was like ice. "Did you go to Nick's place again? Haven't I told you many times not to do that, or you will bring him a lot of trouble? Why don't you ever listen?" Belinda rarely spoke so strictly. "But I wanted to go." Sophia felt wronged. She twined her fingers as she said, "I feel comfortable and very happy in Brother Nick's place." "Oh? What did he do to you?" Belinda's expression suddenly grew alert, even her finger joints began to crack. "It's not like that. It's the small tree, just smelling it makes me feel good." Sophia's face flushed red. "Nick's darling tree?" Belinda shook her head, and felt that she had thought too much.
Belinda could not understand why Nick treated the tree like a precious treasure, and because of it she had consulted many resources and almost considered the seed of wisdom as some demonic thing that could bewitch a person's heart. She felt somewhat dissatisfied by his continuous attention to the tree, without even a care for himself. Also, Brother Nick let me give this to you, and said it would be very useful to Sister's mission. Sophia's expression seemed a little reluctant, but she still gave the leaf to Belinda. What is this? Is it a calming amulet? When the leaf touched her palm, Belinda did not feel any powerful sensation, only a slight chill from the leaf helping her mood to calm down a lot. It's just some calming amulet? It doesn't seem to be of much use. Why did he give this to me? Belinda's eyes seemed puzzled. No. Sophia feels that this leaf will be very useful to Sister, so you must bring it. Sophia nevertheless had an imposing expression on her face. All right. I really can't deal with the both of you. Belinda's face was brimming with a warm smile. She put away the leaf safely and stroked Sophia's head, then her expression changed. This is wrong. She looked Sophia up and down and stared at her sister without pause. Sophia, why do I feel like you've gotten smarter? Due to an accident in her childhood, Sophia's intelligence was like a child's, but today her speech was very orderly, which was a ceaseless surprise to Belinda. Have I? I've always been very smart. It must be that Sister has gotten it wrong. Sophia smiled sweetly, but a crafty light flashed in the depths of her eyes. What? Perhaps the stress of tomorrow's mission is too much. Has it driven me insane? Belinda touched her own forehead. Belinda! At this moment, another figure charged towards her, with an expression of unconcealed rage. Why did you take that mission? Don't you know that the Crescent Lake has already become a dangerous area of gluttonous beasts? Agnes asked. The armor on her body hadn't even been removed, and was still stained with blood. As the leader in charge, Agnes spent almost every day active on the battlefield with the gluttonous beasts. I'll leave first. Seeing this situation, Sophia stuck out her tongue and slipped out of the door at lightning speed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 750, Crescent Lake. Crescent Lake. What mission are you talking about? Belinda said, with a blank look on her face. You're still trying to deceive me? Agnes' voice rose an octave higher. Don't forget that as the leader of the Holy City's garrison, I have jurisdiction over both the adventurer and mercenary guilds, but the Crescent Lake acquisition mission is extremely difficult, and has a rank 5 danger level. Even those who are rank 5 will have to face certain dangers, and you think you can do it? Agnes bitterly exhorted her, if you're doing this for that holy light crystal, then just leave it to me. Thank you, Agnes, but I have my own reasons. Belinda forced a smile on her face. I know, is it because of Nick? Even though you haven't gone to find him for over a year, I know all about how you ask Sophia to bring things to him. Is it because of him that you aren't willing to accept me? Agnes said in a dark voice. It's not what you think it is. Belinda didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. It's exactly because of him. That bastard. Sooner or later, Agnes slammed her fists together fiercely. Agnes! I only consider you my good friend. I'm giving you a final warning, if anything happens to Nick, you'll definitely regret it. Belinda's expression grew darker. For him. You're acting like this for a filthy man. You dare to actually argue with me? Agnes emanated a terrifyingly powerful aura, and many shadows converged at her back to become the likeness of a three-headed python. Precisely. Even under the innate oppression of her race, Belinda still staunchly looked Agnes in the eye. Seeing Belinda acting this way, Agnes' chest heaved violently. As you wish. She panted out vulgarly. The sound of armor dropping to the floor rang out, followed by the distant footsteps of Agnes as she left. Once she had left the villa, Agnes' expression grew completely dark. Bang! A snake whip slashed out suddenly, and many rose petals and tulip petals flew into the sky. Nick! Agnes ground her teeth in frustration, but it soon became a cold laugh. I promised Belinda not to harm him, but Thomas hasn't agreed. However, shall I go about this a little more secretly? It should be here. Belinda looked at the map in her hand and appeared to be very cautious. Currently, she was in a wasteland which had an aura of death and decay, which made her unconsciously become nervous. Ever since the calamity of gluttony broke out, the entire Serpent's Plains was not how it used to be. War, hand-to-hand combat, and gluttony spread with incredible speed, leaving the plains covered in blood. Even the Snake Dowager's radiance could not move those savage gluttonous beasts, because they were also protected by an exemplary. The sovereign king of gluttony, Beelzebub.
Although it had not been 2 years since Beelzebub's descent into Purgatory World, his name was known by everyone.
It was to the extent where it could immediately make little snake children cry. In this situation, because of the gluttonous beast's terrifying consumption, food shortages had broken out in the Holy City. In the past, this would have been an absolute joke, but now it was something that had really happened. In fact, the gluttonous beasts were facing the same food shortages, which were even more serious for them than the snake people. They were already at the stage where they were killing each other for food, otherwise they would have already invaded the Holy City. It was different from previous calamities. Belinda had a feeling that once the gluttonous beasts had occupied a territory under the sovereign king of gluttony's command, it wouldn't easily be relinquished ever again. The snake dowager's large-scale purification that had happened in the beginning could never happen again. When she thought of this, a fog immediately shrouded Belinda's mind. Once I pass through here, I will be very close to the Crescent Lake. Belinda muttered to herself. Although she had disguised herself, she felt very unsafe in this sort of place. If Becker and the others had come, perhaps I would be able to relax more easily.
It's a shame. Belinda smiled bitterly. In her career as a mercenary, she had gained a few subordinates and the like, but once they heard that she had taken on this mission, they had rejected her one after another. If Belinda had just a little more time and used her own methods, it would be effortless to unite some powerful and loyal subordinates. But just a year wasn't even enough to bind them to her through familiarity, and certainly wasn't enough to persuade them to take risks with her. However, my mission this time is just to collect blue quartz within the Crescent Lake. If I don't disturb those gluttonous beasts, the danger should be quite low. Belinda pondered over this in silence, and soon passed through the plains. Past the sloping fields, the scene ahead was reflected in her eyes. A blue lake shaped like a crescent extended across the plains as far as the eye could see. A sparkling radiance and a hint of chilliness was emitted from the Crescent Lake. This was once the Holy City's valued resource point, but after falling to the gluttonous beasts, it has already grown wild. If the Holy City wasn't so short of resources which they urgently need to replenish, perhaps they wouldn't have put such a high price on this mission. Belinda bit her lip in distress. With Agnes there, she simply did not need to come out and take risks. If she was willing to forget her pride and plead with Agnes, a piece of holy light crystal would easily fall into her hands. However, Belinda did not want to owe her so much, and moreover, she was not willing to give up her dignity to do this. Because of this, Belinda had not hesitated to risk her life to do this mission. If only the gluttonous beasts weren't here, then I would have more of a chance. Belinda's eyes lit up. A tattoo of a white eyeball appeared and flew up to a high altitude, and images of the scene were transmitted to her. Roar, hiss, dot. It was unlucky that there were several gluttonous beasts lingering next to the Crescent Lake, tearing apart the corpse of a giant serpent. Powerful undulations that were on par with a rank 5 were emitted from a gluttonous beast that was the size of a small mountain. Oh damn it! My luck is awful today. Belinda cursed silently. Through the surveillance eyeball, Belinda had already received images of the scene which were transmitted directly into her consciousness. Amongst those gluttonous beasts, one was a giant serpent with many tentacles that had been split open from head to foot. There was also a giant rat with 2 heads, one bigger than the other, which gnawed its food at lightning speed. The final beast appeared to be the corpses of different animals stitched together into a giant ball of meat, with a giant crack in its center. A red tongue licked its white teeth incessantly, and it gave off the strongest undulations. It seemed to have reached the peak of rank 5. The corpse of the giant serpent on the floor was clearly also rank 5, but it was definitely not a match for these 3 gluttonous beasts and had become their food. What a pity! Belinda tightly clenched her fists. That rank 5 giant serpent was clearly a giant serpent descendant of the Thousand Snake Plains, but it couldn't escape from its fate and became prey. Although the Snake Dowager and the Holy City had done their utmost to rescue and evacuate the giant serpents, the Thousand Snake Plains were too vast, and these unlucky ones often surfaced. Although Belinda was furious, she was rational enough to not rush out hot-headedly and die. Gluttonous beasts have to eat very frequently, so sooner or later they will leave after they finish eating here. Belinda very patiently waited and hid herself. These gluttonous beasts had astonishing military power and a frightening ability to consume, but their intelligence and detection were rather weak. This gave her a chance. Click. Click. These 3 gluttonous beasts ate very quickly, and not even the bones were spared. Even the drops of blood on the floor were greedily lapped up until there was nothing left. The blood of a rank 5 giant serpent was full of nutritious energy, and 1 drop of it was said to be better than eating 10 low-ranked beasts. When food is short, the gluttonous beasts probably massacre each other. In that case, Belinda's eyes lit up a little as if she was a lone cheetah, waiting for the opportunity. Roar, hiss, coo. Coo. After eating the prey they had caught together, the 3 gluttonous beasts sized each other up and let out a huge roar which shook the void. After obviously testing each other, the sewed-up monster and the tentacle snake left one after the other in opposite directions. The gluttonous beasts digested things quickly, so they almost had no time to rest. They had to spend the rest of their lives fighting and hunting for food. The two-headed rat that was left seemed thirsty. Leaning against the crescent lake, the two rat heads began to drink up the water in the lake. The surface of the lake seemed to drop in volume continuously, exposing the dried-up lakebed. Within the lakebed, small blue rays of light began to flicker. It was a blue ore that looked very bright under the rays of light. Blue quartz. After seeing the goal of her mission, Belinda grew very excited. However, the actions of that two rats made Belinda feel endless frustration. After the two-headed giant rat had drunk its fill from the lake, it unexpectedly lay next to the lake and sunk into a deep sleep. The rat's body emitted traces of black gas to its surroundings, and it breathed it in again. In this process, its body grew even more enormous, with a sarcoma growing on its neck. Its aura grew even more powerful, and was approaching the peak of rank 5.
Damn! I've unexpectedly run into an evolving gluttonous beast. Belinda's expression grew exceptionally unsightly. Gluttonous beasts rarely rested, one exception was when they absorbed too much energy and started to evolve. After their deep sleep, the power of gluttonous beasts would undergo an earth-shattering transformation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 751, Eternal Ent. Eternal Ent.
The Holy City had paid a price in blood to gather information about the gluttonous beasts, and in return Belinda had been taken advantage of by those dishonest profiteers when she tried to get a hold of the information. However, the information was worth the exorbitant price. It was unquestionably genuine, and had helped her escape danger several times.
This won't do. If the gluttonous beast evolves, its capabilities will have grown even greater. It might even discover my presence. Even if I continue waiting patiently for the beast to leave, there will still be others. This place is obviously a gathering point for them, otherwise the mission wouldn't be marked with such great difficulty. And now,
the aura given off by this evolving beast is making the others subconsciously keep away from this place. Belinda's eyes flashed.
This might be my best chance,
she said, with a resolute expression in her eyes.
Dreamforce spell, hollow.
A crimson trace of Dreamforce lingered on Belinda's skin like a scarlet veil, and she looked like she had just stepped out from a fairy tale.
As a mixed-blood alabaster devil snake, she had naturally inherited the ability to manipulate Dreamforce. After her black conversion, her innate skill had strengthened considerably even. However, at this moment an anxious look appeared on her face. The Dreamforce has weakened. The Dreamforce that Belinda had pulled to this world was several times weaker than before, and its power had clearly fallen. She had a feeling like all of Dreamscape had perished, and there was not a single trace of life. Even the intensity of the Dreamforce had greatly decreased. Dreamscape had sunk into its silent phase, and those with the alabaster devil snake bloodline like her could only consider it as bad news. During this testing time of the calamity of gluttony, Belinda could tell that many alabaster devil snake bloodlines had been massacred on the battlefield due to losing the Dreamforce they had mastered. Almighty Matriarch, please bestow your blessings on my clan. Belinda prayed inwardly and soon vanished into thin air. Borrowing the illusionary powers of Dreamscape, Belinda concealed herself completely and approached the crescent lake.
The nearer she drew to the two heads of the mountainous rat gluttonous beast, the more she could feel its ghastly energy that cared for nothing in the world, as well as its sinister will to satisfy its appetite at all costs. Her skin prickled with fear, as if an edge of a sharp sword was pressing against her soft cheek.
It's going to be all right.
The gluttonous beast's ability to respond to this type of invasion had diminished, and as Belinda drew closer to the crescent lake, her eyes glimmered with joy. Belinda warily passed by the two-headed giant rat and reached the crescent lake's lakebed, and the precious stones which radiated a blue glow disappeared without a trace into her hands. Blue quartz. After the success of her operation, Belinda had a feeling that things had gone beyond her expectations. Excellent, with the holy light crystal Nick should be able to carry on for a bit longer. Belinda clamped down on the excitement in her heart, stowed the blue quartz away safely, and prepared to leave immediately. A monstrous cawing suddenly filled the air. It was at this moment that the two-headed rat's body suddenly transformed. It opened its eyes in a flash, revealing 4 green irises filled with an oppressive manic insanity. The purple veins on its body throbbed explosively, and innumerable blood clots and tumors pulsed beneath its skin in a horrifying manner. The gruesome sarcoma on its neck was enclosed in a crimson light, and was steadily shrinking and swelling. Its evolution failed. Belinda was astonished. It was clear that the gluttonous beast had not accumulated enough energy, leading to a failure in its evolution.
This was the worst-case scenario. After failing its evolution, the gluttonous beast would enter a fearsome foraging state to make up for its lack of energy. The gluttonous beast was now even more psychotic than the average beast, and it would fear nothing, not even death. The beast roared, its inhuman cry bursting forth into the surroundings. The sound of something breaking could be heard as fine cracks began to appear like a spiderweb on Belinda's veil of Dreamforce. As it began to crumble, Belinda's expression changed in an instant. The sky flashed red, and her figure was immediately revealed. No later than that were the beast's 4 enormous green eyes fixed on her. The rank 5 beast converted its rage over the failed evolution and its hunger into a berserk killing intent, and its fearsome gaze left Belinda feeling suffocated. Run! The enormous phantom of an alabaster devil snake formed behind Belinda, and wisps of Dreamforce converged like a crimson wave in front of the giant rat. She didn't turn back as she fled in a hurry, becoming a streak of red in the landscape as she struggled to escape. However, the rank 5 existence was still a terrifyingly powerful beast contaminated by gluttony, and its power far exceeded Belinda's capabilities. With a berserk roar, the giant 2-headed rat approached the impenetrable wall of Dreamforce and the figure of a giant serpent within it. The insanity only grew deeper in its eyes as it charged straight through. The sound of a shrill scream and a frightening explosion pierced Belinda's ears. The rat was covered by wisps of green smoke and the odor of rotting flesh. The corrosive Dreamforce had eroded its previously smooth coat into a festering mess, riddled with bald spots that exposed the tender white flesh beneath. It looked extremely grotesque. The wall of Dreamforce and the shadow of the alabaster devil snake had been obliterated with a single strike from the giant rat. Like a black hole, it had sucked all of the Dreamforce and even the soul projection into itself. With a flash of yellow light, the 2-headed rat's serious injuries healed immediately, and its aura grew even more tyrannical. If it had enough food, the gluttonous beast's injuries could recover completely at a frightening speed, and it didn't even have to overcome any bottlenecks to advance. This was the truly terrifying aspect of the gluttonous beasts. Oh! Belinda grew faint at the sight of her soul projection being extinguished. 2 lines of blood trickled out from her eyes. It wasn't only that, her traumatic injuries ripped apart the streak of light. She was no longer able to rapidly flee the battlefield. The 2-headed rat chirped as it stared at Belinda, sizing up where it would take its first bite. To this gluttonous beast, a rank 4 adventurer was rather good nourishment. "You disgusting bastard, let's go." In this life-or-death crisis, Belinda grew extremely fierce. An enormous black battle sword appeared in her hands. The only way she could deal with this kind of gluttonous beast was to use large-scale destructive techniques, and heavy-duty weaponry could also show good results. The colossal 2-headed rat was as fast as lightning once it started moving. Belinda only saw a yellow flash before a titanic force swept towards her, knocking the black sword out of her hands and driving to her knees. Blood spilt from her mouth. A rank 5 existence. It's even on the verge of breaking through, at a higher state that I could never hope to reach. After receiving this life-threatening injury, Belinda could only smile bitterly. The sound of sharp crunching made Belinda look up, only to see that her extremely expensive battle sword, which had received the matriarch's blessing, had disappeared into the giant rat's toothy maw. It actually ate it. Belinda lost her ability to smile, and her eyes narrowed. Don't tell me that my fate is to disappear into this gluttonous beast's stomach? The rat beast finished its meal of her battle sword and pounced towards Belinda, its sharp front claws ripping through Belinda's defense and disemboweling her. Farewell, Sophia, and Nick. In her final breaths of life, Belinda's expression was serene. Apart from a trace of regret, she didn't seem to have any feelings of fear. Thud, a shockwave suddenly sent Belinda flying back, yet the sharp pain she expected didn't come. Her eyes grew wide with confusion, and she recognized the mysterious object that protected her. Isn't that Nick's amulet? She recalled Sophia's reminder, and her heart grew warm. The green light began to tremble, fluttering like a leaf in the breeze. The giant tree leaf seemed to be full of a brilliant radiance within the sacred light. The veins and stem of every leaf were clearly pronounced, and each one seemed like a piece of lustrous jade. The boundless green light dispersed, and with the green leaf at its core, a giant human-like figure that was over 10 feet tall appeared. The giant person's body had a wooden grain texture, with vines and green leaves decorating its shoulder and body. It looked like a giant tree soldier. "My esteemed mistress, you've been injured," the Ent said in a droning and nasal voice. "Who are you?" Belinda asked expressionlessly. "The protector of wisdom. I am from the clan of eternal Ents. You can call me Benny." The Ent seemed to smile at her. "I will stay behind and hold back this beast, so please leave this place as quickly as possible." Afterwards, Benny the Ent bellowed and charged towards the 2-headed giant rat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.